Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
201 Nahida, no one is allowed to date Ryan under my watch. 201 Nahida, no one is allowed to date Ryan under my watch. While Ryan and Hu Tao were enjoying their intimate moment, Lumen and the others were wandering aimlessly through the streets. They hadn't left the private manor for long, yet Paimon had already gone on a shopping spree, nearly filling up Lumen's inventory space. And that's even with most of the food being eaten by Paimon. In Paimon's words, it's not often we don't have to worry about Mora, and with the rite of dissension going on and merchants from all over gathering here, of course we have to enjoy all the different cultures. To Paimon, the best way to experience a nation's culture wasn't surprising life through its cuisine. Lumen only complained for a bit before joining in on the feasting. After all, it was rare for Paimon to treat her if she didn't enjoy it now, who knows when she'd get another chance. But Nahida wasn't in the mood to play tourist at all. Her large eyes scanned the surroundings repeatedly. More precisely, she was searching for Ryan. She even activated her elemental sight for this. Unfortunately, Ryan had no elemental energy whatsoever, so he couldn't be found that way. If Nahida wasn't constrained by the rule that forbade her from using her godly powers in Liu, she probably would have scanned the entire harbor by now. Nahida, try this. It's Sakura Machi from Inajima. Super sweet. Paimon chirped, munching on one herself and offering another to Nahida. Food directly from Paimon's hand now, that was a rare gesture. Nahida didn't reject the kind offer and took a bite, though her mind was clearly elsewhere. It really was delicious, but she couldn't enjoy it right now. She was deeply worried because while she'd let her guard down, Hu Tao had snuck into Ryan's space. If anything else happened between those two, Nahida would be absolutely livid. Thinking about Ryan, Lumen asked with a teasing smile, waving her hand. Relax. He's a grown man, he'll be fine. We're out to have fun, and that's what matters most. Exactly. Paimon mumbled, her mouth still full. Even if Nahida is well, you still look around my age. Why act all mature and serious all the time? Nahida pressed her lips together and didn't respond. She couldn't. What could she say? That she had feelings for Ryan. Given her small frame, Lumen and Paimon would probably be stunned if she admitted that. She sighed inwardly, wondering why the previous Dendro Archon, the great Lord Rukhadivita, had chosen such a mature and graceful form. Seeing Nahida stay silent, Lumen shook her head, a bit helpless. Never mind then. We're pretty much done eating anyway. Let's find Ryan and have him take us somewhere fun. Surprisingly, Paimon didn't object either. To be honest, she was stuffed and already missing the way Ryan would rub her tummy to help her digest. The three quickly agreed to start looking for him, but with the sea of people around, they had no idea where to begin. Not many in Laya Harbor even knew Ryan. Asking around would be useless. As they fretted, a cheerful and bright voice suddenly called out from behind Lumen. Looks like you're looking for someone. Need a hand? Lumen blinked and turned to look. She recognized the speaker and knew who he was. The Fatui's lowest-ranking harbinger Tartaglia, also known as Child. Her thoughts stirred as she recalled what Dai Look had said recently. Tartaglia seemed to be looking for a way to approach her. Now it seemed he intended to use her as a starting point to explore Laya's secrets. But Lumen decided to see what his game was. Exchanging subtle glances with Paimon and Nahida, she didn't reply immediately. She was waiting to hear more from him. Tartaglia scratched his head and grinned openly. Sorry to interrupt all of a sudden. I'm Tartaglia, the 11th harbinger of the Fatui. But I much prefer people call me by my name, Child. Lumen raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected Tartaglia to so bluntly reveal his identity. Did he not know how much people disliked the Fatui? Fatui harbinger. Lumen's tone sharpened slightly, her expression showing a hint of distaste. Tartaglia wasn't bothered by this at all. He just shrugged. Looks like the actions of one of my colleagues left a bad impression on you, Miss Lumen, he said casually. But please don't worry, not all harbingers are like that. Lumen played along, her anger seemingly rising. You've been spying on me. No, Tartaglia waved his hands, chuckling. That's not it at all. I just think you don't realize how famous you really are. Honorary Knight of the Knights of Favonius, the hero who saved Valen the Storm Terror, and a traveler from another world. These titles are pretty well known by now. Lumen wasn't surprised by his explanation. Even if the average citizen didn't know about her slaying of the Storm Dragon, the higher-ups of the Seven Nations certainly did. But still she had a strange feeling that what Tartaglia really cared about wasn't the dragon or the heroism but her identity as a traveler. He hadn't learned about her from public intel alone. There was something more going on, something she didn't know about. Lumen wasn't naive. Back then, Dvalin had already been greatly weakened by corruption. She later heard from Jean that if they hadn't already suspected Dvalin's unusual identity, Lisa would have struck him down the moment he appeared. Even in his prime, Dvalin might not have been able to handle Lisa. That witch's strength wasn't something that could be measured by normal standards, not even those of Genshin's so-called powerhouses, let alone Tartaglia. Although he hid it well, whenever the dragon incident was mentioned, he always seemed a bit dismissive. It was as if he didn't think of Dvalin as someone worthy of being his opponent. So what? Lumen said softly. What's your goal? Just to make myself known a bit. Tartaglia shrugged, making no effort to hide his intentions. Of course, if possible, I'd really like to have a battle with Miss Lumen. A strong warrior like you is a worthy opponent. Paimon frowned, puffing up angrily. Lumen, see, I told you the Fatui are all bad news. This guy's clearly here to provoke us. Go teach him a lesson. So annoying. Tartaglia laughed awkwardly and quickly waved his hands. No, you've misunderstood. When I say battle, I mean a fair and friendly sparring match. This is just the warrior's natural thirst for combat. Of course, I'm only here today to get acquainted. I didn't come intending to spar with Miss Lumen right now. Also, if you're looking for someone, you might want to check the beach. With that, Tartaglia didn't linger. He turned around and strolled off casually. Well then, goodbye. If possible, I'm really looking forward to a friendly duel with Miss Lumen someday. He disappeared into the crowd. Lumen turned to glance at Nahida, who shook her head and said, he really did leave. TCH. Lumen clicked her tongue. What a strange guy. Seems different from that annoying harbinger woman. After thinking for a moment, Lumen decided to put Tartaglia out of her mind for now. It seemed like he really had just come to make an appearance and leave an impression. Their interaction had been brief, and Lumen couldn't figure out what exactly he was thinking. But that didn't really matter. She turned around, smiling brightly, and made a beeline for the beach. Let's go find Ryan. But, Laya Harbor is huge. How are we supposed to know which beach? Paimon spread her hands, confused. Dummy. Lumen gave Paimon a disdainful look. If it's a date, obviously they'd pick a secluded beach. Date. Paimon's eyes went wide in disbelief. Then, a bit worried, she added, wouldn't it be rude to bother Ryan if he's on a date? No way. Nahida instantly rejected the idea, clearly displeased. It's not bothering, we're just going to play with Ryan. Lumen and Paimon didn't dwell on it too much. After chatting for a bit, they headed straight for the sea. They weren't familiar with Laya Harbor's layout, so they decided to use the most straightforward method. Just follow the coastline. Eventually, they'd find Ryan. Northland Bank. Tartaglia returned to the second floor in high spirits. This trip had been quite fruitful at the very least. He had made an impression on Lumen. That was enough. He was reckless, sure, but not stupid. If he acted too aggressively, the Fatui's reputation would only make Lumen more suspicious of him. She'd probably go back and tell the others about this meeting. But, sincerity was his trump card. His intention had been simple. He didn't have any schemes in mind this time, just wanted to make himself known. Of course, if there was a chance to fight, he wouldn't mind. Given his reputation for being battle-hungry across Teyvat, this wasn't an unusual request. As for Ryan, the moment he appeared, Tartaglia had noticed him. Originally, he had planned to approach personally, but, before he could get close, a suffocating sense of death enveloped him. At least 3 Adepti had locked onto him. Tartaglia understood very clearly. If he dared take another step forward, those Adepti wouldn't hesitate to strike even in Laya Harbor. So, he chose to observe from a distance, then left quietly. Still, that was enough to confirm one thing. Ryan was indeed connected to the recent changes in Laya. In fact, it wouldn't be wrong to say he caused all of it. Staring at the letter in front of him, Tartaglia thought for a moment, then decided not to include Ryan's name. He just made a rough record of the recent events in Laya and handed it over to the debt collector to send back to Snezhnia. Stretching, Tartaglia said casually, "How's the alchemical potion and the enchanted weapons project going?" The debt collector replied in a deep voice. "The alchemical potions are extremely effective. They've essentially doubled the strength of our operatives in a short time. However, we've been completely unable to analyze or reverse engineer them. My lord, should we forward them to the doctor?" Tartaglia frowned slightly. The doctor? Forget it. Let that freak stay out of this. He clearly didn't want to talk about the doctor, and turned to ask, "What about the enchanted weapons? Anyone from the Snezhnia Merchants Guild managed to purchase one?" The debt collector looked a bit embarrassed. "Yes, someone did. But the weapon won't be delivered until the week after next. My lord, I observe that these enchanted weapons are extremely powerful even imbued with elemental energy. Several adventurers have already tested them. Should we intervene?" Tartaglia gave the debt collector a cold glance, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. "You trying to get the Fatui kicked out of Laya?" The debt collector broke into a cold sweat and quickly lowered his voice. "I overstepped, my lord." Humph. Tartaglia withdrew his gaze. "If there's nothing else, then, Before he could finish, hurried footsteps echoed outside the room, accompanied by a strange aura. Freezing cold and scorching heat intertwined. Tartaglia raised an eyebrow, then suddenly laughed aloud. TCH. Looks like that arrogant comrade of mine just suffered a major loss. 202 Rosaline shocked alchemical healing potion. 202 Rosaline shocked alchemical healing potion. Tartaglia got up, leisurely pacing toward the door and pushing it open. Not far away, seated on a chair, was a woman he knew very well, graceful and elegant in posture. She wore a deep crimson cloak that concealed her astonishing figure. A strange half-mask covered part of her face. She looked like an elegant and beautiful witch. But at this moment, her condition was rather miserable. A chilling cold radiated from her body. Tartaglia raised an eyebrow and leaned casually against the doorframe, smiling as he looked at Rosaline. What a rare sight, isn't this my ever-proud colleague, the lady herself? Lady Rosaline, someone as powerful as you, reduced to this by a mere liu? How unexpected. Right now, Rosaline's once smooth hair looked frost-burnt and scorched, whipped into a mess by the wind. Her usually fair skin was marked with bloodstains, and even her legs bore traces of burns. The more Tartaglia looked, the more amused he felt. Just days ago, she had arrived here, learned about the changes in Liu, and about the pressure the Fatui were under. He still vividly remembered how she'd looked down on him and called him incompetent. She insisted on investigating that small courtyard on her own. Ah, how the tables have turned. Tartaglia was grinning internally. It used to be Rosaline who mocked him for being reckless. Now, she was the one who acted without forethought. Of course, Rosaline could hear the ridicule in Tartaglia's voice, but she merely shot him a cold glare and said in a low tone, "You knew what was in there. Why didn't you warn me?" "Huh." Tartaglia chuckled, shaking his head. "How ridiculous. Did you ever give me a chance to speak?" A proud harbinger, the Tsaritsa's envoy, suppressed like this by mere mortals in Liu, and all this without the Geo Archon even stepping in. A mighty Fatui harbinger, unable to investigate a simple courtyard. You should probably resign already. A proud Fatui harbinger. Tartaglia lazily repeated the very same words Rosaline had mocked him with earlier, causing her expression to darken even further. Enough. Rosaline flung her hand, sending a flurry of ice spears flying at Tartaglia. He nonchalantly shattered them with a single slap. Such a harsh tone. "But if I recall, when you were insulting me the other day, I didn't interrupt you, did I? You insisted on going. I tried to stop you." But of course, the proud lady had no intention of listening to a harbinger who had supposedly embarrassed the Fatui. Rosaline gave him a frosty look, her mind involuntarily drifting back to what she had just experienced in that courtyard. First, she was ambushed by a powerful squad of Millilith. Just as she prepared to retaliate, 3 Adepti suddenly appeared. Each of them was immensely powerful, none weaker than her. Especially the older-looking Adeptus with the spear, who completely overwhelmed her with flawless technique. If she hadn't tapped into the power granted by the Cryo Archon at the last moment, she probably wouldn't have escaped. Rosaline had always known Liu was strong, but in her mind, that strength resided solely in the Geo Archon, the mighty Morixone of the original gods. Even her own Archon had to respect. As for the Adepti, deep down, she had never believed they were stronger than her. But alas, today just happened to be the day when Madame Ping, Moon Carver, and Mountain Shaper were standing guard. Rosaline had the worst luck imaginable. These three were among the strongest Adepti in all of Liu. Even back when hundreds of immortals coexisted, they ranked among the most powerful. Without relying on her Cryo Archon's divine power, she truly wouldn't have stood a chance. In fact, she had been somewhat lucky because Zhongli was still guarding the door. If she had actually broken past the Adepti, what awaited her might have been heavenly wrath. Rosaline didn't want to humiliate herself further outside and turned to head back to her room. Tartaglia found it boring now, curled his lip, and casually tossed a vial her way. Rosaline caught the strange-looking bottle and examined it. A new product from Liu. Alchemical potion restores life force. With that, Tartaglia turned and went back into his room, not intending to talk to her any further. Rosaline quietly studied the potion for a moment, then downed it in one go. Though she didn't get along well with the other harbingers, she wasn't worried that Tartaglia would poison her. Among the harbingers, he was one of the few completely loyal to the Cryo Archon. Unlike Tor or Pierrot, the potion's effects kicked in swiftly, and Rosaline stared in disbelief as her wounds visibly began to vanish. Not heal, vanish. As if time had reversed, and she had never been injured at all. Now 8. It was more than that. Rosaline's eyes filled with shock. Even the wounds from 500 years ago, the ones she had suppressed for centuries using the Cryo Archon's power, those injuries, the backlash of her Pyro Witch powers, were healing. Burns on her very soul. And now part of that damage was being undone. This was something Rosaline hadn't even dared to dream of for 500 years. Without thinking, she rushed forward and knocked on Tartaglia's door. He opened it with an impatient look, clearly annoyed. "What, you want to argue again? I want 10 bottles of that potion." Rosaline stared at him intently, completely ignoring his tone. 10 bottles. Tartaglia let out a laugh, half amused, half furious. "Are you out of your mind, woman? What do you think I am? These alchemical potions were just released in Laya Harbor. In the past 2 weeks, the entire factory has managed to scrape together only 4 bottles. I paid for these with my own mora. I bought them. I need them to save my life. And yet you're demanding them so righteously. Get lost. If it weren't for the fact that you're so loyal to Her Majesty, I would have crippled you right here and now. Rosaline paid no mind to Tartaglia's tone or attitude. As he was about to shut the door, she forcefully pressed her hand against it. You don't understand what this really is. You have no idea how important this is to Her Majesty. This potion has healed wounds my soul sustained 500 years ago. This is a miraculous elixir that contains the very essence of life's laws. It doesn't just heal, it regenerates life itself out of nothing. Tartaglia froze. He knew a little about Rosaline's past, how she had once been the Crimson Witch of Flame. As one of the Ice Queen's most loyal followers, Tartaglia had naturally been informed of a few things. He also knew that Rosaline's injuries were rooted in her soul. And now, such a seemingly ordinary potion had healed wounds on the level of the soul. Tartaglia's brows furrowed. He had underestimated what Laya was putting out into the world. After a moment of silence, he turned and said, "Come inside." Rosaline stepped in calmly and released her elemental power, isolating the room temporarily. Tartaglia opened a drawer. Inside were over a dozen bottles identical to the one Rosaline had just consumed. Her eyes narrowed slightly. A deep, soul-level instinct surged within her, the urge to snatch them all away. These things. They wouldn't just fully heal her. They held immense value for the Tsaritsa as well. Even the Tsaritsa's divine power could only suppress her own injuries. But now, there was a way to truly recover. That meant this potion could be effective even for godser beings beyond gods. And the Tsaritsa was far from unscathed herself. She had also been wounded in the upheaval of Kenria 500 years ago. Tartaglia quietly observed Rosaline. If she made any move to seize the potions, he could strike at once. He had strength, agility, and leaping potions on him. If he drank them all, he could probably defeat her within a short time. After all, Rosaline wasn't at the level of the doctor or the others, who could easily crush him. But after a moment, Rosaline simply took a deep breath and turned her head, saying, "I need those potions." Tartaglia curled his lip. Rosaline really had the nerve. Ever since discovering that these potions could heal even soul injuries, he had treasured them dearly. A battle addict like him was no stranger to danger. These potions were literal lifesavers. There was no way he'd just hand them over. Alchemical potions. Laya releases only 400 bottles a week. Every merchant and adventurer in Teyvat is fighting over them. They go for 1 million mora each. For us Fatui, the price is 2 million a bottle. I saved up for 2 weeks and bought more at inflated prices from others. In total, I spent 300 million mora. Rosaline frowned slightly. She didn't think that was expensive. For something like this, she'd be willing to pay even 100 million for one. Without hesitation, she pulled out a pouch and tossed it to Tartaglia. 500 million mora. Give them all to me. Tartaglia glanced at the pouch bearing the Tsaritsa's seal and gave a bitter laugh. Rosaline really did hold a special place in the Ice Queen's heart. Even on this mission, his total personal operating funds didn't exceed 1 billion mora, and Rosaline had just casually thrown out half that amount. It was clear just how much the Tsaritsa had entrusted to her. Tartaglia didn't stand on ceremony. He needed massive amounts of mora to keep buying potions and also wanted to try enchanting some weapons. He pulled out 2 bottles and tossed them to her. "That's all 2 bottles. I need to keep one for emergencies." 2. Rosaline's expression darkened. 2 healing potions could only heal her halfway at best. That was already miraculous. But Rosaline needed full recovery and enough to help the Tsaritsa recover as well. With so many here, and with her having paid almost double the price, it wasn't like she was trying to rob him. Rosaline gave Tartaglia a frosty glare. "Don't be so greedy. I'll pay you 10 billion more. Give me all of them. These potions are for Her Majesty." "Who told you they were all healing potions?" Tartaglia sneered, visibly annoyed. "Healing potions are the most sought after. I'm not lying to you, I only managed to buy 4. You already drank 1. At most, I'll give you 2 more. As for Her Majesty, I'll find a way to keep procuring and sending more back." "Wait a second." Tartaglia paused, staring at Rosaline suspiciously. "Don't tell me I thought all of these were life recovery potions. What else would they be?" Realizing something, Rosaline's expression softened a bit. "A frog at the bottom of a well." Seeing her so completely in the dark, Tartaglia suddenly felt invigorated. So what if her rank was higher than his? Her vision was still that narrow. "You really should visit Laya more often. The changes happening there are beyond your imagination. Otherwise, do you think I'd willingly be pushed around by the Ministry of Civil Affairs?" 203. No one told her Laya was this strong. "What do you mean by that?" Rosaline's tone turned sour. Anyone would be upset after being repeatedly mocked, especially someone as proud as Rosaline. Tartaglia carefully took out 4 types of potions from a drawer and placed them on the table. "These are 4 different kinds of potions, all of which Laya has been selling recently." He activated a bit of elemental power, signaling someone to prepare the rest of the goods they had recently procured from Laya. "In addition to the life-restoring potion you already drank, there are also strength, agility, and jump-boosting potions. For an ordinary person, drinking any of these can give them power comparable to a vision bearer while the effect lasts. I tried them once myself. During the duration of the boost, my strength doubled. My physical power became terrifying. Even without using any elemental energy, I could crush a ruin guard with a single punch. My speed nearly reached the level I usually attain with my hydro vision activated. My jumping ability easily exceeded 10 meters. If I used both my delusion and vision together, I might be able to stand toe-to-toe with Pulcinella. Rosaline's eyes immediately lit up after hearing Tartaglia's explanation. Though Pulcinella usually seemed focused on Snezhnia's internal affairs, his strength was unquestionably formidable. Rosaline didn't think Tartaglia was lying. When it came to combat, Tartaglia was always meticulous. Besides, Tartaglia held great respect for Pulcinella and wouldn't casually drag his name into a lie. 1.5 billion mora. Keep 1 bottle of each for yourself, give me the rest. Help me buy 100 bottles of each. Rosaline quietly looked at Tartaglia. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Get lost." Tartaglia rolled his eyes inwardly in frustration. Did this woman really think he was stupid? Even setting aside the strength, agility, and jumping potions which already intrigued Tartaglia greatly, the healing potion number 860 was like a miracle that defied logic. Clearly, the other 3 weren't simple either. He had no intention of selling any of the potions that could enhance his own power. 500 million mora. I'll give you 2 healing potions and 1 of each of the other 3. That's all. No more. If you want more, get them yourself, but I suggest you give up. Almost everyone who's gotten their hands on these is treating them like treasures. They're not going to sell them. Rosaline opened her mouth as if to say something, but Tartaglia knew exactly what she was thinking. She was most likely planning to rob someone. I suggest you drop the idea of stealing. Liu is watching closely. If you don't want the Geo Archon himself to come after you, it's best to behave here. These alchemical potions we see as treasures are reportedly standard issue for the Millilith in Liu. They get a daily supply of them, free of charge. I even saw it with my own eyes. A Millilith soldier had both his legs severed by a ruin hunter. After drinking a life potion, his legs grew back in an instant. And he didn't hesitate to continue charging into battle. The injuries caused by the ruin hunter kept healing over time without stopping. That kind of healing potion is at least 2 levels higher than what we have. Rosaline fell silent, her feelings a mix of shock and confusion. She didn't even know how to describe them. Thinking about how many Millilith soldiers Liu had and the possibility that all of them were carrying items that the rest of the world viewed as divine artifacts. A chill suddenly crept up Rosaline's spine. All of the Millilith. Yes. Tartaglia nodded, saying no more. Rosaline pressed her lips together. Her proud face now showed signs of uncertainty. What exactly is Liu planning? How could Celestia allow a power like this to exist? Don't forget how many of the gods in Celestia were once the Geo Lord's people. Tartaglia sighed. The longer he stayed in Liu, the more he understood how terrifying its foundation was. No wonder the Cryo Archon didn't say a word after learning of the Fatui setbacks here. What about Celestia, then? The moment Rosaline asked, a thunderbolt of realization struck her mind. Could Liu possibly be planning to shut up? Tartaglia instantly broke into a cold sweat. He spun around and carefully scanned his surroundings. Only after a long moment did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lowering his voice, he looked at Rosaline with anger in his eyes. Are you insane? Even if you suspect something, you can't say it out loud. Do you have any idea how many Adepti are in Liu Harbor right now? Rosaline fell silent. Remembering her earlier encounter, she tightly buried the unease that had stirred in her heart. But soon after, a glimmer of hope flickered within her. Is there a chance that we could cooperate with Liu? Given Liu's current strength, if they truly chose to support the Tsaritsevin without considering other factors, their alchemical potions alone could greatly bolster their chances. In Rosaline's view, an alliance with Liu seemed very possible. After all, the Tsaritsa had always held Rex Lapis in high regard. And from what she'd heard, Rex Lapis didn't harbor ill will toward the Cryo Archon either. Rosaline understood the pact between the Cryo Archon and the Geo Archon, which meant, perhaps, Rex Lapis also had his own opinions about Celestia. And now, Liu had already grown far beyond the boundaries permitted by Celestia. Such a thing would never be tolerated. No matter what, Liu might inevitably stand opposed to Celestia. And for Snezhnia, that was good news. The one Rex Lapis acknowledges is Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, not us Fatui. Even if things are as you imagine, Her Majesty would have to come in person. Tartaglia gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Do you really think the Fatui have any sort of good reputation in Liu? Don't forget what the doctor and the banker have done. I'm sure Rex Lapis himself isn't too fond of the Fatui either. Besides, all these changes in Liu began just over 2 months ago. If they could grow this much in such a short time, who knows what's next? They probably look down on us already. Rosaline fell silent again, for the first time feeling that the Fatui's chaos was truly pitiful. Shaking her head, she sighed. Regardless, Liu walking this path is still good news for us. Has Her Majesty been informed? I've already reported it. Her Majesty said this information must not be shared with the rest of the Fatui. Only I am to know. As for what she plans next, she didn't say. Tartaglia waved his hand dismissively, not wanting to dwell on the topic. In a quiet voice, he said, "For now, just stay in Liu and don't do anything reckless. Observe carefully how things are changing. Alchemy isn't all Liu has to offer. There are many other wondrous things here." Rosaline quietly packed up the alchemical potions she had bought. She casually downed 2 recovery potions. She could feel the damage to her soul had already healed more than half. A wave of unprecedented ease washed over her. It had been 500 years since she'd felt this relaxed. She now held deep admiration for the miracle that was Liu's alchemy. No matter what, find a way to continue procuring these potions. Her Majesty's wounds still need healing. If possible, try to acquire some higher-tier alchemical medicines. Seeing that Rosaline hadn't truly taken his advice to heart, Tartaglia pursed his lips. We'll keep getting the potions, but that's not the only thing we should be focusing on. Liu also holds a marvelous technique weapon enchantments. Enchanted gear seems to be etched with some unique law. Some of them even allow ordinary people to wield elemental powers like pyro. They're practically divine artifacts. One enchanted weapon, a few pieces of armor. Even a regular person could take down high-level monsters. And the entire Millelith army is equipped with them. Everything Tartaglia said only made Rosaline more troubled. A technology that let regular people gain supernatural powers. She had never heard of such a thing. What about the enchanted weapons? Have you managed to get any? Tartaglia could only shake his head with a bitter smile. You think I haven't tried? If I could get a pyro enchantment, I'd have control over 3 elements. But Liu forbids selling such weapons to the Fatui. They even monitor us closely. I haven't had a single opportunity to get my hands on them. Rosaline clenched her fists tightly. The level of suppression the Fatui faced in Liu far exceeded what she had imagined. But there was nothing she could do. Liu had become too powerful. She didn't even dare try to uncover what cards they might still be hiding. Some deep instinct told her if she dared make a move, not even the Cryo Archon could protect her. It was like staring into the abyss, with multiple gods standing watch. But Liu does not prohibit official Snezhneon merchant fleets from making purchases. Their restrictions are only against the Fatui. Tartaglia added quietly. Some merchant groups from Snezhneia have already placed orders for enchanted weapons. They'll be ready in 2 weeks. They plan to take them back to Her Majesty. I've already informed Her Majesty. Unless something changes, she'll likely forbid us from contacting those merchants. After that, she may separate the Fatui's operations from Snezhneia's official forces. TCH, if it weren't for that bastard doctor constantly stirring up trouble, would the whole of Teyvat really despise us like this? The more he thought about the doctor, the more Tartaglia felt sick. Rex Lapis and the Cryo Archon had a decent relationship. If not for the selfish schemes of people like the doctor, those who only wanted to use the Cryo Archon, maybe the Fatui wouldn't be treated this way. Tartaglia, backed by the Northland Bank, shouldn't have had to go through such lengths just to buy alchemical potions and enchanted weapons. Rosaline clearly understood the internal divisions within the Harbingers as well. She sighed but said nothing more. This was the Cryo Archon's plan. She knew she was being used, but hadn't she also been using the doctor and the others in return? She never doubted the Cryo Archon's decisions. It was the Cryo Archon who had saved her. Since 500 years ago, she had already resolved to offer her life to her god. There was a knock on the wooden door. Tartaglia snapped out of his thoughts, glanced at Rosaline, and said softly, "Our supplies have arrived. Let me walk you through the key resources in Liu. I'll need your funding for the upcoming purchases, along with the transfer permissions from Her Majesty for the Northland Bank." Rosaline nodded. At last, her pride had been restrained. No matter what, the alchemical potions are our top priority. Her Majesty desperately needs them. I understand. 204, Klee arrives. The well-behaved daughter throws bombs. While Tartaglia was introducing Rosaline to the wondrous advancements in Liu, Ryan and Hu Tao were found by Lumen and the others. The date was interrupted, but neither Ryan nor Hu Tao seemed to mind. They had arrived at the beach around noon, and by the time Lumen found them, it was already dusk. In that span of time, Ryan and Hu Tao had already done everything they planned to do. He taught Hu Tao the techniques of kissing, guiding her from novice to expert. He helped her lay the foundation to raise children from barren to still barren. Some things can't be achieved in just one day. They require perseverance and long-term commitment. Hu Tao didn't know if it was because the massage really worked or if it just felt good. Either way, she had promised to come find Ryan tomorrow to discuss the art of massage in more detail. The only thing they hadn't done yet was actually make the child. When Nahida saw Ryan and Hu Tao clinging intimately to each other, she looked like she had just been struck by lightning. She was one step too late after all. Fuming with frustration, Nahida instantly decided that from now on, she would never leave Ryan's side, not even for a step. "Ryan!" Nahida called out, and as Ryan turned his head, she dashed into his arms. The strong scent of Hu Tao made Nahida feel like she couldn't breathe. There were even marks Hu Tao had left on Ryan's neck. Nahida's heart grew even more bitter. "Why didn't you call me when you went out?" She looked up at Ryan with big, teary eyes. Ryan chuckled and pinched her cheek gently. Because you and Lumen were having so much fun. It was just a short stroll, didn't want to disturb you. Nahida lowered her head and nuzzled into Ryan's chest. From now on, no matter where you go, you have to take me with you. Ryan just saw it as a child acting clingy and naturally agreed with a smile. Ryan, just now when we came looking for you, we ran into that Fatui guy Tartaglia. Paimon, now comfortably perched on Ryan's shoulder, waved her tiny fists and exclaimed. That guy had the nerve to say he wanted to spar with Lumen the moment he saw her. If Lumen hadn't stopped me, I would have given him a few good bumps on the head. Ryan laughed and looked at Lumen. Challenging people right after meeting them sounds just like him. Did he say anything else? Lumen thought for a moment and shook her head. Not really, he just seemed to want to see me. Oh, but he did mention you and Master who were at the beach. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he exchanged a glance with Hu Tao. They both shared a knowing smile. So, that guy's already noticed me. As for why Tartaglia didn't follow them, most likely, it was because the Adepti had already warned him. Is there something wrong, Ryan? Lumen looked at him with a bit of concern, but Ryan shook his head. Don't worry. Compared to the other harbingers, Tartaglia is actually much more straightforward. You don't need to keep a special eye on him, just treat him like an ordinary Fatui. Ryan naturally didn't mention that Lumen should pay attention to Tartaglia. Zhongli's upcoming plan would require both Lumen and Tartaglia to participate. Ryan didn't want to meddle with Zhongli's final test before retirement. Otherwise, how could Ganyu finally put down her burdens and cling to him all day? Just as Ryan was about to take Lumen and the others to eat, Baiwen rushed over in a hurry. Lord Ryan, Lady Ningguang invites you to dine at the Jade Chamber. Lady Ganyu is already waiting for you there. Ryan raised a brow curiously. She's finished with her work? She actually has time to invite me to dinner today. Baiwen looked a bit awkward but still led the way. Well, Lady Ningguang is just squeezing in the time. There's still a lot of preparation work left. It's just that acting Grand Master Jean of the Knights of Favonius has returned. Hearing that, Lumen instantly perked up. Captain Jean is finally back. Baiwen nodded. Ryan, though, was more curious about the people Jean brought with her. Besides Jean and the others, who else came? Baiwen thought for a moment and said softly. Mr. Diluc seems to have stayed behind in Mondstadt. He's supposed to come later with the Mondstadt garrison. As for the others, everyone from last time is here. Oh, and also an alchemist named Albedo and a little girl named Klee. At the mention of Klee, Ryan instantly lit up. His beloved daughter was finally arriving. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. Klee, little Klee is finally here. Paimon closed her eyes in delight. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since we last saw Klee, hasn't it? I wonder if she's grown any taller. Hearing this, Lumen gave Paimon a side glance and muttered. It's not even been a month. How could she possibly have grown? Besides, Klee's a little elf, her growth rate is really slow. Ryan grew happier the more he listened. A slower growth cycle was great. That way, he could keep raising his daughter forever. Before long, the group boarded the floating stones that had already been prepared and arrived at the Jade Chamber. By then, the banquet had already been set. Ningguang and the others were chatting and laughing. Venti was nowhere to be seen, but Ryan wasn't too worried. Zhongli was missing too. Most likely, Venti had done something again and got captured by Zhongli for another round of moral instruction. Just a few days ago, every time Zhongli mentioned Venti, he had a stormy look on his face. Looked like this time, Venti was in for a rough one. As Ryan and the others arrived, Ningguang was about to greet them. But Ganyu's figure suddenly darted forward and dove straight into Ryan's arms. It was like she hadn't seen him in ages. She rubbed against him relentlessly. To be fair, they hadn't seen each other all day, which was absolute torture for Ganyu in her current infatuated state. What's more, she hadn't had a chance to cuddle Ryan for the past 4 or 5 days. She was absolutely starving for it. You missed me that much, Ganyu? Ryan gently rubbed Ganyu's horns, and she nodded eagerly. Very, very much. Once I finish this work, I'm going to stay by your side forever. Ryan smiled, just about to say something when Hu Tao came over with a mischievous grin. Actually, Ganyu, you could stay busy for a few more days, you know. Ganyu's alarm bells immediately went off, especially when she saw Hu Tao casually cling to Ryan's arm. Without a shred of shame, Hu Tao tiptoed up and kissed Ryan on the cheek before boldly declaring, I'm sorry, but Ryan is also my man now. Don't worry, Ganyu. You can focus on your work. This hall master will make sure Ryan doesn't get lonely. Hu Tao didn't mean any harm. She was just expressing her feelings and new status. But Ganyu froze. Then, after a moment, stared at Hu Tao in complete shock. Wait. After a long and chaotic commotion, Ganyu finally sat down beside Ryan in frustration. On his other side sat Hu Tao. Though Ganyu had mentally prepared herself for the fact that Ryan wouldn't belong to her alone, especially given how obvious Ningguang's intentions were, she still wanted to have Ryan to herself a little longer. With Ningguang being so busy recently, Ganyu had thought she wouldn't have time to make a move on Ryan, and thus let her guard down just a bit. She didn't expect that while Ningguang indeed hadn't taken any action, it was Hu Tao who struck like thunder, accomplishing in one swift move what Ningguang had been planning for over 2 months. Watching the delighted expression on Hu Tao's face, Ganyu felt even more dejected. Thankfully, as one of Ryan's more senior women, Ganyu could still tell that Hu Tao was still just a girl. If things had gotten too ambiguous and Hu Tao had truly taken Ryan for herself, Ganyu might have fallen into a deep depression today. Not far away, Ningguang's gaze was dark as she stared at Hu Tao. Although Ganyu was upset, at least she had been mentally prepared. It was just that the abruptness of it made it harder to accept. Nahida, on the other hand, felt like her home had been raided, but ultimately Ryan only treated her like a little sister. The one who was suffering the most was definitely Ningguang. She had only just managed to get past Ganyu's iron defense and grown significantly closer to Ryan. She had been so close to making progress only to be blindsided because she got busy for a few days. And of all people, it had to be Hu Tao who swooped in and stole the march. In her heart, Ningguang felt like tearing down the entire Wangxing funeral parlor. But thinking carefully, all of this had signs. Hu Tao had always loved sticking close to Ryan. And while their conversations were usually about deep topics like life and death, and Hu Tao had always been bubbly and cheerful, Ningguang had chalked their connection up to just kindred spirits. Only now did she realize. No matter how lively and spirited Hu Tao was with others, she'd always maintained clear boundaries between men and women. Only when she was with Ryan did she allow herself to be so physically affectionate, playful, and clingy. It had all been a setup. Ningguang regretted it deeply. She sighed to herself this round. She had to admit defeat. What's done is done. No use crying over it. What mattered now was her turn to climb the ranks. From this moment on, Ningguang would keep a close eye on every woman around Ryan. Even Jean and Lumen, who hadn't shown any romantic interest, were now on her radar. As the proud Tian Quan of Liu, she could not afford to lose 3 times in a row. Clenching her fists gently, Ningguang spoke softly. You've already met Jean and the others. As for Mr. Albedo, I assume you're still not fully briefed. This is Ryan, the one who governs the other world. From now on, all your collaborations and research must revolve around Ryan and his world. Upon hearing this, Albedo turned his gaze to Ryan. At first glance, Ryan seemed like nothing more than a handsome man. But the surging power inside him, Albedo could sense it. It was too pure. As if he were the very embodiment of the laws of power themselves. But Albedo quickly collected himself. He nodded slightly and said calmly, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Ryan. I'm Albedo, Chief Alchemist of the Knights of Favonius." Ryan smiled and nodded. "I know. Your reputation precedes you, the Cryprince, the great alchemist. Jean must have already told you a little about that world and why we asked for your help. Soon, we'll be supplying you with all kinds of materials from there, as well as explaining some of that world's unique traits. If possible, I hope you can improve the existing alchemical potions, or perhaps create new alchemical artifacts using those materials." Albedo let out a wry chuckle. "Those treasures, crafted by the laws of nature themselves, are not so easily improved. But I'll do my best." Albedo understood Ryan's meaning well enough. Use the otherworldly materials as a foundation and apply his own alchemical techniques to craft new items. Challenging, yes, but Albedo was eager for this kind of research. Just as he was about to ask Ryan about the types of potions he wanted to develop, suddenly, he saw Klee quietly walk up to Ryan's side. She tugged gently at his clothes and looked up at him with big sparkling eyes, blinking curiously. "Big brother, are you the one who said Klee can throw bombs whenever she wants?" 205, Raising daughters is the world's top pleasure. 205, Raising daughters is the world's top pleasure. To be honest, although Ryan was chatting with Albedo just now, his eyes had been on Klee the whole time. Ever since he came in, the little one had been looking at him expectantly, which naturally piqued his curiosity. Naturally, Ryan also noticed Klee sneaking over cautiously, occasionally glancing at Jean. That adorable expression truly stirred one's heart with affection. It wasn't until Klee asked her innocent question that Ryan suddenly understood. Most likely, Lisa had told Klee that once she went to the Minecraft world, she could throw bombs as much as she wanted. To Klee, this was world-shakingly good news. "Klee." Jean looked a bit embarrassed and put on a stern face. "Ryan is discussing serious matters with Albedo. Don't interrupt." Ryan waved his hand and gently rubbed Klee's head. With the little lowly head patting techniques he had refined from dealing with Nahida and Paimon, Klee squinted with joy immediately. "That's right," Ryan said with a smile. "Once you're in that world, Klee can blow up whatever she wants, as long as she doesn't hurt the people of Teyvat. Anything else is fair game." "Yai." Klee jumped up in joy, immediately hugging Ryan's leg, pure and sweet as she said. "Brother Ryan is a good person." Ryan chuckled in amusement. That was basically Klee's highest level of praise. "It's getting late today. Tomorrow, how about I take you to blow up some fish?" Klee nodded obediently, stretching out her little hand and looking at Ryan with hopeful eyes. "Pinky promise with brother Ryan. You said it yourself. You'll take Klee to blow up fish." Ryan nodded, hooking his pinky with hers. "I promise to let Klee blow up fish. I won't go back on it." Ganyu and Hu Tao exchanged a glance. Even though they knew Ryan had a fondness for little girls, seeing it in action now, they realized they had underestimated his obsession with raising daughters. After Klee joined in, Ryan held Klee and Nahida on either side, with Paimon sitting on his shoulder. He truly looked like the king of lolis. This even made the two legitimate wives a little jealous. +1 to precious daughters. Ryan was beyond content, couldn't stop smiling. Looking up at Albedo, he said, "I'll explain the details tomorrow when we enter the other world. The materials are all ready. As for the alchemical potions, we'll prepare all sorts for you before we leave today. You can take a look at them first. As for enchantments, weapons, and so on, we can't help you much in terms of alchemy, so you'll have to research those yourself. If you need anything like an alchemy workshop, feel free to request it. Liu will arrange for one to be built." Albedo nodded and didn't press further about the types of potions. He still didn't fully understand things yet, and would need time to get familiar with that world before making decisions. But for now, he felt that just the potions alone would be enough for him to research for a long time. With the main business finished, Jean eagerly asked Ryan about developments in the Minecraft world during this time. Ryan didn't keep secrets and gave a simple summary, which left Jean somewhat emotional. It had only been a bit more than half a month since she left, and the Minecraft world had progressed rapidly. It felt almost like stepping into another era. But since it was already late and everyone had traveled all day, there was no need to rush into anything tonight. They chatted casually about amusing things, and the atmosphere turned quite warm and harmonious. Albedo, through their conversation, also gradually became more familiar with the other world. Meanwhile, Nahida was starting to feel a bit jealous of Ryan's new daughter, Klee. Although she always resisted being treated as Ryan's pampered little sister, harboring ambitions to surpass even Ganyu, she didn't want to give up that special attention from Ryan either. She was already upset enough today from Hu Tao's sudden move, and now Klee had come and threatened her number one princess sister position. Nahida's sense of crisis was escalating rapidly. Still, after spending some time getting to know Klee, she quickly started playing with her. Compared to herself, a 500-year-old archon in the form of a loli but with the mind of an adult, Klee was a genuine, bona fide child. Pure, cute, innocent. She simply viewed Ryan as a reliable big brother who let her throw bombs freely. This, Nahida could just barely accept. In no time, the two little girls plus Paimon were chatting and giggling together like longtime friends. Ryan let them be, and turned to pull Ganyu and Hu Tao into his arms. "There's an art to raising daughters. You can't focus only on your daughters and forget about your wives. Otherwise, the wives will get jealous." Just as they were happily chatting, Bai Xiao suddenly walked quickly to Ningguang's side and whispered something to her. Ningguang frowned slightly, then chuckled as if she had heard something amusing. "I see. No need to bother with her." Ningguang waved her hand, and Bai Xiao nodded and withdrew. With a hint of amusement in her eyes, Ningguang said softly, "Ryan, your little courtyard is really attractive. This afternoon, that lady who arrived in Laya just a few days ago went and found trouble for herself." Bai Xiao reported that she was ambushed by the Qianyan army, completely caught off guard, and then got taught a lesson by the Adepti. She seems to have been pretty seriously injured. Hearing this, Jean's expression shifted, frowning slightly. "The lady, she came to Liu." She paused and looked at Ningguang seriously. "Ningguang, that woman is different from Child who was previously stationed at Liu Harbor. She's arrogant and aggressive. Jean was simply worried that with Rosaline's temperament, she'd cause some serious problems in Liu. But Ningguang didn't care at all. She waved her hand and said, "No need to worry about her. With the Eye of Heaven system, every move the Fatui makes is under our watch. Besides, even if that woman is arrogant, this is Liu Harbor. There is no room for her arrogance here. That woman got properly thrashed by the Adepti today." Ryan pondered for a moment, then asked softly, "Only the Adepti and the Qianyan army took action?" Ningguang nodded. 3 Adepti and hundreds of Qianyan soldiers besieged her. That woman still managed to escape. Though the Adepti didn't go all out, it shows she's got some skills. What Ryan was concerned about wasn't that. The double portal gate had been open the entire time today, with Zhongli guarding it from the other side. If Rosaline had actually made it to the courtyard and seen anything she shouldn't have, it wouldn't have been the Adepti who took action. They'd probably be seeing a planet befall on the spot. But apparently, Rosaline didn't even make it to the gate before getting dealt with. Honestly, that was probably the best outcome for her. As the Ice Archon's most loyal follower, Rosaline was one of the rare Fatui who actually got things done. Hearing Ningguang's confident response, Jean could only smile bitterly. When Rosaline caused trouble in Mondstadt, they were helpless. Poor Lisa had to drag her sickly body to hold the line. Instead, in Liu, they didn't even care, just casually beat her back. In the end, it all came down to the vast difference in power and foundation. "Oh right, there's one more thing." Lumen suddenly raised her hand and, under everyone's attention, softly said, "This afternoon, Tartaglia came to find me." Hearing that, both Ningguang and Jean furrowed their brows. "What did he want from you?" Lumen shook her head, looking confused. "That guy was pretty strange. He came straight up and introduced himself openly as an executive. Seems very different from the other Fatui harbingers. He said he just wanted to make an impression." Then, he mentioned that if there's ever a chance, he'd like to spar with me. TSK, what a weird guy. Are all the Fatui executives this strange? Jean turned her head to look at Ningguang, who pondered for a moment before replying softly. Liu's changes can't be hidden from everyone and we didn't intend to hide them either. Most likely, it was because Lumen had been coming and going from Ryan's place that caught Tartaglia's attention. He's trying to use Lumen as an entry point to understand what's going on with Ryan. But at least today, it seems like Child just wanted to get acquainted with you. Looks like the intel was off. This Child isn't just a mindless battle maniac. But whatever. Ningguang waved her hand dismissively and looked at Lumen. No need to worry about him. He won't dare to do anything in Liu Harbor. Just let things take their natural course. And with that, the matter of the Fatui was brushed off casually. To Ningguang and the others, the Fatui weren't even worth getting nervous over unless more harbingers showed up. After that, the group didn't bring up much else. With the rite of dissension about to begin, Ningguang also casually invited Jean and the others to attend the ceremony. Chances were, she wanted to use this high-profile event watched not only by all of Liu but now even by all of Teyvat officially announced their alliance with Mondstadt. While all was peaceful atop the Jade Chamber, far away in Inajima, the atmosphere was tense and grim. Under a torrential downpour, Baidu's Alcor stood firmly docked just outside the Ritu harbor. Baidu stood at the dock, silently gazing at the dark, stormy sea. Beside her stood a man wrapped tightly in a black hooded cloak. He was not tall, but judging by his aura, he was a powerful vision bearer. Big Sister Baidu, doing things so openly, is this really okay? Though the black hood concealed his face, Baidu could still sense his nervousness. Slapping him heartily on the shoulder, Baidu gave a carefree chuckle. No problem. This is Liu's Alcor. Do you think those 3.3 brain fat guys corrupted by Mora would dare make a move against me? Hearing that, the man gave a bitter smile. Baidu sounded bold but she did have the strength to back it up. Liu was already terrifyingly strong before. And now, he'd been staying in Liu for a while. No, we knew just how powerful it had become. Not even mentioning the Adepti or the Geo Archon, just those mysteriously enhanced Qinyan army soldiers alone could probably sweep through Inajima as long as the Raiden Shogun didn't intervene. It was complete dimensional suppression. But we're planning to take Kamisato away. Hey! Baidu glared at him. Kazuha, why are you being so timid? I'm the captain of the Alcor. If I think it's fine, what are you worrying about? If someone tries to stop us, we'll fight. Let's see if they really dare to lay a finger on me. Remember, once you're on the Alcor, you're a crew member of Liu. From now on, Liu's backing you. So act like it. Baidu clicked her tongue in annoyance. Can't believe you're a vision wielder. You've got less guts than a ginkgo nut. Hearing her scolding, Kaedhara Kazuha looked a bit embarrassed. Just as he was about to say something, a cloaked figure emerged from the darkness nearby. Baidu raised an eyebrow and grinned. Here they come. 206. Baidu bombards Ritu. Upon seeing Baidu, the newcomer visibly let out a sigh of relief. She quickly stepped forward and whispered. Sorry, Sister Baidu, I had to spend some time avoiding attention on the way. Baidu chuckled, patting Kamisato Ayaka on the shoulder. No problem. It's not too late to leave now. But you and Kazuha really have the same timid spirit. You could have just come openly. Why all the sneaking around? Ayaka gave a wry smile and shook her head. I didn't want to cause trouble for the Alcor. Just having you escort me to Liu is already a huge favor. Trouble? This? Baidu let out a hearty laugh. She was smuggling Kamisato Ayaka, taking her across Inajima's raging thunderstorm and into Liu. They should be just in time for the rite of dissension. This was Ayaka's request. After learning about the alchemical potion, she had tossed and turned, sleepless, and finally decided she needed to speak to Ningguang in person. Inajima couldn't go on like this. In the past few days, Ayaka had seen too many ordinary citizens ravaged by war and monsters. She couldn't stand by and watch those people continue to suffer. If possible, Ayaka even wanted to ask the Geo Archon to personally negotiate with the Raiden Shogun. After all, the people were innocent. If there was a nation among the seven capable of swiftly quelling Inajima's chaos, it was undoubtedly Liu. But the biggest problem wasn't crossing the storm barrier, it was. Would Liu even agree? Not interfering in other nations' domestic affairs was a strict Liu principle, upheld by the Geo Archon himself. And Ayaka knew well her asking Liu to intervene in quelling civil unrest was already far beyond appropriate. If there was even a sliver of hope that Inajima could resolve things on its own, Ayaka wouldn't make such a burdensome request. But the shogun remained in seclusion. The Vision Hunt Decree and Sakoku Decree continued to strangle the nation. The resistance and shogunate clashed constantly. No one had the resources to eliminate the monsters. Even on Narukami Island, where the shogun resided, they ran rampant. The people were in deep misery. Among the Tri-Commission, the Kamisato clan had once objected to the Vision Hunt Decree and now found themselves sidelined by the shogun. The other two commissions were suppressing the Yashiro Commission. No matter how brilliant her brother was, it was nearly impossible for him to overturn the current situation. Now, all they could do was barely hold on, distributing aid to the suffering citizens when possible. The situation was dire. Ayaka had to take action to save Inajima. Baidu understood Ayaka's burden and sighed lightly. My old friend isn't that easy to convince. All I can do is get you there, the rest is up to you. I understand. Ayaka nodded and took a deep breath. You've already done more than enough for us, Sister Baidu. From here on, it's up to us Inajamans to earn our own future. Baidu didn't argue. Though deep down, she doubted Ayaka would succeed. Even as an old friend, it was rare for Ningguang to agree to anything Baidu asked, let alone for someone like Ayaka, and there was no way the Geo Archon himself would personally mediate something like this with the Raiden Shogun. Shaking her head, Baidu turned to let Ayaka and Kazuha board the ship when she suddenly stopped. Ha! Baidu's lips curled into a cold smile. Looks like some clueless little mice have wandered in. Just as she spoke, several hundred Tenryu commissioned soldiers flooded into the port. Leading them was the head of the Iragi clan and inspector of Ritu, Iragi Shinsuke. Striding forward arrogantly, he stopped 100 meters from Baidu. He took note of the black-robed figures beside her. Kazuha and Ayaka and called out loudly, Captain Baidu, why are you trying to smuggle out Inajamans? Are you unaware of the Shogun's Sakoku decree? Baidu raised a brow and glanced at Kazuha and Ayaka, who were already battle-ready. What the hell does it have to do with you? Iragi's face darkened, and his tone turned harsh. We received a report. Captain Baidu is sheltering Vision Hunt fugitives. The Tenryu and Kanjo commissions have come to apprehend you. Don't make a mistake, this is a Najaman business. Baidu's expression grew even more mocking. Oh yeah, still none of your damn business. You. What about me? Baidu drew her greatsword and pointed it straight at Iragi Shinsuke. Old bastard, the only reason I haven't sliced you in half is out of respect for your so-called shogun. If you don't know your place, I'll gladly send you all to the bottom of the sea. Her aura erupted, an overwhelming wave of elemental power surged over the area. As the fearless pirate who once slew a sea beast, Baidu was without question one of Laya's top combatants. These soldiers, despite their numbers, were nothing compared to her. Iragi stumbled back a step, flushed with anger. Captain Baidu, this is Inajamon territory, not Laya. Do you really think we won't strike back? The Sakoku and Vision Hunt decrees are the shogun's, will they have nothing to do with you? Baidu stood tall with her greatsword resting on her shoulder. Her presence alone made Kazuha and Ayaka feel reassured. So what? Tell your shogun to come talk to me herself. Who the hell are you to speak to me like that? Then, she casually reached out and pulled back Kazuha's hood, revealing his face. With a teasing smile, she said, see clearly. This is Kaedhara Kazuha, fugitive you're after. Go ahead. Arrest him. The Tenryu commission troops stirred, lifting their weapons and stepping forward. Baidu snorted, raising her hand. Zhangzuo, where the hell are you? Your captain is being threatened, just gonna sit there and watch. From the Alcor, not far away, a voice rang out cheerfully. Fire the cannons. Let's boost our captain's prestige. Boom. Several cannons on the Crux fleet's flagship thundered, crashing into the waters near the dock. The splash drenched Iragi Shinsuke and his men. Baidu grinned and shouted. That aim was off, Zhangzuo. Look carefully, these guys are pointing weapons at me. Understood, Captain. The cannon barrels swiveled ominously, aiming directly at the Tenryu commissioned soldiers. Baidu raised her hand slightly, and panic broke out among the soldiers. They hastily dropped their weapons and retreated. Baidu sneered. This is the kind of trash that dares threaten me. Who gave you that courage? Iragi Shinsuke fumed but involuntarily stepped back. You dare start a war on Inajaman soil? Do you want to spark conflict between Liu and Inajama? Do you really think the shogun won't retaliate? War with Liu? You think you're worthy? Baidu let out a boisterous laugh, as if she'd heard the funniest joke. A bunch of useless dogs sitting on their asses, and you dare talk about war with Liu? Do you even qualify? Say another word, and I'll dump every last one of you into the sea. When I return to Liu, I'll tell the Kixing that you were plotting against Lia's land. I'd like to see how you pathetic, rotten fools plan to face our Qianyan army, and your oh-so-distant shogun who ignores her people's suffering. How will you stand against the Lord of Geo and the might of the immortals descending upon you? Baidu, full of heroic spirit, stood alone against hundreds of Tenryu commissioned soldiers and yet completely overwhelmed them. Behind her wasn't just the powerful Alcor, but the might of Liu itself. If nothing else, those brave and battle-hardened crew members aboard the Alcor, each carrying alchemical potions, could tear these soldiers apart with just a few dozen men. Baidu had every right to her pride. Kaedhara Kazuha, who had known Baidu for a while, sighed. She was usually bold and easygoing, and treated others with friendliness and warmth. For her to act like this meant she was truly angry. And that was understandable. Baidu's past was no secret. She had suffered in her youth and climbed up from poverty through her own strength. She couldn't bear to see ordinary people suffer. And these men standing before her now were very much the cause of Inajama's chaos. The fact that she hadn't already drawn her blade and struck them down was restraint in itself. Trash will always be trash. Your blades are forever turned on your own people. With scum like you, it's no wonder Inajama is in such a state. Baidu sneered, curling her lip, and beckoned with her hand. Let's go. Openly, and without hiding, she led Kazuha and Ayaka up to the deck of the Alcor. She cast a cold glance at the speechless but seething Tenryu and Kanjo commission members. She let out a mocking chuckle. So fond of watching us leave, how touching. Zongzuo, she called out, keep your eyes on them. Until Rita disappears from our view, if anyone dares move a muscle blow them sky high. Nearby, Zongzuo grinned and gave a cheerful nod. No problem, boss. I've got the best aim on the ship. Baida gave a short grunt and retracted her disgusted gaze from the men below. Rats in the gutter reek in disgust. Not wanting her guests to stand in the rain, she gave the command to set sail. And so, right under the watchful, terrified eyes of the Tenryou Commission members, the mighty Alcor boldly sailed away into the lightning storm. 10 or so minutes later, Rita finally disappeared from the ship's sensors. Kazuha and Ayaka quietly breathed a sigh of relief and removed their hooded cloaks that had concealed their identities. Kazuha gave a bitter smile and said awkwardly, "Sorry, Captain, I've caused you trouble." "Trouble?" Baidu took a swig of wine and laughed heartily. "You call that trouble? A bunch of cowards who crumble the moment you raise your voice? That's no trouble. But the Kanjo Commission does guard Rita's port, Baiduja. If you do this, the next time you come to Inajima," Ayaka gently reminded her. After all, everyone in Inajima knew how the Kanjo Commission bullied foreign merchants. Baidu waved it off with a scoff and a relaxed face. "That's for other people. Let them try and trouble a Laya merchant. With how protective the Kixing are, if they don't send troops to flatten the Commission's headquarters, I'll start underestimating Ningguang. Besides, does the Alcor even need to worry about the Kanjo Commission? If they try to mess with me, I'll sail over and blast their base to rubble." As Ningguang's close friend, Baidu received letters and new equipment from her even while in Inajima. There were 2 entire crates of alchemical potions on the Alcor. Just with those, the ship could flatten the entire Tenryou Commission. Not to mention enchanted gear on top of that. Baidu knew exactly how deep Laya's foundations ran. Not only could it overpower war-torn Inajima if all 7 nations joined forces, they'd still have to think twice before provoking Laya. Ayaka pressed her lips together and said awkwardly, "The Tenryou and Kanjo commissions are small matters, but the Shogun, after all." Before she could finish, the thunder in the sky suddenly roared louder. It was like heaven's wrath, bearing down on the Alcor with overwhelming force. Even from within the cabin, the passengers could feel the ship rocking more and more. The divine pressure made both Ayaka and Kazuha tense up inside. The Raiden Shogun had indeed noticed them. Baidu sat calm and unmoved, like a mountain. Feeling that overwhelming thunderous aura, she sneered. "So you've noticed? Turn a blind eye to your suffering people, but you fixate on my little ship. Go. I'd love to see what the great Raiden Shogun plans to do with me." 207 Ryan's Secret to Growing Strong. 207 Ryan's Secret to Growing Strong. Outside the Alcor, rain poured down in torrents, and lightning crashed violently into the sea. This was the divine might of the Raiden Shogun. With effortless ease, she could change the fabric of the world and summon countless bolts of lightning. Especially now still within the waters of Inajima, with the ley lines under her command, her strength had been greatly amplified. However, in the eyes of Kazuha and Ayaka, whether it was Baidu or the Alcor's crew, they remained calm, unbothered, and carried on with their work as if the heavenly wrath was no more than roadside weeds, completely insignificant. Ayaka felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. This thunderstorm was likely aimed at her. For ordinary Inajiman citizens trying to flee, the only thing they'd need to deal with would be the Shogun's natural thunder barrier. But for her, it was different. She was the Shirasagi Haimgami, the eldest daughter of the Kamisato clan, part of the Yashiro Commission, Inajima's upper echelon. Naturally, the Raiden Shogun would not permit her to leave Inajima. The divine pressure deepened, stirring the sea as if it might be torn asunder. Ayaka gave a bitter smile and murmured, "I'm sorry, Baiduji. It looks like I've brought trouble upon you all. Maybe you should let me off. I can cross the sea by freezing it." Her voice was full of sorrow and helplessness. The Raiden Shogun, exalted and mighty, had chosen to ignore the suffering of Inajima's people only to turn her attention to a mere noblewoman like herself. Was this something to be honored by? To Ayaka, it was more tragic than anything. The Raiden Shogun of the past had cared for her people, sheltering every citizen in the palm of her hand. When did things turn out this way? Just as she was lamenting, Baidu placed a heavy hand on her shoulder, smiling. "It's fine. Today, I'm taking you with me. No one can stop that." Ayaka blinked, stunned. She knew the Alcor was frighteningly powerful. Every crew member carried alchemical potions and could easily sweep across Inajima. But there was an unbridgeable gap between mortals and gods. No matter how strong alchemy was, it couldn't defy a god's will. Ayaka grew anxious. "Baiduji, I understand your intentions, but this is the will of the Shogun. I don't want to get everyone else involved." But Baidu shook her head leisurely. "True, gods are high above and not to be defied. I'm not arrogant enough to think a few potions can beat an Archon. But don't forget." With unshakable confidence, Baidu straightened and looked up at the thunder pressing down from the sky. "This is Laya's Alcor. We are the people of the Geo Archon. If we die at sea in a storm, or to sea beasts, that means our skills weren't enough. But if a god dares attack us," she sneered coldly, her voice deep and sharp, "then our Lord Morix will step in." As her words fell, the golden Laya characters carved on the Alcor's prow lit up with a brilliant radiance. A force far beyond the thunder's oppressive might soared into the sky. "Ancient. Majestic. Vast. It was like a flood flowing out from the depths of history. In an instant, the churning sea calmed and became as solid as a bed of rock. Vaguely, a golden figure wearing a white hood manifested above the Alcor. It was a projection of the Geo-Archon himself. He said nothing, simply gazing quietly at the raging storm in the sky. His gaze was calm, and his presence subdued, but the lightning stalled. After a few reluctant cracks of thunder, the storm slowly dispersed. The clouds parted, and the world grew bright. The Alcor had never stopped moving calmly, it continued sailing toward Laya. The projection of the Geo-Archon vanished without a trace. From beginning to end, he merely showed a pan that alone had been enough to disperse the Raiden Shogun's summoned storm. Since the Archon War, the Geo-Archon had kept a low profile and rarely made public appearances in Teyvat. But no one had ever dared forget his might. It was he who held Laya firm, who struck down countless gods with spear and fist, forging a legacy 1,000 years strong. Among the gods, no one surpassed him in power, though Laya's people affectionately called him Rex Lapis. To the other Archons, he was known by only one name, the god of war Morax. Countless gods had died by his hand in the Archon War. Others were sealed by him. Many more had fled from Laya without even daring to face him. While generations of mortals had come and gone, the gods and history itself would forever remember the terrifying power of the god of war. Baidu wasn't surprised in the least. She cupped her fists toward the sky, then ordered the ship to pick up speed toward Laya. With the rite of descension approaching, she needed to return quickly. She turned and led Kazuha and Ayaka back into the cabin, sitting down as if nothing had happened and resumed drinking. So that was the Geo-Archon. Thinking back to that crushing pressure just moments before, Kazuha wiped the cold sweat from his palm. Every cell in his body had screamed at him not to even draw his sword. He truly lives up to the name of the god of war, the original Archon. He sighed and shook his head, saying no more. Ayaka, still confused, remained silent for a while before asking, Baidu, why would the Geo-Archon? Isn't it curious? Baidu chuckled. With plenty of time on the journey, she didn't mind explaining. Because the nature of things is different. The Lord doesn't interfere in personal grievances. In the early days, many Laya's sailors died at sea from storms, beasts. I was angry too, wondering why the Archon didn't protect his people. But later, I understood. Baidu set down her cup and sighed softly. To him, we're like his children. When we grow up, we have to face the world ourselves. The risks and dangers we face are our own responsibility. If we die to those, it means we weren't good enough. We can't blame anyone. But if the one who attacks us is a god or another Archon, then the Geo-Archon will not stand by. Like I said, it's all about the nature of the threat. If two kids fight, it's their business. But if an adult or a god steps in to bully one of them, then the other kid's parent will get involved. The Lord of Geo would never let us be bullied. Hearing this, Ayaka finally understood why Baidu and the others were so fearless. But she couldn't help but feel emotional. Laya's economy was already thriving, and now it also possessed all kinds of miraculous resources. Its strength had risen to unimaginable heights. On a purely human level, none of the 7 nations or Teyvat's major powers could stand against them. And if someone shamelessly begged a god to intervene, they would then have to face the arrival of the Geo-Lord and the Adepti. From top to bottom, Laya was solid as a rock, utterly unshakable. Even now, the Kixing continued to diligently maintain and strengthen the nation. Looking at it this way, Laya really did seem truly invincible. But admiration for Laya was one thing. Ayaka had more important matters to deal with. She remembered why she was heading to Laya in the first place. Worry began to cloud her mind again. She had heard that among the Kixing, the one truly calling the shots these days was Ningguang. And Ningguang was notoriously difficult to deal with. Convincing her would not be an easy task. Ayaka couldn't see how someone like herself, a pampered noble lady since birth, could ever compete with someone like Ningguang, who stood undefeated in the ruthless world of commerce and politics. Thinking about Ningguang, Baidu chuckled. Ayaka nodded with concern. To suddenly go to Laya and ask for assistance, I doubt Miss Ningguang would agree. After all, Laya already had plenty of its own responsibilities. Why would it bother with the mess in Inajima? Baidu shook her head. I won't give you false hope. Ningguang is extremely decisive, and the Lord of Geo has already declared that Laya must not interfere in the domestic affairs of other nations. But still, it's worth trying. When the time comes, I'll help put in a word for you. Though she said that, Baidu wasn't sure if even she could make Ningguang budge. When it came to national interests, personal feelings didn't mean much. But even if you do want to go, you'd better not approach her directly with your request. The rite of parting is just around the corner, and Ningguang is the one presiding over this year's ceremony. She's extremely busy. If you go to her right now, she might just get annoyed and kick you out. Ayaka nodded quietly. I understand. The two stopped discussing it and instead chatted about general matters regarding Laya. After all, when paying a visit, one should bring a gift. Since Ayaka had left in a rush, she hadn't brought anything suitable. She'd have to buy something in Laya harbor later. Meanwhile, the storm brewing in Inajima was unknown to Xian and the others. Zhongli knew, of course, but he didn't bother saying anything. Such small matters weren't worth his attention. He was practically retired. Why should he bother with these headaches? The next morning, once Jean and the others had gathered in the courtyard, Ryan greeted them with breakfast before opening the gate into the MC world. Ningguang, Keqing, and Ganyu still hadn't come. The rite of parting was just a few days away, and they were all incredibly busy. In fact, if Hu Tao hadn't snuck her way to the top yesterday, Ganyu would have had to work overtime at Yuehai Pavilion again last night. Because of Hu Tao's move, however, Ganyu had unexpectedly returned to see Ryan. After exhausting herself to keep him busy until dawn, she dragged herself off to work. Originally, her plan had been to tire Ryan out so he wouldn't have the energy to get involved with Hu Tao while she was swamped with work. Unfortunately, she underestimated Ryan and overestimated herself. After all that effort, she could barely stand, while Ryan was still stretching and limbering up, totally relaxed. Eventually, Ganyu gave up on her schemes and no longer cared whether Hu Tao managed to get close to him. In fact, she even started looking forward to Hu Tao helping ease her burden a little. Crossing through the portal, everyone returned to the manor villa. The unique world left Albedo utterly stunned. He wished he could study every blade of grass and tree for research. Klee, on the other hand, didn't care one bit about how different the world was. The moment they landed, she let go of Ryan's hand and began happily running around the villa. Thankfully, she didn't immediately pull out her Jumpy Dumpty to cause explosions. This gave Jean a moment of relief. As Ryan shared his constitution with the others, Lisa let out a comfortable sigh. Ah, such powerful strength. After getting used to this, my original witch's body feels a bit fragile. She stretched lazily, her voluptuous figure practically radiating allure. Ryan didn't pay her much attention after all. Hu Tao was still clinging to his arm. He simply teased with a smile. Well, now that the curse suppression is gone, you could always train your body. Training. Lisa raised an eyebrow and waved her hand disinterestedly. No thanks. A proper lady covered in sweat? That's just terrible for one's image. Besides, do you really think plain exercise can give you strength powerful enough to shatter the heavens like yours? Ryan nodded solemnly, full of confidence. I have a training regimen that'll make you unbelievably powerful in 3 years. Hearing this, everyone perked up their ears to listen carefully. Even Zhongli wasn't an exception. Though his divine power was immense and further enhanced by Lia's leyline, she didn't mind gaining the kind of raw, world-breaking physical strength Ryan had. Seeing everyone staring at him expectantly, Ryan cleared his throat and announced, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day, for 3 years. Hu Tao blinked and asked curiously, and then I'll become stronger. Ryan nodded with a mysterious smile. That's right. After 3 years when you go bald, you'll have become One Punch Man. 208 MC World Klee's Demolition Ground. 208 MC World Klee's Demolition Ground. At first, Xiao had thought if he could gain pure power like Ryan, then going bald might not be such a bad trade-off. Besides, that level of training, it was child's play for everyone present. But seeing Ryan's broad smile, Xiao realized he was just joking around. He dropped the idea altogether. Lisa, ever charming, rolled her eyes playfully and teased. A lady's image is everything, you know. If I went bald, how would I ever seduce you again? Ryan just shrugged, ending the teasing there. Stretching lazily, he said with a calm smile. Come on, let's head out. The changes over the past few days, only by seeing them with your own eyes will you truly understand. Dragons. Venti instantly raised his hand excitedly, looking at Ryan with sparkling eyes. I heard you've raised several more dragons. Hee hee. Ryan, we're best friends, right? Seeing that greedy look on Venti's face, Ryan sighed and replied helplessly. You really are the ultimate playboy. You just got an Ender Dragon, and now you want more. Lisa already told Maya brought the Ender Dragon back to Mondstadt and got chased around by Dvalin for quite a while. Venti's expression stiffened. He rubbed his nose awkwardly and muttered. Chased sounds so aggressive. It was just a friendly game between old pals. Dvalin and I are super close. It's just, Dvalin's a little possessive, that's all. Ryan smirked but said nothing. Venti, that scoundrel. First, he tells Dvalin, you're free now. Then immediately goes off flying through the skies with another dragon. Classic two-faced behavior. We broke up so you could be free. I'm with her now because she needs me. What a guy. Ryan silently crowned Venti as Teyvat's ultimate heartbreaker. As they stepped out of the villa, the first thing that greeted them was the fully rebuilt Jueyun Karst, now behind the mountain estate. Several towering peaks rose into the sky, connected by wooden bridges. At the center stood a quaint, ancient-style floating city, suspended in midair like a mystical mirage. Immortal energy lingered in the air. All across the mountaintops, workers were still building statues not of Zhongli or Cloud Retainer, but of long-gone immortal friends. Moon Carver, Mountain Shaper, Skybracer, Stormbreaker, Doomguard, Earth Shatter. All immortal allies from the past, their likenesses vividly carved onto the mountain faces. Zhongli stood still for a moment. No wonder Cloud Retainer had told him to stay out for a few days, said she had a surprise for him. A surprise. It truly was a monumental one. The newly constructed, artificial Jueyun Karst stood tall, resembling the days of the Archon Rimmerdals gathered once again, just like the old days when they snuck moments of peace during endless battles. It felt like they had never left. Despite being made from Minecraft blocks, the statues were astonishingly lifelike. Each immortal's expression was perfectly captured, some smiling, some solemn, some in mid-laughter. It was the work of Laya's top design team, who came in and meticulously crafted everything. Cloud Retainer participated too, but kept her input to a minimum. She quietly followed instructions, placing blocks like an ordinary Kixing craftsman. This was the final thing she could do for her old friends, ensuring that they were remembered exactly as they were. Zhongli's eyes shimmered. A faint mist blurred his vision. You've all done so much. As his gaze passed over each statue, memories surged back. 1,000 years later, he never thought he'd see this day. Ryan patted Zhongli's shoulder gently, saying nothing. Not far away, Base 1 had undergone major reconstruction. It was now a massive stone fortress built from cobblestone, filled with advanced tech and mob farms, bustling with activity. Across the plains, a vast Laya-style city was nearly complete. Fine-tuning the details was all that remained. Even Jean and Lisa couldn't help but marvel at Laya's efficiency and scale. The original villa had nearly doubled in size since their last visit. Now it had 3 levels. The first level was purely aesthetic, no redstone contraptions, just farms, gardens, lakes, and a refined residence. This was where Ryan usually relaxed, farming or breeding animals during his downtime. The second level was packed with all sorts of tech, villager trade halls, automated farms, and more. Some sections had been rearranged for better optimization. The third level. This was home to nearly 20 dragons, some lazily wandering about, others napping sprawled on the ground. Beyond the third level stood the private homes built by the others: Wangxing Funeral Parlor, Yuehai Pavilion, Jade Chamber, and more, some hovering in the sky, others grounded. Although everyone had their personal homes, they still preferred gathering in Ryan's villa. Even Ganyu, when resting in this world, stayed with Ryan. Such a wondrous world. Every corner echoes with rules and logic. It's an alchemist's paradise. Albedo sighed in awe, itching to dive straight into research. Ryan, sensing his thoughts, shook his head. This world has strict laws. Everything functions under tight control. You can't just break the rules. Your research should focus on bringing materials from here back to Teyvat. Combine them with our laws to make new breakthroughs. Of course, you're welcome to visit and explore anytime. Albedo nodded. For him, it made no real difference. As long as he could study alchemy, the location didn't matter. He wasn't overly curious about the unknowns of this world. Alright, since Klee and Albedo just arrived, let's start with a gift. Ryan led them toward the dragon stables on the third level. We currently have 8 dragon types. The ones with saddles are already tamed. The rest you're welcome to pick and raise as your own. They're powerful and can fly freely through the skies. Ryan scooped Klee into his arms with a cheerful smile and said, Albedo is geo-aligned, so elemental reactions aren't much of a concern for him. You can decide for yourself. But little Klee's different. I recommend she raise an ice dragon. It'll help her trigger elemental reactions more easily. Klee looked at him with her usual sparkly, curious eyes. Ice dragon. Ryan pointed toward a nearby pure white dragon lying lazily and dozing under the sun. Do you like it? Klee's eyes lit up the moment she saw it, love overflowing from her expression. I love it. Klee wants the icy dragon. Is big bro Ryan really giving it to Klee? Ryan chuckled, took out a saddle, and walked over to the ice dragon with her in his arms. From now on, this dragon is yours, little Klee. You can ride it and drop your bombs from above. It'll be loads of fun. This dragon can also protect you, so you must take good care of it, alright? Klee nodded seriously, trying to put on a stern face, but only ended up looking even cuter. Klee will take very, very good care of her dragon. With a little heave-ho, she jumped down and gently patted the ice dragon's head. The chilly, frosty touch made her giggle with glee. She threw her arms around the ice dragon and shouted joyfully. The dragon had already been tamed by Ryan beforehand and was incredibly docile. It affectionately nuzzled against Klee, recognizing her as its new master. The sight made Ryan's fatherly instincts flare up warmly. Ryan really does like kids. Hu Tao leaned on his arm and glanced at Klee, then whispered, Ryan, let's have a kid together someday. Then they can inherit the Wangxing Funeral Parlor. Ryan rolled his eyes and grumbled. Way too early. Maybe later. Hu Tao pouted but didn't push further. Ryan hadn't really considered having a child of his own yet, and even if he did, it would definitely be Ganyu who'd have to be the first. Otherwise, she'd probably sulk for weeks. Ryan, are you sure it's okay to give Klee a dragon? Jean asked, a bit uneasy as she watched Klee already flying through the air, joyfully riding the ice dragon through the skies. Klee's destructive potential was already off the charts. Now with a dragon, even without talking about elemental reactions, just the image of Klee dropping bombs from high altitude was enough to worry Jean. The memory of Klee bombing the skies around the Jade Chamber during the Celestia Gate incident was still fresh. It's no problem, Ryan waved it off with a pampering smile as he watched Klee loop and dive joyfully in the air. Don't let her size fool you. Klee knows her limits. Besides, in this world, she can explode things freely as long as she doesn't hurt anyone. It's totally fine. Honestly, her Jumpty Dumpties have probably had their power heavily nerfed by the local world laws. Jean opened her mouth to argue but gave up. Ryan had a point. All of their elemental powers had been suppressed in this world. Clees were no exception. Realistically, unless it was a particularly strong explosion, one bomb might only blow up a couple of blocks. In Ryan's eyes, as long as no one got hurt, even if Klee blew up half the manor, he could fix it in minutes. This world was Klee's playground. Turning back to his own dragon, Ryan said, "Let's go. I'll take you all to the base. We've started mass production of firearms. Your MP5s are outdated now and way too weak. Time to give you an upgrade." Jean naturally nodded in full agreement. For now, firearms were still the most reliable tools in this world. As for resources, the base near the end, which now belonged to Mondstadt, had tons of lucky blocks and rich mine networks. Now that Klee was here, resource acquisition would be effortless. The dragons beat their wings and soared low over the plains, and within moments, they reached Base 1. This base had undergone a dramatic transformation. The entire structure now resembled a castle. Given that it was primarily manned by the Millelith, the term fortress would be more accurate. A vast landing zone, walled with stone, stretched out from the fortress, clearly built to accommodate Ryan and the others' dragons. Ryan landed first, and the rest followed. Even Albedo and Klee, both new to dragon riding, managed to land gracefully. Riding a dragon was relatively simple in flight. Your intentions synced with the dragon's mind. Whatever action you wanted, you only needed to think it. This was why everyone agreed owning a dragon greatly boosted one's combat potential. After landing, Nahitha and Klee each clung to one of Ryan's hands, happily following by his side. Hu Tao, meanwhile, looked slightly jealous. Ryan chuckled and waited until everyone had secured their dragons, then pushed open the fenced gate and led them into Base 1. The moment they stepped in, Jean froze in shock. From the air, it hadn't looked like much. But now that she saw it from ground level, the scale of development was staggering. This wasn't a base anymore. It was a full-blown military-industrial complex. 209, oh no, Klee found the RPG. The dragon landed inside Base 1. As the door swung open, what greeted them first was a tall wall of cobblestone, as majestic as the Great Wall itself. Every so often along the wall stood a fully enclosed bunker. But it wasn't the bunkers that caught Jean and Lisa's attention. What truly shocked them was what stood on the walls. At regular intervals, a member of the Millelith stood guard, clad in full enchanted iron armor, eyes stern as they scanned the outside. Some wore pitch-black tactical uniforms, bulletproof vests. Each one was equipped with an assault rifle, and a belt of grenades wrapped around their waist. Inside the bunkers along the wall, 2 observation slits were visible. Through one slit, a long light machine gun could be seen, with a Millelith soldier calmly watching the perimeter. In the other slit, a grenade launcher was mounted. If you looked carefully, you could even spot a Millelith soldier prone on top of a bunker, holding a sniper rifle. An impenetrable fortress. With this kind of defense setup, it wasn't just ground attacks that would be repelled. Even enemies descending from the sky would be turned to Swiss cheese by the wall of bullets. Complete, all-angle defense with 0 blind spots. Jean stood frozen. Having only known the cold weapon defenses of Teyvat, she found it hard to process what she was seeing. After a long pause, she finally pressed her lips together and asked, with difficulty, "Ryan, this." Ryan had expected Jean and Lisa would be shocked. He shrugged helplessly and replied, "Well, this world's gotten a lot more dangerous. These people stationed here full-time need the strength to protect themselves." Jean and Lisa fell silent. This wasn't just about self-defense. A rough count showed at least 10 machine guns, 20 sniper rifles, and 10 grenade launchers mounted on the walls. And the number of assault rifles? Too many to count. At this level, even a god descending wouldn't make it through without taking a hit. But it had only been about 2 weeks since they left. Ryan had kept saying that modern firearms were difficult to produce in bulk, and now they were this widespread. If they waited a little longer to return, would they find Peacekeeper missiles installed in long-range launch silos? Ryan gave a chuckle and said, "Better to be prepared than caught off guard." Jean pursed her lips and responded slowly, That's true." Ryan didn't bother explaining further. He wasn't lying. Ever since the modern weaponry mod was fully integrated, the world had become much more dangerous. There were large-scale bandit raids, not necessarily 100-person forces every day, but dozens at a time, every few days. And on top of that, there were occasional attacks from mutated monsters. The Millelith weren't exactly overwhelmed, but their days were no longer idle. Someone had to always stay behind to defend the base, in case miners and patrols returning home were ambushed right at the doorstep. The situation was more or less the same over at Base 2. At this hour, most of the miners were already out working. Only the Millelith stationed on the wall remained. There weren't many others. Ryan was about to introduce the base to Jean and Lisa when Dashi came hurrying out of the fortress. She'd clearly received word of their arrival. Jean took one look and fell silent again. The man was so heavily armed, it made Ryan look modest in comparison. A belt of grenades at the waist, an RPG strapped to his back, an assault rifle in his arms, and a pistol holstered on his thigh. He looked absolutely burdened yet moved effortlessly. Upon seeing Ryan, Dashi rushed over, beaming, "Master Ryan, Are you here to inspect the base? Would you like a report on our recent progress? Ryan smiled and said softly, just bringing Jean and the others to take a look. Also, tell the blacksmithing division to prepare some standard-issue firearms for them. Dashi immediately understood it was for Jean and her team. He nodded at once. There are some ready-made weapons already in storage. Captain Jean can personally choose what she wants. But if I may trouble her, could I ask for a written request? It'll help me report back to Lady Ningguang. Also, Master Ryan, about those weapon components you requested. We've made quite a few. Should we proceed with the modifications now? These components were blueprints Ryan had drawn up after the basic distribution of firearms was complete. After all, just having a gun wasn't enough. The real magic of firearms lies in customization. Let's do it together later, Ryan said, then led Jean and the others toward the blacksmith area to collect their weapons. These days, Ryan rarely requested raw minerals directly. Instead, Base 1 would smelt ores into weapons or refined components on site, then ship them over to him. At the manor, Ryan had finally fulfilled a dream. He'd built his own private armory. Dozens upon dozens of different firearms were stored there. And the bullets? He had an entire room full of crates stacked floor to ceiling. The forge department of this world had been divided into 3 separate zones, each guarded by Millilith soldiers. Although Ryan trusted those stationed here, precautions were still necessary. He couldn't allow any one individual to learn how to craft hot weapons from scratch. What if someone smuggled the materials to Laya Harbor and casually made a gun while on leave? At the outer edge of the first forge zone, Ryan brought Jean and the others to a section of the wall guarded by 4 Millilith soldiers. There was a mechanism. Once the lever was pulled, the wall shifted open, revealing densely packed crates, all filled with modern firearms. Most of these, Ryan already had in his collection, so he simply let Jean and her team choose what they liked. While they picked through the weapons, Ryan turned to Dashi and inquired about the state of the base. Last night had been peaceful, but just before sunset, there was another bandit raid. 17 attackers. A few RPG shots later, not a trace remained. Glancing back at Jean and the others still picking out guns, Ryan spoke in a soft voice. In a few days, it'll be the rite of dissension. Head over to Base 2 and New Town to inform them. Tell them to get ready. We'll be heading back to Laya for a bit of a break. Dashi paused, looking a bit troubled. All of us. Strictly speaking, the rite of dissension was one of Laya's grandest ceremonies, and of course the Millilith would want to attend. But even back in Teyvat, without Minecraft's influence, those stationed in critical zones like the chasm weren't summoned back. Let alone now, when all of Laya was depending on the steady stream of resources coming from this world. Ryan nodded slightly and chuckled. Just do as I said. And remember to bring your firearms. Dashi's eyes flickered. He seemed to understand something. He leaned closer and whispered in Ryan's ear, lowering his voice. Master Ryan, is there some reckless fool planning to stir up trouble during the rite of parting? Ryan couldn't help but laugh. Stir up trouble? That was quite likely. It could be the Fatui, or even the demon god Oziel. But ultimately, it was all because Zhongli had insisted on abdicating. Who knew how Zhongli would feel if he heard Dashi say something like that? Seeing that Ryan didn't answer, Dashi understood. He nodded. In a few days, I'll lead the team back to guard the city. As for the firearms, I'll report to Lady Ningguang and have them stored in the designated area. Ryan smiled faintly. Although he had convinced Zhongli to abandon his idea of faking his death, the proper procedures still had to be followed. Prolonged chaos in Laya wasn't good for Ryan's plans to develop this world. He needed to time things right. Recently, he'd been planning to have the Qianyan army follow the river downstream to scout out more suitable locations for new bases. But more importantly, Ryan really wanted to see what kind of shockwaves massed firearms would send through Teyvat. As for whether Celestia would be startled awake, if worst came to worst, he'd just punch it back to sleep. Until more of his favorite mods were activated and until Laya had the power to confront Celestia head-on, Ryan didn't mind helping them handle some of the trickier issues. Just as he was about to discuss firearm modifications with Dashi, distant gunfire rang out. Jean and the others immediately reacted, grabbing their weapons and running to Ryan's side. Ryan, we're under attack. Jean spoke with tension in her voice. Ryan waved a hand calmly. Relax. Did you forget the defenses you just saw? Jean froze for a moment, then exhaled in relief. Well, since we're here anyway, let me show you what your base will look like. For now, you'll probably have to follow Laya's methods. With that, Ryan led the group, now swelling into a sizable crowd, toward the city wall. The gunfire outside grew louder, but the Qianyan soldiers inside and atop the walls remained unfazed. Clearly, this wasn't the first time they'd been attacked. The MC world was growing more dangerous, though Laya was able to handle it with ease. But for Jean, this wasn't good news. Her Knights of Favonius would still need a lot of time to adapt. And if they got ambushed by people wielding firearms during that time, that would be a nightmare. They couldn't just have knights duel people holding automatic rifles. If that happened, Laya would be building cemeteries for wolves, while Mondstadt would be erecting tombs for knights. Ryan noticed Jean's troubled expression and softly reassured her. When your people arrive, have them start at Base 1 or Base 2 to get familiar with the weapons. Once they're trained, they can move into your base and start work. Jean thought it over and nodded, realizing it was the best plan. She softly thanked him. Gunfire erupted. Qianyan soldiers on the walls opened fire in response. Light machine guns poured out steel torrents, drowning out the sound of other rifles with suppressive fire. The attack was coming from the main gate, so the soldiers in other sectors merely glanced over and then returned to their posts. While they did envy the gunners' freedom to shoot wildly, duty was the highest virtue of a Qianyan soldier. The screeching gunfire was unsettling for most, except for Klee. From the moment the shooting started, her eyes had gone wide and now she was literally bouncing with excitement. Ryan led the group up the wall and casually glanced at the attacking bandits. There were about 30 of them. Given that the firefight had lasted a minute or two already, the original group was probably around 40 to 50, a medium-sized bandit crew. Snipers picked them off one by one, and machine guns sprayed indiscriminately. Their numbers were dropping fast. Maybe thinking this was taking too long, Dashi activated the comms and said, "Bunkers 3 and 4, RPGs ready. Loaded and ready to fire." Dashi turned to look at Ryan. The latter gave a nod. Dashi raised his voice and commanded, "Fire." A deafening roar drowned out all other gunfire. 2 rockets, trailing flames, landed right in the middle of the enemy ranks. 2 mushroom clouds bloomed on the battlefield, tearing up the ground and flinging dirt everywhere. A sniper in the bunker scanned the aftermath and calmly reported, "All enemies eliminated. Clear the battlefield. Stay alert." To Dashi, this kind of skirmish didn't even warrant a comment. They'd been through so many small-scale firefights using modern weapons recently it was just routine. But among those present, there was one small elf whose eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. After a moment of silence, Klee suddenly let go of Ryan's hand and jumped into the air. "RPG! RPG!" Hearing Klee's gleeful shouting, Jean's heart sank. This was not good. 210, 210, Klee, art is a big mushroom. 210, 210, Klee, art is a big mushroom. Klee looked like she had just discovered the treasure of her dreams. Standing atop the city wall, she bounced up and down with excitement, shouting RPG. Her gaze darted between the blasted crater in the ground and the nearby fortress number 3 and number 4. The anticipation in her wide eyes was impossible to miss. Her adorable behavior made Ryan and the others even more fond of her. Zhongli, too, couldn't help but recall that mischievous witch Alice from the past. From this perspective, Klee's personality really was exactly like Alice's. However, Jean and Lisa exchanged a look, and in that glance, they both saw the same inner panic. Klee had set her sights on the RPG. This was a catastrophe waiting to happen. Klee's regular Jumpy Dumpty bombs were already terrifying enough, their explosive force was substantial. And with her chaotic mom occasionally mailing her high-risk materials to experiment with, Jean had personally witnessed Klee's high-powered bomb testing once. One single explosion had practically flattened Windwhale Highland. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, who would have believed the flat plain Windwhale had become used to be a mountainous region? Who would believe that kind of destruction came from a child? Klee's Jumpy Dumpties were already basically forbidden in Mondstadt. And now, Klee had her eye on an RPG. Given how powerful that thing was in this world, it was safe to say even conservative Lyot had more firepower than Klee's mid-tier Jumpy Dumpty bombs. If Klee got her hands on an RPG, Mondstadt wouldn't last 3 days before needing to be rebuilt. The real problem was, Ryan spoiled Klee rotten. If she asked for the stars, he'd bring them down for her. If she asked for the moon, he'd hand it over without question. If Klee even hinted that she wanted one. Wait. Jean glanced over at Ryan and saw the hint of excitement in his eyes. Cold sweat broke out all over her body. Klee didn't even need to ask, Ryan was about to offer it to her himself. Sure enough, before Jean could stop him, Ryan was already looking lovingly at Klee. "Klee, do you really want Ryan?" Jean cried out in alarm and leapt up, covering Ryan's mouth mid-sentence. Ryan looked at her in total confusion. In his impression, Jean was never one to act so rashly. Wait, could it be? Did Jean like him too? Lisa, meanwhile, was quietly wiping cold sweat off her brow. She stepped forward and linked arms with Ryan. "Let's go have a little chat over there." "Wait, but Klee still." "Now." Jean and Lisa took Ryan by both arms and hurried him away. Hu Tao watched the scene, utterly dumbfounded. She only ever dared sneak off with Ryan when Ganyu wasn't around. And now these two. They made a move on her man right in front of her. Wasn't she, Hu Tao, supposed to be the official main wife now? And these mistresses were just going to ignore her like that? Pouting furiously, Hu Tao was just about to march over and argue with them when she was stopped by Albedo. He spoke a bit awkwardly. "Don't worry, Director Hu. Captain Jean and the others aren't trying to steal your man. They're just worried about Klee." "Worried about Klee?" Hu Tao gave him a skeptical look. What kind of nonsense excuse was that? What did that have to do with abducting her man? Albedo didn't explain further. He simply motioned toward Klee. At that moment, Klee stood there, looking sweet and innocent as ever, right in front of Dashi. Her head tilted up, her wide eyes brimming with hope. "Big brother. That thing that makes the big mushroom cloud sis it called an RPG." Dashi froze for a moment, but he didn't dare treat Klee casually. She was, after all, Ryan's precious little girl, someone he'd been doting on ever since he got here. Besides, with Klee looking up at him like that, so adorably, no one could say no to that face. His expression softened, and he nodded. That's right. It's a thermal weapon granted to us by Master Rainan RPG rocket launcher. When it explodes, it really does make a mushroom cloud. Then can Klee play with one? Please, big brother. Klee made her intentions clear with childlike honesty. Dashi froze again. He hadn't expected such a tiny little girl to be so deeply in love with something like this. From the look in her eyes, she really meant it. If it were someone like Zhongli or the others asking, Dashi would have handed it over without question. But this was a child. Letting a kid play with a rocket launcher? Even if it wasn't a safety issue, Dashi could already imagine Ningguang getting so furious she'd fire him on the spot. After all, thermal weapons in the hands of a 3-year-old were just as lethal as in the hands of a 30-year-old. They could still kill. Dashi stood there, frozen, casting a pleading look toward Zhongli. Zhongli sighed. He recalled how Alice had once proposed blowing up the entire chasm. The memory left him with mixed feelings. That unreliable mother really had passed her eccentric hobbies down to the next generation. Klee. Albedo stepped forward and crouched beside her, gently ruffling her hair. These are weapons used by the Qianyan army to protect our homes and people. They can't just be loaned out, okay? And besides, lending out something so dangerous puts everyone at risk. Klee's eyes dimmed a little, and she nodded sadly. But she still responded maturely. Klee understands. It's just like my Jumpy Dumpty bombs. If someone else plays with them, it could be dangerous, right, Albedo big brother? Albedo breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, that's exactly right. Klee nodded seriously and turned to look at Dashur. Big brother Qianyan army, I'm sorry. Klee shouldn't have asked to borrow the weapon you use to protect everyone. Dashi quickly waved his hands. It's really fine. It's just that Master Ryan said these weapons must be strictly controlled and can't be casually lent out. Otherwise, we'd definitely let Miss Klee play with them for a while. In his heart, Dashi was deeply moved. No wonder Ryan liked Klee so much. She really was a sweet, sensible, and adorable little sprite. Who wouldn't dote on someone like her? If these hot weapons were his to freely manage, he'd definitely hand one over to Klee to play with without a second thought. Although Klee was still eyeing the RPG longingly, at least she wasn't throwing a tantrum to get it. Dashi quickly gave orders for his men to go collect supplies. On the other side, Jean and Lisa dragged Ryan to a corner. Only after confirming they were out of Klee's earshot did they release him. Ryan rubbed his nose, still feeling the warmth of their arms on his. He spread his hands with a helpless expression. Hey now, are you two kidnapping me for nefarious purposes or what? It's a bit bold doing this in public. If you want to talk, why not wait until we're back at the villa? Jean's face flushed red. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Lisa, however, didn't mind Ryan's teasing. She smiled playfully and leaned in closer. Really? I wouldn't be opposed. If you can get Ganyu and Hu Tao out of the way, I might pay you a visit tonight. Ryan chuckled, not pursuing the matter further. He hadn't even figured out how to deal with Hu Tao yet. If Lisa showed up, Hu Tao would probably tear him apart. Looking back at Klee, she was resting her chin on the parapet, gazing longingly at the crater created by the RPG explosion. It tugged at his heart a little. Ryan, were you actually planning to give Klee an RPG? Jean took a deep breath and asked with nervous urgency. Ryan nodded without hesitation. Of course. Klee seems to love that kind of thing. Lisa pursed her lips and softly asked. So, you're really planning to give such a dangerous weapon to Klee? Ryan was momentarily speechless, then waved it off. It's fine. Klee's a good kid, she won't hurt anyone. As long as she doesn't hurt people, she can blow up my house if she wants. You're such a doting father type. Lisa rubbed her temples with a sigh. Did you ever consider our feelings when you decided to give Klee something so dangerous? Ryan grinned and shrugged. Of course I did. Didn't I give you 2 RPGs too? Jean grew anxious. That's not the point. We're talking about Klee. Klee carrying a backpack full of bouncing bombs already gives us daily headaches. She's still a playful child. In Mondstadt, she's always getting into trouble by blowing up fish. She's flattened Windrise once, blew a hole in Mondstadt city wall, and destroyed several rooms of the Knights of Favonius by accidentally detonating bombs during experiments. Just a few days ago, while we were away, she collapsed a cave, destroyed some ruins, and even blew up 2 Fatui Vanguard squads. Klee is already dangerous. If you give her an RPG now, she could level the entire city of Mondstadt. Ryan, please, for Mondstadt's sake, don't do this. We really can't handle any more of her chaos. Ryan thought back on Klee's infamous past. Though not quite as spectacular as her mother Alice, who famously blew up Dvalin's lair and created Storm Terror's lair, Klee's own achievements were pretty legendary too. In this world, it might be fine so long as she didn't harm people. But back in Teyvat, yeah, it'd be a real problem. Ryan pursed his lips, turned to look at Klee again. She was still staring longingly at the giant crater. His heart softened. But Klee loves it so much. Ryan, you can't just spoil her like this. Lisa sighed, exasperated. I know you care about her, but if you keep indulging everything she wants, what if it leads her down the wrong path? Ryan fell silent for a moment. Deep down, he admitted Lisa had a point. But still, he believed that a sensible child like Klee wouldn't be easily led astray. Especially when he thought about Klee's eager little face, those eyes filled with hope, dreaming of owning her own RPG. It was weird, but Ryan really couldn't say no. After a long sigh, he finally relented. Alright. Until Klee learns to control her urge to blow things up, I won't give her any RPGs. But I can give her something else, right? Jean and Lisa were briefly stunned, not quite understanding what he meant, but as long as he wasn't giving her an RPG, anything else was negotiable. Mondstadt truly couldn't handle another Klee explosion. The three of them returned to the others. Ryan knelt down beside Klee and patted her head gently. Klee really liked the explosion just now, huh? Klee loved it. Her big eyes sparkled brightly, though she didn't beg or ask for anything. Mom once said, art is a kind of mushroom. But no matter how hard Klee tried with her bouncing bombs, she could never make a big mushroom. But Mom always believed in Klee. One day, I'll be as amazing as Mom and make my own big mushroom. Her words were so sweet and innocent, but when Jean and Lisa remembered what kind of mushroom she meant, a cold sweat broke out. After all, Alice's big mushroom had bloomed right in Storm Terror's lair. That day, all of Teyvat came to fear the name Alice the Demolitionist. When Klee grows up a bit more, I'll give you some RPGs. How's that sound? Really? Klee's eyes sparkled even brighter, filled with hope as she looked at Ryan. Of course. As long as Klee behaves and grows up well, I'll give you a bigger, much bigger mushroom, one so big the whole of Teyvat can see it. But for now, I can give Klee a small present. As he spoke, Ryan took out a set of round, chubby objects and handed them to her. Klee, remember this, these are called grenades. 211, the little girl who sells grenades, Klee. Watching as Ryan casually handed Klee a set of grenades, Jean was stunned. He may not have given her an RPG, but grenades. These things aren't exactly low threat. At the very least, they're no less dangerous than her Jumpy Dumpties. Wouldn't Klee become even more proficient at blowing things up now? Just imagining her tossing out a bunch of Jumpy Dumpties followed by a handful of grenades made Jean feel like she couldn't breathe. These weren't like Jumpy Dumpties. Klee's bombs were more of a pure pyro-based explosive. But grenades? These things didn't just blow up terrain. The shrapnel and ball bearings inside could easily turn anyone nearby into Swiss cheese. How on earth did Ryan think these were somehow less dangerous? Ryan. Jean pursed her lips, wanting to say something, but Lisa gently shook her head and stopped her. Besides the fact that Ryan had already handed them over. Grenades and Jumpy Dumpties weren't that different, they were both thrown explosives. Klee had been locked up countless times for misusing her Jumpy Dumpties. She'd learned well by now how to handle such things. Chances were, she wouldn't casually use them around Mondstadt anymore. Klee's demolition operations had already shifted to this world, and while grenades still packed a punch here, as long as they were used on buildings or terrain, it wasn't much of a problem. As for Klee's safety, Ryan was always accompanied by both Klee and Nahida. With him watching, there wouldn't be any real danger. What's more, when it came to protecting Klee, Ryan didn't cut corners. Just look at the mini totems of undying hanging from Klee and Nahida's belts. Each of them had at least 10, and as for alchemy potions and similar items, he gave them out in full sets. In terms of personal safety in this world, Klee and Nahida were probably even more secure than Zhongli or Venti. Grenades. Klee carefully cradled the round, black explosives in her arms. Her innate talent for explosions made her fall in love with them instantly. Klee loves them. Ryan is the best. She cheered joyfully and leapt up to hug Ryan's neck, planting a kiss on his cheek. Right beside them, Nahida's little mouth pouted even higher. Klee wants to give Ryan a present too. Mama said that when someone gives you a gift, you have to give one back. Smiling happily, Klee dug into her backpack and pulled out a bunch of Jumpy Dumpties to hand to Ryan. Ryan, these are my favorite treasures. They're for you. Thank you for your present. Hu Tao broke into a cold sweat. No wonder Jean and the others called her a little demolitionist. Even her idea of a gift was terrifying. Even though the elemental power of the Jumpy Dumpties had been greatly suppressed, Hu Tao still felt a tangible threat from them. She now believed that Klee might actually be Mondstadt's true trump card in battle. Ryan glanced at the adorable Jumpy Dumpties in his hand. It seemed he'd underestimated how powerful they actually were. Even in this world, though they weren't as strong as TNT or even grenades, they weren't far off, either. He put them away, then pointed at the grenades with a smile. Klee, these are a bit dangerous. When you use them, make sure you throw them really far. Don't toss them near yourself or anyone else, understand? Klee remembers. Klee nodded seriously, then carefully pulled out a grenade. Ryan, can Klee try throwing one? Of course. Ryan glanced down. The Qianyan soldiers had already collected the spoils and returned behind closed gates. The area outside was flat, perfect for grenade practice. So he began giving Klee lessons on how to throw them. It was such a sweet, parent-child looking moment, except that he was teaching her how to throw grenades. There was something a little eerie about that. Jean shook her head and sighed softly. I just hope Klee gets all the explosions out of her system in this world and doesn't go back to Teyvat tossing bombs around again. Just as she finished speaking, a grenade exploded below, sending dirt flying everywhere. Klee's excited cheer echoed up from the ground as she clung to Ryan, eager to learn how to throw even farther. Several Qianyan soldiers jumped in alarm, scrambling for cover. They'd recently had encounters with bandits carrying grenades. Compared to those who only used firearms, grenade users were much more dangerous. Even if they didn't cause casualties, they could destroy defensive structures in seconds. Fortunately, Dashi quickly sent word, "Don't worry, it's just Ryan teaching Klee how to throw grenades." The soldiers let out a collective sigh of relief and went back to their posts. Klee's explosive talents were exceptional. She picked things up instantly. After just a few demonstrations from Ryan, she'd already figured out the technique. Now she was throwing them one after another without restraint. In no time, she had used up the whole set. The ground in the distance was riddled with craters, like it had been through a bombing run. On a roll, Klee even pulled out a bunch of jumpy dumpties. Though less powerful than grenades, they still tore up the ground like a plow. Klee had never been so happy tossing explosives. She spent a good 10 minutes blowing things up along the city wall. Completely satisfied, she finally ran out of jumpy dumpties. But Ryan didn't hesitate. He immediately handed her 2 more sets of grenades. To him, it wasn't about the explosions. As long as Klee was happy, it was worth it. That said, Klee wasn't a thoughtless child. After letting out all her explosive energy, she remembered that Jean and the others were still waiting for her. So she tucked the grenades away and obediently snuggled up in Ryan's arms. Seeing this, Ryan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Jean and the others really underestimated how considerate Klee could be. How could such a well-behaved girl recklessly fire an RPG? He made a mental note. Next time when Jean wasn't paying attention, he'd secretly take Klee to play with the RPG. She'd probably be even happier. In the end, Ryan had successfully nurtured a little girl in Teyvat who sells grenades. And honestly, Alice would probably clap her hands in joy. Did you have fun, Klee? As Ryan returned with Klee and Nahida in his arms, Lisa smiled warmly and pinched Klee's cheek. Klee squinted with delight and shouted, "Super fun. Klee had so much fun. Klee loves Ryan. And Klee loves this world too." Lisa blinked and said softly, "Then from now on, unless Jean gives permission, you're not allowed to fish with bombs in Teyvat, alright? But in this world, as long as you don't hurt anyone or destroy everyone's hard work, you can throw all the bombs you want. Okay?" Klee tilted her head and thought for a moment, then quickly nodded. "Okay, Lisa sis. From now on, Klee will only throw bombs here. I'll be super careful not to hurt anyone. Good girl." Lisa gently rubbed Klee's ear, then straightened up and rolled her eyes at Ryan. "Well, you've gotten your wish now. Looks like Klee's going to stick to you from now on." Ryan chuckled nonchalantly. "No problem. I actually want Klee to be with me every day." As soon as he said that, Nahida lifted her head and stared at Ryan with a dark, brooding look as if she were staring at a heartless playboy. Ryan quickly corrected himself. "And Nahida too. She also has to be with me every day." Only when Nahida calmed down did Ryan finally breathe a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but wonder, how could this little loli be so jealous? She'd been asleep for 500 years. Did she even manage to learn how to get jealous during that time? After descending the city wall with the group, Dashi resumed his duties. The miners from Base 1 would be returning shortly with resources, and he needed to coordinate their arrival. With things mostly handled here, Ryan only had to take Albedo to inspect the alchemy workshop and examine some materials. Then in the afternoon, he'd take Jean and the others to check on Mondstadt's Base 1 before heading back. Albedo's official tasks began today. He would be bringing back a lot of materials to begin his research once he returned to Teyvat. Of course, that was the ideal plan. But Albedo's curiosity about this world's mysteries was far from satisfied. There was so much he wanted to study. Why was everything made of cubes? Why could cubes float in the air? What was the mechanism behind the nether and end portals? How did firearms work in this world? Why did lava and water produce different solid blocks depending on the order of contact? Why could bone meal instantly make crops grow? Why were skeletons effective combat units? What laws governed wither storm and iron golem summoning? And how could a single bucket of water endlessly spread out? All of these things puzzled him. He had even nearly forgotten about the corroded sword he was supposed to hand to Lumen. Meanwhile, Ryan led Jean and the others to get familiar with the Minecraft world and do a bit of sightseeing. Ningguang, Ganyu, and Keking were busy up in the Jade Chamber handling paperwork. Everyone had their own tasks. A few days ago, due to the increasing presence of the Fatui in Laya Harbor including the arrival of another harbinger, the General Affairs Office had kept a close eye on them. However, after seeing no suspicious activity, they eventually lost interest. Not that they feared the Fatui making trouble, they wanted them to cause trouble. That way, they'd have the perfect excuse to send the Millilith in to round them up. The General Affairs Office was well aware of the Millilith's current strength. Under the level of Archons, they feared nothing. If they ever encountered something above that level, well, call for backup. On the second floor of the Northland Bank, Rosaline sat in a conference room, calmly reading over the intel the Fatui had recently gathered. The more she read, the more uneasy she felt. No wonder Tartaglia had insisted she behave and avoid stirring up trouble. Just the forces Laya had revealed on the surface were enough to pose a threat to the Fatui. Even if they secretly summoned hundreds of modified soldiers, they would likely be wiped out with ease. Even she and Tartaglia would be lucky to escape with their lives. In Rosaline's mind, Laya was walking the path of becoming a nation of gods on earth. But the stronger Laya grew, the more she couldn't suppress the thought. If the Tsaritsa could reach an agreement with the Geo Archon, then with Laya's power added to the Tsaritsa's plans, it would be like giving wings to a tiger. The chances of success in their plan against Celestia would skyrocket. Over the past few days, Rosaline had written several letters to the Tsaritsa about this, seeking her opinion. But no reply had arrived yet, and she was growing anxious. Just then, the door opened. The exhausted head of the Northland Bank's Laya branch walked in. "Milady, the people from the General Affairs Office have left." Rosaline paused, nodded slightly, and said nothing. The bank manager hesitated, visibly frustrated. "Milady, in the past few days, the General Affairs Office has gone too far. They used to audit us every 3 days, but now they come almost daily." Rosaline slowly looked up and stared at him blankly. "What are you trying to say?" The man fell silent. After a long moment, he cautiously replied, "Are they not showing proper respect to you and Lord Tartaglia?" Rosaline sneered coldly inside. The Northland Bank belonged to the wealthy. This manager was one of them. And the rich had always had a hostile relationship with Ningguangor with Laya itself, really. She had no interest in dealing with this nonsense. Especially not now. With the way Laya had become, she dared not make a move. If you wanted to survive, you had to behave yourself. The General Affairs Office probably wanted the Fatui to stir up trouble just to have a proper excuse to crush them. Turning her gaze back to the documents in front of her, Rosaline said indifferently, "Leave." The manager pursed his lips but didn't dare say another word. Resigned, he left the room with a gloomy expression. 212, Rosalind's medicine buying plan. 212, Rosalind's medicine buying plan. In the past, even though Rosaline disdained the wealthy, she would still make an appearance to talk, considering that the Northland Bank was an important financial source for the Fatui. But now, the Northland Bank was no longer important. Until she received a confirmed reply from the Cryo Archon, Rosaline would not allow any conflicts between the Fatui and Laya. She even considered ordering Tartaglia to stop his original plans. It would be enough to simply wait quietly for the Geo Archon to step down and obtain the Gnosis. But that was a contract between the Geo Archon and the Cryo Archon, it couldn't be interrupted. Yet Rosaline also wanted to win over Laya as an ally against Celestia for the Cryo Archon. If the contract continued, it would inevitably offend Laya. But if they didn't follow through, the punishment of the stone from the Geo Archon, not even the Cryo Archon herself could withstand it, let alone Rosaline. Stuck between two choices, Rosaline sighed. For the moment, she had no idea what to do. The best plan now was to wait for a reply from the Cryo Archon, then go talk to the Geo Archon. As one of the 3 people privy to the truth of that contract, Rosaline knew Zhongli's real identity. She was also the true recipient of the Gnosis transfer. But now another major issue had come up. Zhongli seemed to have permanently settled in a courtyard at the foot of Mt Tianheng. Rosaline couldn't reach him. With a heavy heart, she closed the file in front of her. "Your Majesty, you've really given me a difficult job." To be honest, Rosaline felt that given Laya's current strange pace of development, it actually seemed far more promising than just following the original Gnosis collection plan. The Gnosis, after all, had been given by Celestia. Rosaline didn't even know what it truly did. But surely, using a weapon bestowed by Celestia to fight Celestia itself came with enormous hidden risks. Laya was different. Rosaline suspected that the moon are perhaps Liwihad connected to a mysterious world. And the depth of power that world brought was overwhelming. If they could cooperate with Laya, even if they ultimately lost to Celestia, at least Snezhnia would have a path to retreat. And the Cryo Archon's life could be saved. Rosaline couldn't bear the thought of the Cryo Archon fading away in sorrow. The Cryo Archon had not only saved her, but had guided her for the last 500 years. She was both a revered god and a kindred spirit. For the Cryo Archon's grand cause, Rosaline was willing to die. But if she could preserve her life instead, she was also willing to pay that price. No one understood how dangerous this road was better than she did. The Cryo Archon was walking a tightrope in the skies. "Your Majesty, Laya is too powerful. Cooperating with them is clearly the better choice for us." Rosaline clenched her fists in frustration. Suddenly, the door burst open. Tartaglia threw off the cloak that had concealed his identity and slumped exhaustedly into a chair. Rosaline reined in her thoughts and looked at him. "How did it go?" "It was fine." Tartaglia nodded perfunctorily and complained helplessly. "Dealing with those merchants is disgusting. Why am I the one stuck with this kind of job?" Rosaline ignored his complaints and said directly, "Hand it over." Tartaglia rolled his eyes, too tired to argue with her. He carefully retrieved 12 vials of potion from his vision. 6 were healing potions, the other 6 were distributed evenly among strength, agility, and speed types. Rosaline frowned slightly, fixing her eyes on Tartaglia. "Just these? I gave you 1 billion mora." Tartaglia's tone turned cold as he crossed his arms. You think these potions are easy to buy? You think we're the only ones trying to get them? The Adventurers Guild, underground intelligence networks. Everyone's watching the flow of these potions. One potion 4 or 5 different forces are bidding for it. Being able to get these is already impressive. If you think I'm hoarding any, don't blame me for flipping out. Rosaline didn't argue further. With a wave of her hand, she pulled the potions in front of her. She stared at them with burning eyes, especially the healing ones. 6 bottles were enough to heal the soul injury she had suffered back then. With 2 bottles left to send back to the Cryo-Archon. How much did it cost? Suppressing her urge to drink one immediately, she asked quietly. 480 million. Tartaglia didn't try to pocket the remaining mora and casually tossed it to Rosaline, only for her to return it. Keep buying. These are far from enough. Are you insane? Tartaglia was furious. I'm a harbinger, not your errand boy. Find someone else to do this. I nearly broke my legs for these damn potions. Rosaline picked up a healing potion and examined it carefully, letting her magic seep in. Within moments, she felt a deep and genuine inner peace. A surge of vitality flooded through her, purifying even her own magic. No one traced it back to the Fatui, right? Rosaline asked casually. Tartaglia nodded. I changed my appearance and bought them as a Snezneon merchant. Seeing that Rosaline was about to speak again, Tartaglia quickly raised a hand. Don't say it. I know what you want to ask. Enchanted weapons and alchemical potions are different. These things aren't sold easily. And even if they were, all transactions must be registered with the Ministry of Civil Affairs. There's no way to hide a Fatui identity. Hearing this, Rosaline didn't say anything more. She uncorked a healing potion and downed it in one gulp. The long-lost vitality filled her soul. Her old injuries slowly began to heal. In one go, Rosaline drank 4 bottles. Tartaglia didn't interrupt her. Running around all day buying potions from merchants and adventurers had exhausted him. This wasn't the kind of task he was good at. Besides, once the potions were revealed to be alchemical, countless buyers came flocking in. These sellers didn't lack customers. After a while, Rosaline took a deep breath. Her previously unstable aura, burning flames and freezing cold all mixed together, was now gone. For the first time in ages, a sense of soul-deep relief washed over her. Her whole body felt at ease. This really is life-saving stuff. 8 potions remained, 2 of each type. She began to consider whether to send them to the Cryo-Archon, even though it was obvious they were products of another world. But still, what if the Cryo-Archon could figure something out from them? I swear, you're not seriously planning to send all of these to Her Majesty, are you? Tartaglia sneered, clearly displeased. I went through all that trouble to get these. I should get a share too. Rosaline gave him a cool glance. It was my mora. Then why didn't you go run around for it? Tartaglia retorted irritably, then grabbed one of each type of potion for himself. The Tsaritsa already has merchants from Sneznia transporting potions to her. I'm keeping a set for myself. As for yours, do whatever you want with them. Satisfied, Tartaglia put away the 4 types of potions. He now had 2 life recovery potions, plus a few of the strength-enhancing ones, not many, but enough. Rosaline thought for a moment and gave up the idea of sending them back to the Tsaritsa. As Tartaglia mentioned, the Tsaritsa already had Snezneon trade routes in place. Compared to the Fatui, it was much easier for them to acquire the potions. These 4 potions in her hands would be crucial for survival. But that alone still wasn't enough in Rosaline's view. Is there any way to buy more? Or maybe even get those higher-grade potions the Millilith use? Are you trying to get yourself killed? I, for one, would like to stay alive. Tartaglia sneered. Those Millilith potions are under the direct control of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Every bottle is logged daily and strictly forbidden from being sold. They even monitor each other. If one bottle goes missing, they will investigate it to the end. If Laya finds out, who knows, those Adepti might get involved. Rosaline sighed and said no more. After a while, she spoke again, her tone quiet. Before we came, Her Majesty ordered you to make contact with Wangxing Funeral Parlor's Zhongli and the Traveler. How is that going? Tartaglia leaned back lazily and replied casually. I've already come into contact with that otherworldly traveler. But she never acts alone, she's always with the Kixing or the Knights of Favonius. So far, I've only had a brief encounter with her. I'm planning to approach her more and use that to get near Mt. Tianheng. As for Zhongli, Tartaglia gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. He's either at the base of Mt. Tianheng or staying at the Wangxing Funeral Parlor. I haven't been able to get close. Hearing this, Rosaline frowned slightly. Even such a small task, and you can't get it done. Watch your tone. I'm warning you, I am not one of your subordinates. Tartaglia narrowed his eyes, his expression frosty, and electro-energy sparked from the delusion at his chest. Rosaline had no desire to start a fight with Tartaglia. She just huffed and asked, are you sure Zhongli returns to Wangxing Funeral Parlor every night? Just moments earlier, Tartaglia had been brimming with murderous aura. Now he returned to his usual sunny demeanor and said nonchalantly, can't say for sure. Sometimes he doesn't. Are you planning to go find him? I'd advise against it. That place is also under Cunha Pavilion surveillance, you won't even get close. Rosaline snorted and began walking back to her room. That's none of your business. Just do your own job. And one more thing. Until we receive Her Majesty's reply, put your plans on hold for now. Without waiting for Tartaglia's response, she left the room. Tartaglia pouted, annoyed. What an irritating woman. After resting a bit, Tartaglia pulled out his potions and began counting them carefully. He needed to keep a close eye on these. After all, they could save his life and even boost his combat abilities. There was nothing more important to him than that. Meanwhile, in the Minecraft world, after showing everyone around base number 1, Ryan finally teleported the group to the previously planned Mondstadt base number 1, the end portal area. As soon as Jean opened her eyes, she was stunned. What was once a small village had been transformed into a large area surrounded by stone walls. All the wooden houses had been demolished. Nothing new had been built yet, but the ground had been cleared flat. It was now in the ideal state for development and construction. Ryan. Jean was confused. Ryan smiled and said, "It wasn't me. Ningguang had the Millilith help level the ground and reinforce the walls. The rest is up to you now. It's not that difficult, and no redstone tech has been installed yet. This is just a preliminary plan. However you want to build it, whether it's reclaiming land from the sea or digging into the mountains, you can handle that in phase 2. Jean pursed her lips with mixed emotions and lowered her eyes slightly. "Thank you so much." Ryan said nothing, just smiled. These days, this world's become quite dangerous. If this area wasn't fenced off, there would be way too many monster ambushes. Anyway, it's no big deal. 213 Schemes before the Rite of Dissension. Mondstadt's base number 1 had been initially leveled by Ningguang and her group, and it was finally starting to take shape. This was good news for Jean and the others. When the Knights of Favonius eventually moved in, they'd naturally need some time to adapt. MC was no longer what it used to be. Raiders and mutants could appear at any moment, so caution was essential. The Knights had just begun settling in and still needed a long period of learning and adaptation. Though they could temporarily stay at the Laya base, they would ultimately need to return to their own base to rest. Now that the land was flattened, building homes would be much easier. Even if the Knights were unfamiliar with the process, within one morning, they could still divide up the work and build their own homes. This had been part of Ryan's plan all along, even while he was off slaying the Ender Dragon. There needed to be a transit base to serve as a foothold. The surroundings were completely undeveloped. Not far off, several lucky blocks were visible. At a time like this, naturally, Klee had to step in. As for the outcome, it did not disappoint. Klee's luck was probably on par with Ganyu's. She opened just 3 lucky blocks, and what did she get? Iron block, gold block, diamond block, ender pearls, eye of ender, totem of undying. Venti was rendered speechless by this kind of luck. But for Jean and Lisa, it was undoubtedly amazing news. Klee was proving to be a secret weapon that could help Mondstadt rapidly catch up to Laya's progress in a short time. Klee gave the totem of undying to Albedo. He was the only one among them who didn't carry a totem. After understanding the item's effect, Albedo also fell into stunned silence, completely mentally defeated. It was more than just not dying, it was basically being forcefully granted a second life. No matter what, he couldn't refuse this gift. His body had certain issues, which was also why Albedo didn't want to stay in Mondstadt City. He knew the extent of his own strength. Once he lost control, he wouldn't just destroy Mondstadt, might end up hurting others, too. But now, with the totem of undying, at worst, he could die once and use that as an opportunity to purge the problematic parts of his body. The development and growth of the Minecraft world during this time had also been mostly grasped by Jean and the others. The progress had been fast, but truthfully, there wasn't anything too novel anymore. This made it much easier for them to accept and integrate. Just like that, the morning passed quickly. In the afternoon, since they had nothing else to do, Ryan and the others helped Jean and Lisa fix up a few things at their base. He also guided them in building some tech-related setups, like an iron farm. During their absence, the villagers had bred sufficiently. All kinds of villager tech could now be implemented on-site. The only remaining construction was the Knights of Favonius residential area, which hadn't yet started. But it wouldn't make sense to have Jean and Lisa build that themselves. Once the Knights moved in, they'd need something to keep them busy, so they could get familiar with the world faster. By dusk, everyone left the Minecraft world. Ningguang and the others were still very busy and didn't have time to invite them up to the Jade Chamber for dinner. So Baiwen was sent to deliver food instead. By 7 p.m., Klee was already sleepy. The little troublemaker had run wild today, blowing up a lake, then the sea, and finally having the ice dragon fly her high up into the sky so she could throw grenades down like flower petals. Klee had never been so carefree and happy throwing bombs. To her, it felt like going on vacation with her mom, pure joy. Ryan arranged for her to stay at his small courtyard with Nahitha. It was a way to let them have each other as playmates. Though Nahitha had lived for 500 years, at heart she still had the temperament of a child. After some casual chatting, they said goodbye to Jean and Lisa. Albedo's alchemy workshop wasn't completed yet, so he was still staying at Laya's guest accommodations. But since it was related to Ryan's plans, his workshop was being built rapidly. It should be at least partially complete by tomorrow afternoon. Whatever it lacked by then, Albedo could manage himself. As for whether Albedo would be able to come up with results, even Laya's forging department had managed to use lapis lazuli to expand their research into elemental power laws. There was no reason why Albedo, a master alchemist, couldn't. The only question was how much he would gain. Ryan didn't stay in his courtyard tonight. He went to the Wangxing funeral parlor with Hu Tao. Hu Tao's pitiful, resentful little gaze made Ryan uncomfortable all over. Best to take advantage of Ganya being away tonight and let Hu Tao settle down a bit. Sitting at the parlor for the first time in a while, Ryan looked around curiously. Clearly, business had been good lately. Many areas had been renovated, and some new furniture had been brought in. It seemed the large-scale funeral for the wolves earlier had made them quite a profit. Of course, the main reason was, Zhongli had been spending all day in the Minecraft world recently and hadn't been going to Laya Harbor to rack up expenses. The Wangxing funeral parlor hadn't received Zhongli's lavish bills for a while. Sometimes, Ryan found it shocking Zhongli's personal spending alone could financially strain the entire funeral parlor, the company that monopolized all of Laya's funeral business. In a way, Zhongli was even more outrageous than Venti. But this wasn't something Ryan needed to worry about. He lay in Hu Tao's room as she went to wash up. Before she left, she had happily told him to wait for her. She wasn't shy at all. Once she recognized someone, she would devote her entire passion to them, very much in line with her personality. Just as Ryan was wondering how to help Hu Tao explore later, he suddenly sensed a strange divine power near the funeral parlor. It wasn't Zhongli's. That divine aura was chilling like ancient, unmeltable ice. The Cryo-Archon? Ryan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Was the Cryo-Archon really this bold, daring to release divine power in Liu, and so close to Zhongli's position? Even Venti wouldn't dare mess around like this. If Zhongli caught him, he'd get hit with a full dose of the planet befall. Ryan started to look forward to the fun that might follow. He scribbled a note to Hu Tao saying he'd step out for a bit, then got dressed and left. Just as he expected, Zhongli was already standing in the courtyard, face as black as the night, clearly in a foul mood. An old friend come to visit. Ryan teased with a smile, but Zhongli shook his head slightly. Just a little rat showing off with borrowed power. I'll take care of it. He had only taken a few steps when he noticed Ryan looking on with a gleeful, expectant expression. Zhongli sighed. Want to come along? I was waiting for you to say that. Ryan stepped forward cheerfully and clapped Zhongli on the shoulder. Let's go. Give me a teleport. Zhongli smiled bitterly in his heart but still tapped into the ley lines, teleporting them both away. They arrived just outside Laya Harbor, near the base of Tianheng Mountain, an area not yet covered by Ningguang's Tianyan system. As soon as they landed, Ryan spotted the visitor clearly. It wasn't the Cryo-Archon. It was Rosaline, the Fatui harbinger known as La Signora. She was radiating an intense power imbued with the Cryo-Archon's divine aura, which she only began to suppress once she saw Zhongli. Clearly, she had released that aura deliberately to draw him out. Zhongli's expression turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Rosaline. Recklessly releasing divine power on Laya's land is a violation of contract law. You shall face the planet befall. Rosaline gave a bitter smile in her heart. She couldn't get near Wangxing funeral parlor or the base of Tianheng Mountain. This was her only way to contact Zhongli. Before she'd even released her divine power, she had anticipated she would face the planet befall punishment. But compared to what she needed to do, that punishment was worth it. She had to contact Zhongli before the rite of dissension began, no matter the cost. She bowed slightly. Forgive me, Lord Morix, for using such a method to call upon you. In the past, Rosaline might have thought she could slap even the Enmo Archon around, so Zhongli couldn't be that scary either. But the moment he arrived and released just a wisp of pressure, it was as if she faced an unfathomable sky. She realized the god of war was not someone she could challenge. Best to humble herself. Especially since she wasn't here to provoke, but to discuss something serious. I've come to Laya to carry out the contract between Her Majesty the Tsaritsa and yourself. But it's been hard to make contact through normal means. I had no choice. I will not resist the punishment. Zhongli's expression finally eased a bit. Truthfully, he felt slightly embarrassed. He had been so relaxed in the Minecraft world lately, he had nearly forgotten about the contract to end all contracts, one that still tied him to the Cryo-Archon. Even with just cause, a contract's fairness must never be defied. He raised his hand, and a beam of golden light burst from Rosaline's body. Her face instantly went pale, and she staggered but managed to stay on her feet. Still, she was shaken. She had absolutely no resistance. The power she prided herself on was like a drop of water in the ocean compared to Zhongli's. She couldn't even think of resisting. A cold chill passed through her heart. That ancient, original Archon strength awakened her anxiety. She even started questioning if Zhongli, as an original Archon, was this strong. Then how could Venti, who was also an original Archon, seem so weak? Was he just pretending? Had he deliberately taken her slap back then? Out of guilt for what happened in the past, Rosaline felt conflicted. But now was not the time to think about that. She calmed her power to stabilize herself. The injuries weren't serious, just painful. A healing potion would fix it later. Why did you seek me? Zhongli calmly withdrew his divine energy and looked at her silently. Rosaline pursed her lips and shifted her gaze to Ryan. Ryan smiled and nodded. Don't mind me, I'm just here for the drama. His boldness surprised Rosaline. Recalling the intelligence gathered by the Fatui, she immediately realized this was Ryan, the man living at the foot of Tianheng Mountain. She was pleasantly surprised she hadn't expected to gain such a bonus encounter. If she could form a cooperation directly with Ryan, that would be, speak plainly. Ryan is not a party to our contract, he won't interfere with its execution. Zhongli narrowed his eyes slightly, as if giving a warning. Rosaline pouted a little, sighing regretfully in her heart. But she composed herself and softly asked, with the rite of dissension approaching, I came only to ask one question: must the contract to end all contracts still be carried out? Zhongli replied firmly, the contract is established. Even if the heavens fall, the contract must be fulfilled. Proceed as agreed. 214 Morex, you have no heart. Zhongli's answer was not beyond Rosaline's expectations. In fact, it was exactly what she had envisioned. This response aligned perfectly with her understanding of Zhongli. The god of contracts was strict to the extreme when it came to upholding agreements. However, if they proceeded according to the original plan, Rosaline was convinced that the Fatui would be in deep trouble. Laya's current strength was not something the Fatui could afford to meddle with. Once Laya fully stabilized, the faction that would be blamed for this entire contract, the Fatui, would almost certainly become the target of a furious backlash. That was as certain as night following day. If it were before, Rosaline wouldn't have cared. At worst, the Fatui could simply withdraw from Laya. Even in the worst-case scenario, they could still put up a decent fight, as long as the Adepti didn't intervene. But now, Laya didn't even need the Adepti to take action. Just the mobilization of the Millelith alone would be enough to easily crush the Fatui. There wouldn't even be a chance to fight back. Before coming, Rosaline had taken the time to observe Tianheng Mountain from afar. Each and every Millelith soldier stationed there had strength that was nothing short of monstrous. With the help of alchemical potions, a single soldier could practically overpower an entire vanguard squad. And such soldiers Laya had thousands of them. This was seriously troublesome. If they didn't fulfill the contract, Zhongli would be displeased and punish them with the planet befall. The Fatui would die. If they did fulfill the contract, Laya would be angered, and the entire Millelith might march down upon them. The Fatui would still die. Rosaline was clearly troubled. What's more, she actually wanted to win Laya over as an ally in the coming rebellion against Celestia. But if they went forward with the original plan, if Tartaglia released Oziel Aga, it would be the equivalent of burning all bridges with Laya. Forget about forming an alliance. If Laya didn't mobilize troops to wipe the Fatui off the face of Teyvat, that would already be considered mercy. Yet if she voiced these concerns, Zhongli might just interpret it as an attempt to back out of the contract and punish her accordingly. Seeing Rosaline's troubled expression, Zhongli frowned slightly. Is there a problem? Rosaline shook her head. The contract itself is not the issue. It's just Lord Morex. You may call me Zhongli. Rosaline nodded. Mr. Zhongli, wouldn't releasing Oziel be a bit too much? After all, that was once a demon god. Her words were already very tactful. She was one step away from outright saying, we Fatui really don't want to be stuck with this reputation. Laya had become far too powerful. At this point, their best strategy was to avoid provoking them entirely. Besides, after releasing Oziel, it wouldn't be provoking anymore, it'd be a full-on declaration of war. And on another level, Rosaline was probing, trying to gauge Laya's actual condition. Naturally, Zhongli could see right through her little schemes. After all, her age didn't even scratch the surface of the years he had lived. There's no need to worry. After a long period of being sealed, Oziel's strength is barely a tenth of what it once was. While it may pose a bit of a challenge, it won't result in any casualties for Laya. Rosaline's eyes flickered. Her evaluation of Laya's strength climbed even higher. Was Oziel weak? Yes. Zhongli had sealed him for centuries with a single thrown spear. But Oziel was still a demon god, undeniably so. Once in the sea, his power would recover and surge quickly. Even in a weakened state, Oziel could maintain the level of a low-tier Archon. And an Archon was not something mortals could oppose. Among all the Harbingers, only the top 3 had the power to even challenge a being like that. Yet here was Zhongli, speaking of Oziel as if he were an annoying fly, even from a Laya's citizen standpoint. This clearly showed that Laya's true strength was far greater than they let on. The realization made Rosaline even more unwilling to let the Fatui carry the blame for such an event. After a brief pause, she gently asked, Mr. Zhongli, if you already foresee that Laya will defeat Oziel safely under mortal leadership, then why persist in following through with the plan? Zhongli looked at her deeply and responded with a question of his own. Does the result matter? Rosaline didn't answer. She didn't understand what he meant. Rather than focusing on the outcome, that Laya will definitely we care more about the process by which they win without me. Off to the side, Ryan nodded in agreement. Both he and Zhongli believed that Ningguang and the others would be able to resolve this turmoil. But that belief came from their roles as friends and as Laya's caretakers. Still, beyond this confidence, what Zhongli truly desired to see was a mortal-led Laya that, when facing a powerful threat, neither lamented nor prayed to the god. Zhongli stood strong together, supporting one another to overcome adversity. That was what Zhongli longed for. Rosaline still couldn't fully grasp Zhongli's thoughts, so she remained silent. But Zhongli understood her worry. This plan will proceed exactly as originally laid out. What you're truly afraid of is that Liao has grown far stronger than you ever anticipated. You don't want the Fatui to offend an enemy you cannot afford to offend. I can promise you this: once the event is over, I will explain to Liao the terms of the contract between us. Liao will not make things difficult for your faction. Hearing this guarantee, Rosaline finally exhaled quietly and looked much more at ease. I hope so. Then she hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking. Mr. Zhongli, Liao's path, you must already see where it leads. Celestia will never allow it to continue like this. In the end, conflict will be inevitable. So, why not work with the Father Majesty the Tsaritsa? Rosaline was well aware that neither Liao nor Zhongli had much goodwill toward the Fatui. To be precise, they held deep resentment for certain people within the Fatui. But the Cryo-Archon was a different story. From the intelligence she had gathered and the conversations she'd had with the Tsaritsa back in Snezhnia, Rosaline could already tell. Zhongli and his people secretly supported the Tsaritsa. Their relationship was, at the very least, amicable. Rosaline truly believed that an alliance was very possible. But Zhongli gave Rosaline a deep look. Is that her idea? Rosaline didn't dare lie and replied truthfully. Her Majesty's reply hasn't arrived yet. This is only my own thought. I just wanted to help Her Majesty. Liao is very strong right now. If we could gain their support, Her Majesty's great cause would have a higher chance of success. Even in the worst case, at least she might survive. Upon hearing that, Zhongli's expression softened considerably. After a moment of silence, he gave a slight nod. There are still a few loyal and sincere ones among the Fatui. Compared to someone like the doctor, you are certainly better. Before Rosaline could feel pleased, Zhongli continued. However, such a cooperation is not something you can establish. The Fatui and Liao have deep-rooted grievances, and with Mondstadt here is a blood feud. Now, Liao and Mondstadt are allied and stand together. We will not accept cooperation with the Fatui. Rosaline wasn't intimidated by Zhongli's words. She simply stood firm and asked, then what if it's the Tsaritsa herself? A flash of admiration crossed Zhongli's eyes, and he nodded slightly. She is her. You are you. The Fatui is the Fatui. We will not cooperate with a faction so large, messy, and full of hidden agendas. But if it's her, let her come personally to negotiate. I told you this matter is not yours to decide. With that, Zhongli subtly glanced at Ryan and saw him give a small nod of agreement. Zhongli waved his hand. Go on. Continue with your plan. The contract must not be broken. As for everything else, I'll discuss it another day. Joy flickered in Rosaline's heart. No matter what, Zhongli hadn't outright rejected her. That was already the best possible outcome. More importantly, he hadn't denied their future intention to oppose Celestia. The Tsaritsa was not walking this path alone. To be honest, when it came to high-level negotiations, she wasn't qualified to sit at the same table with Zhongli and Ryan. All she could do now was report everything to the Tsaritsa and let her decide. Rosaline gave a slight bow, and also stole a subtle glance at Ryan. My apologies for disturbing you without notice. I'll take my leave now. I'll report today's conversation to Her Majesty in full and let her decide personally. With that, she turned and walked into the darkness without hesitation. Suddenly, Zhongli called out to her. Don't get too close to certain harbingers. You need to understand clearly who you're truly loyal to. The Fatui is far from being a unified group. Rosaline paused, then turned back and said resolutely, thank you for the advice, Mr. Zhongli. But I have received Her Majesty's grace. I will always remain loyal to Her Majesty, and give everything for her dream. After speaking, Rosaline completely vanished into the dark, without a trace. Zhongli stood still, quietly gazing into the shadows. After a while, he let out a soft chuckle. The Fatui, what an inconsistent and fractured force. Ryan chuckled and nodded in agreement. Some are good, some are rotten. That's true. It's honestly impressive that the Tsaritsa even managed to gather them all. This lady's arrogant, but full of loyalty and passion. To have such a subordinate, she's a rare light on a lonely path. Hearing Zhongli say this, Ryan playfully patted him on the shoulder. You know, this lady once slapped Venti. If he hears you talk about her like this, he'll probably cry. Humph. Zhongli scoffed. That was a slap he deserved. 500 years ago, he failed to protect his own nation. Mondstadt paid the price in blood and tears. This lady burned her own life to drive away the dark monsters. She's a tragic hero. That slap, he should have taken it. As he spoke, Zhongli seemed to recall the suffering Liao had endured and the people who had died. His expression turned heavy again. With a long sigh, he looked up at the night sky. Not just Venti, me as well. We both failed in our duties. In the end, I too am guilty toward Liao. Ryan rolled his eyes. Old people really do like to overthink. Hurry up and send me back already. Hu Tao's still waiting for me. Zhongli was at a loss for words and gave Ryan an exasperated look. You're carefree as ever. I just hope you don't let Ganyu or Hu Tao down. Seeing Zhongli actually trying to lecture him about feelings, Ryan snorted. Morax, you have no heart. Zhongli instantly fell silent. That line he'd once heard it from an old friend, and thinking back on it now, he realized, when it came to matters of the heart, he really didn't have the right to criticize Ryan. Zhongli sighed and gave up arguing. He quietly activated the ley lines and sent Ryan back. Then, he returned to his room alone, lost in gloom. 2:15, Hu Tao went all in. Returning to Hu Tao's room, Ryan paused for a moment. It was pitch black, the lights were off and the only sound was faint breathing from inside. Hu Tao seemed to be asleep. He glanced at the desk, a little confused. The note he left was still there, untouched, without even a crease. Ryan let out a wry smile. She must have thought he stood her up and snuck away quietly. Now that was a disaster. Wouldn't Hu Tao be furious? He quietly tried pushing the bedroom door. It was locked from the inside. She really was mad. But thinking from her perspective, if Hu Tao had told him they had something big to do tonight and then suddenly disappeared without a word, he'd be pissed too. Smiling bitterly, he gently applied pressure and forcibly broke the lock, stepping into the room. Hu Tao's breathing was steady. She really looked asleep. But Ryan could clearly hear her heartbeat. She was still angry, not asleep. She had already heard his footsteps, and her heartbeat had quickened. Ryan quietly got into bed and hugged her close. Still mad. Hu Tao didn't respond. She just grumpily pushed his hands away and guarded herself, not letting him take advantage of her even a little. I had some business with Zhongli earlier. I left for a bit, but I did leave a note for you. Hu Tao tensed. She remembered the note on the desk. But she had just finished bathing, smelling all fresh and fragrant, ran out with joy, expecting to be embraced only to find Ryan gone. Of course she was huffing with frustration, totally ignoring the note. Still mad. Ryan snickered and let out a theatrical sigh. Then I'll be going now, maybe next time. Just as he finished speaking and started to move, Hu Tao suddenly grabbed his hand and placed it back. After a moment of silence, she muttered, I thought, you went to find Ganyu. What kind of nonsense is that? Ryan chuckled helplessly and turned her to face him. In the dark, Hu Tao's plum blossom eyes sparkled, looking a little aggrieved. Ryan's heart instantly softened. He gently brushed her hair and spoke softly. How could I bail halfway through something I promised you? I was with Zhongli, meeting someone and discussing important matters. He didn't mention who it was, and Hu Tao didn't press him. She wasn't stupid. Zhongli had been a guest of the Wangxing funeral parlor since her grandfather's time. Over a decade had passed, and he hadn't aged a bit. Of course Hu Tao suspected Zhongli's identity was unusual. Besides, in the Minecraft world, even if Xiao and Zhongli hid their identities well, Xiao's restraint and respect during interactions made it obvious. If Xiao acted like that around someone, who else could it be but the Geo Archon? But Hu Tao didn't care who Zhongli really was. To her, whether he was Morex or simply the guest consultant Zhongli, it didn't matter. What mattered was the funeral parlor. And now, Ryan. Since it was a conversation between the Geo Archon and someone else, she didn't care what Zhongli was planning. You could have just told me. After thinking it over, Hu Tao pouted and glared at Ryan. He shook his head helplessly. You were in the bath. What was I supposed to do? Storm in and say, hey, I'm going out for a bit. In the darkness, Hu Tao blushed. After a long pause, she muttered, So what? You're the head's man, what is there you can't see? But I was afraid that if I saw it, I wouldn't be able to hold myself back. Then I'd never leave to handle that business. Ryan teased her. With a flick of his finger, the button on her pajamas popped open. Hu Tao glanced down and grumbled. You're awfully good at that. Ryan nuzzled her cheek gently and asked, Want to continue? It's getting late. Or should I just cuddle you to sleep? No way. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Hu Tao sat up straight and started fumbling with her pajamas without waiting for Ryan. You promised today, so it has to be today. I specifically timed this when Ganyu was too busy to look for you. If we miss tonight, who knows when the next chance will come. This head of the parlor is very eager to start training our heir to carry on the legacy. Ryan sighed in defeat, but seeing her fumble clumsily with her clothes, he didn't dawdle either. With a tug, he pulled her back into his arms. In the darkness, Hu Tao held him tightly. After the initial pain, they began their journey to ensure the future of the Wangxing funeral parlor. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Northland Bank, Tartaglia sat bored in a meeting room, waiting. It wasn't clear how much time had passed when the wooden door finally opened. Rosaline stepped in, her face pale, clearly injured. She went straight to the chair and took out a recovery potion, drinking it in one go. Tartaglia sat up, clearly amused, and teased. Tisk, so stubborn. I told you not to go, but you just had to. What bad luck, lady. Ha, injured by divine power too. Congratulations, it's an honor to be struck by the Geo Archon himself. Alchemical potions worked well even against Planet Befall. In no time, Rosaline looked fully recovered. Of course, she knew Zhongli had gone easy on her. Otherwise, she had no confidence she could have withstood the punishment. As for what the Planet Befall actually was, its form completely depended on the severity of the contract breach. For Venti, it meant being made to eat rocks. For Rosaline, it meant a divine-powered strike. Back then, when punishing a merchant who violated a business contract, Zhongli threw down a heavenly star. That too was the punishment of stone. To be honest, Rosaline was relieved that Zhongli hadn't used Heavenly Star on her this time. After stabilizing her condition, she glanced at Tartaglia, who had a mocking grin on his face. Rosaline responded calmly. I met Morix, and also that Ryan you mentioned. Tartaglia instantly wiped the smile off his face, sat upright, and looked at Rosaline with a slight frown. How strong is he? Rosaline's expression darkened as she responded coldly. Is that all you ever ask about? Come on now. Tartaglia shrugged, looking innocent. I'm a battle maniac. If I don't ask about strength, what else am I supposed to ask? I don't understand all your twists and schemes anyway. Rosaline suppressed her anger and said in a low voice. If you're asking about Morix, then it's a strength that cannot be defied. I invoked the Tsaritsa's divine power and provoked him. He responded with planet befall. In that moment, my powers fed me one single message. Do not resist. Any resistance is futile. Compared to the Tsaritsa, he's far, far stronger. Tartaglia wasn't surprised. Having studied many of Laya's ancient texts and legends, he naturally understood how powerful the Geo Archon was. No wonder they called him the God of War. Tartaglia shook his head and asked again. What about Ryan? At that, Rosaline also furrowed her brows. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. I couldn't tell. There were no elemental fluctuations from him at all. He looked utterly ordinary, like some passerby on the street. Tartaglia raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Ordinary. That's just what my powers told me. But my instincts, they say this man is more dangerous than Celestia itself. Rosaline shook her head again. She really couldn't make sense of Ryan. The man didn't seem to possess any strength. Yet the more she thought about him, the more uneasy she felt. If he really is what we suspect, then he might truly be stronger than the gods. Tartaglia made the comment lightly, but he didn't want to dwell on it. Whether it was the Geo Archon or Ryan, neither were people he could casually challenge to a fight. The former, he stood no chance. The latter, given how seriously Laius seemed to regard Ryan, if Tartaglia even thought of fighting him, the Adepti might crush him before he could utter a word. Tartaglia set aside those thoughts and asked, anything else? Rosaline looked at him. As for the plan to release Oziel, continue with it. Tartaglia couldn't help but crush the corner of the table with his grip. He stared at Rosaline in disbelief. Continue? With Laya's current strength, once it's over, they'll bury us under the sea. This was Morix's decision. He'll take responsibility afterward. Rosaline's reply was vague, but Tartaglia thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, I'll have the factory proceed, but you'd better make sure he gives us an explanation. Rosaline didn't elaborate further. She just gave him a casual glance. Morix is the god of contracts. That one sentence was enough to silence all of Tartaglia's concerns. If Morix said it, then there was no need to worry about empty promises. Any god might break their word, but not Morix. As the god of contracts, everything he says and does must carry weight. Any other questions? Tartaglia didn't dwell on it and casually asked. Rosaline paused briefly, then nodded. I mentioned to him the idea of collaborating with us. Tartaglia's interest piqued. He stared at her intently. He rejected it. He neither accepted nor declined. What's that supposed to mean? Can you not be so cryptic? Tartaglia hated riddles more than anything. Rosaline sighed. My rank isn't high enough. If we want a collaboration, the Tsaritsa herself would need to come. Besides, Morix clearly expressed his distaste for the Fatui. And with the alliance between Mondstadt and Laya, there's no way the Fatui can cooperate with Laya. Hearing this, Tartaglia immediately lost interest. He yawned, clearly bored. If that's the case, then forget it. Rosaline shook her head and said softly, you know how things are within the Fatui. Strictly speaking, the hostility from the other side is directed at certain specific harbingers. The doctor. Tartaglia immediately called out the name. Seeing Rosaline nod in confirmation, he curled his lip. I knew it. That bastard's useless anyway. Who knows what he's even thinking? In Laya's terms, he's like a rat that spoiled the whole pot. Rosaline didn't argue with Tartaglia's crude metaphor. She had little regard for those harbingers who weren't truly loyal to the Tsaritsa and instead harbored their own selfish agendas. Fortunately, Tartaglia was a devoted follower of the Cryo Archon. Rosaline didn't mind sharing some of her speculations. The Fatui can't cooperate with Laya, but that doesn't mean Snezhnia can't. That caught Tartaglia's interest. He sat upright, saying nothing, waiting for Rosaline to continue. 216, are the Fatui preparing for a split? If Laya truly is this powerful and continues to grow at such a pace in the future, then without a doubt, compared to collecting the Gnosis, cooperating with Laya offers a much higher chance of success. I've already tested the waters. Morix did not deny that Laya intends to resist Celestia. That, to us, is good news. So I will suggest to Her Majesty that we form an alliance with Laya. And Morix didn't show any objection to cooperating with Her Majesty either. He even expressed this in front of Ryan. This means there's still a chance for an alliance between Her Majesty and Laya. After speaking, Rosaline took a sip of water to moisten her throat, then continued. But the Fatui absolutely cannot form an alliance with Laya. Just as Morik said, between Liu and the Fatui, resentment has long been deeply rooted, whether officially or among the people. Add to that the blood feud with Mondstadt, and such a cooperation becomes even more impossible. But just because the Fatui can't doesn't mean Her Majesty can't. The more Tartaglia listened, the more confused he became. He basically didn't understand a word of what Rosaline was saying. Seeing that she intended to keep going, Tartaglia raised his hand with a headache and said, "Just tell me directly what we're supposed to do." Rosaline paused and calmly looked at Tartaglia. "There's nothing you need to do. This is something Her Majesty must decide on. It doesn't concern the Fatui directly. If Her Majesty truly intends to change course and ally with Liu against Celestia, then the Fatui might be split. Those who have antagonized Liu and Mondstadt, or those with their own agendas, will need to be separated from us. Liu does not need a partner full of disunity." This time, Tartaglia understood and said with realization, "So, we might abandon our roles as harbingers and instead act purely as official representatives of Snezhnia to cooperate. And the Fatui will be abandoned." Rosaline frowned slightly. She didn't like the word abandoned. At most, it was more like a restructuring. Some things would still require the Fatui's involvement. However, if things did go the way she envisioned, she would absolutely follow the Tsaritsa's orders. When that time came, she herself might have to leave the Fatui. But that wasn't her concern right now. Whether or not the alliance would happen depended on what the Tsaritsa wanted and whether Morik and Ryan would accept it. That step was still far off. Talking about it now served little purpose. At most, it was to plant the idea in Tartaglia's mind. Although Rosaline didn't like Tartaglia's brainless, battle-obsessed attitude, he was still one of the few who remained absolutely loyal to the Tsaritsa. And the Tsaritsa needed strength. Rosaline had to ease her burden. She stood up and headed for the door. "In any case, I will report today's events to Her Majesty truthfully. It's up to her to decide. Until we receive her exact response, continue with your plans and keep your subordinates in check. Don't worsen relations with Liu. If nothing unexpected happens, the mission to collect the next Gnosis will fall to other agents. Morix's is already in our hands. Forget it, even if I explain, you won't understand." With her usual contemptuous remark, Rosaline pushed open the door and left to rest. Tartaglia pouted in annoyance and stretched his limbs. He hadn't really understood much, but he knew what he needed to do. First, continue the Oziel operation. Second, keep the Fatui under control. Then, just wait for the Tsaritsa's orders. That was fine with him anyway. He never liked the jester much and didn't enjoy following his lead. Left alone in thought, Tartaglia sat thinking about how to get in touch with Lumen again, and things at the Northland Bank settled down. The next morning, Hu Tao woke up in Ryan's arms. She stretched lazily, and her hand brushed against his face. Memories from last night flooded back, and her cheeks flushed red. She never thought she could be so bold, nor did she expect that kind of thing to be so delightful. They got a little too carried away, and now the cost was her whole body aching. "You're up this early." Ryan opened his eyes slightly and gazed at her gently. After all, they hadn't slept until around 3 or 4 in the morning. It wasn't even 9 a.m. yet. Hu Tao's eyes twinkled mischievously and she grinned. "This head of the Wangxing funeral parlor doesn't sleep in. Come with me to Bubu Pharmacy ladder. We need to check if I'm pregnant. The next generation of the Wangxing parlor needs to be nurtured from the very beginning." Ryan couldn't help but laugh and pinched her nose. "I've been with Ganya for so long, and there's still been no sign. You think a few times with you will outpace her?" TCH. Hu Tao's confidence wavered, but she still stubbornly said, "What if?" "There is no what if." Ryan gave her a light slap, got up, stretched his stiff arms, then moved closer to Hu Tao. He gestured, then nodded in satisfaction. "It's working. Better results than the past few days." Hu Tao looked down at herself, a bit suspicious. "Really? It doesn't feel any different to me." "That's because I know them the best." Ryan chuckled teasingly, scooped her up, and walked toward the bathroom. "Let's freshen up. We'll head back to the courtyard afterward. I remember the rite of dissension begins in a day or 2. We should finish building those big toys. We'll need them then." Wait. Washing up is fine, but what are you doing? Gotta clean you inside and out. "You scoundrel. You're just Ryan, you're amazing." Hu Tao's sass didn't last long. She softened quickly, her tone turning sweet as she clung to him once again. It wasn't until around 10 a.m. that Ryan finally carried Hu Tao back to the courtyard. It wasn't just that they were madly in love. Hu Tao could barely walk on her own. She still felt quite uncomfortable now. As they pushed open the door, they saw Jean and the others had been waiting for a long time. Ningguang and the rest hadn't come again. Understandably, after all, the rite of dissension was the day after tomorrow, and this was a very busy time. Even Albedo wasn't around. It seemed he had already buried himself in research. Klee was bouncing around the courtyard, happily chasing a wolf, while Nahida rested her chin in her hands, staring unhappily at the doorway. Ryan had been out all night, and now he was returning with Hu Tao, who looked positively radiant. Even with her toes, Nahida could guess what he had been up to. But she swallowed her frustration. Lisa leisurely sipped her coffee to refresh herself, casting a teasing glance at Ryan. "Ryan, you're really full of energy, aren't you?" Ryan laughed it off without responding to Lisa's teasing. He casually opened a portal and spoke softly, "It's a matter of constitution. Let's head out. Today we'll be making more firearms." "Oh, right Jean, you all need to learn the process of making modern firearms too. Everyone here is capable of producing them on their own now. But there aren't any crafting recipes. You'll have to memorize everything. Also, once your Knights of Favonius are stationed here, it'd be best to follow Laya's example, assign specific people. Have different groups learn different aspects of the process. One person should only master a single synthesis, whether it's materials or weapon assembly. The widespread distribution of firearm crafting techniques still comes with risks." Jean nodded in understanding. "I get it. Lisa and I discussed this last night. We're planning to follow Laya's model for a while. Once the Knights are familiar with everything, we'll think about how to adapt it to Mondstadt style." Crossing the dual teleportation gate and breathing in the familiar air, everyone naturally felt their spirits lift. Ryan was about to ask Jean more about the Knights, when Klee came running over, dragging Nahida behind her with hopeful eyes. "Brother Ryan, Klee wants to ride a dragon and go fish blasting with Nahida." Ryan chuckled and handed her a few bundles of grenades, speaking gently, "Be careful." "Got it. Brother Ryan is the best." Klee jumped up and gave him a kiss on the cheek before dragging the reluctant Nahida off with her at full speed. Nahida looked thoroughly annoyed. She had planned to cling to Ryan all day and keep Hu Tao from monopolizing him. But once she was flying on a dragon with Klee, those thoughts quickly melted away. In the end, she was just a kid. Watching the two of them take off, Ryan noticed that they were staying within a 4 or 5 mile radius around the estate. That reassured him. Turning back, he asked Jean, "How long until the Knights arrive?" Jean thought for a moment and answered softly, "I received a letter last night from Senior Dailuk. He said they've already set off. It should take just over a month." Ryan nodded, not finding that too slow. The distance between Mondstadt and Laya was quite long. Honestly, a month was already lightning fast for a military march. After all, not everyone had the luxury of flying in personally carried by Venti. A month sounds just right. Ryan nodded again. The rite of dissension was about to begin, and Laya was about to get busy. With the Knights arriving during that period, he wouldn't be able to coordinate them anyway. He had his eyes set on enjoying the spectacle. "Today, let's head down to the mines. There's not much we have to make, just a few firearms and some bullets. If we have time in the afternoon, we can do a bit of light renovation at the Mondstadt base. The rite of dissension is happening in the next few days. No need to stir up any big operations." The group was naturally pleased to hear this. They still weren't fully used to the fact that in just one outing, the Minecraft world had become saturated with modern firearms. It was a perfect chance over the next few days to learn the basics of firearm crafting from Ryan. "Once the Knights are settled in and the rite is over, we can start dealing with the next mod." Lisa perked up immediately and asked curiously, "The next mod? It's already open?" "Ryan, your progress is ridiculously fast." Ryan shook his head with a smile. "Not yet, but it's ready to go whenever. With everything going on lately, I didn't think it was a good time to dive in." The Ender Dragon hunting mission had already progressed to 25 dragons. Half the goal was complete. If he really wanted to, Ryan could take Hu Tao and the others to finish off the rest in the coming days. But, given that complicated mods like Vic's Modern Warfare were now appearing, he thought it better to prepare thoroughly first, especially by stockpiling high-damage modern weaponry. Lisa followed up, "So, do you know what kind of mod the next one is?" Ryan shrugged. "Heaven knows. 217, Zhongli dead, but not entirely." These past few days, the MC world had been peaceful, and Laya had also fallen into a strangely calm state. Like the surface of a sea, eerily still before a storm stirs it into chaos. Ryan spent time teaching Jean and the others how to make firearms. With sufficient materials, there was no need to produce weak guns like the MP5 this time. Instead, he focused on teaching them how to craft more lethal weapons like Barretts, light machine guns, and RPGs. Of course, the difficulty level was quite high. For now, only Lisa had managed to learn. Jean struggled to remember so many crafting recipes. Just memorizing the material combinations gave her a headache. Worse still, none of this could be written down. Everything had to be memorized strictly by heart. That gave Jean a nostalgic sense of being back in school. As for Venti, he didn't learn anything at all. All he cared about was switching up the dragons he rode. He even went to the end alone, slayed a dragon, and hatched the first bone dragon among the group. Though everyone thought a skeleton flying through the air was terrifying, Venti seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. Naturally, he still cared for his first ender dragon. He strapped machine guns to it and even begged Madame Ping to help him attach a collar to its neck. The collar was inscribed with simple Adeptus magic. Venti filled it with grenades. That ender dragon had now become a top-tier combat aircraft. Interestingly, while the size of the dragons usually had a cap, once brought out of Teyvat, they seemed to absorb elemental energy, and their bodies began to grow again. It wasn't clear how big they could eventually become so far, they'd just gotten a little larger. Ryan had asked Zhongli about it, and the latter gave a vague explanation involving light domain force. He didn't elaborate, and Ryan didn't dig further. Instead, he asked the Qianyan army to help build a larger courtyard. During the day, everyone's dragons stayed in the MC world, and at night, they brought them out to absorb Teyvat's energy. Who knows, maybe someday they'd grow to the size of Dvalin. Though the dragons hatched from eggs weren't any weaker in combat than Dvalin at his peak, they still weren't as massive. And sometimes, size does mean power. As for Albedo, Ryan could only say, he truly lived up to being the alchemical master second only to the Golden Troop. In just 2 days, Albedo hadn't made any modifications to the MC world's existing potions or enchantments. According to him, those involved laws and were already perfect creations. Even if he intervened, it would only be a minor improvement. What did surprise Ryan was something else entirely. Albedo used MC materials like blaze rods and netherwort to enhance Teyvat's existing alchemical potions. To put it simply, potions like geo oil and pyro oil which originally boosted elemental power were now stronger and lasted longer. At least from Xiao's testing, these potions gave him significant buffs. In addition, he produced prototype potions that increased elemental resistance. After Ningguang and the others saw them, they immediately increased their funding for Albedo's work. They even invested heavily to build him a brand new alchemy lab with top-grade equipment. Now, Albedo's main research focus was on these potions. He also wanted to develop slightly weaker versions for sale in Laya Harbor. The stronger ones, naturally, would be reserved for internal use by Liu and Mondstadt. Besides potions, Albedo also modified milk and bone meal. He intended to turn milk into a potion that could act as a miracle cure for negative statuses, though he hadn't made much progress yet. Bone meal, on the other hand, was easy. He reprocessed it into a fertilizer-like substance. While not as effective as pure bone meal, it could accelerate plant growth within 3 days and now came in potion form. After some more testing, they could start selling it publicly. A fertilizer that could forcefully and safely mature any crop. It was sure to cause a stir across all of Teyvat. There'd be no shortage of buyers. Ryan had to admit the combination of MC's magical materials and a master alchemist produced effects far greater than just the sum of their parts. However, today, Ryan's mind wasn't on any of that. The rite of dissension had begun. And for the next half-month or so, Ryan wouldn't be stationed in the MC world like usual. Compared to that, the fun in Liu would be much greater. He fully intended to enjoy the dramatic spectacle of Zhongli's grand, rope-free skydive. Jade Chamber platform. As Liu's most important administrative hub, the real Jade Chamber was enormous, vast enough to hold tens of thousands of people at once. After all, it was the annual venue of the Rite of Dissension. As the commercial center of Teyvat, this day of the Geo Archon's descent was a festival for merchants everywhere. The place was indeed large, but that didn't mean it was empty. On the contrary, the Jade Chamber was packed shoulder to shoulder with people from all over. About 70% were Liu's citizens, the other 30% came from the other 7 nations. And among all these people, nearly 90% were merchants. In fact, if someone tossed a grenade in here, the damages could cost tens of billions of mora. Fortunately, Ryan and his group didn't need to squeeze in with the crowds below. They stood on a tower balcony of the Jade Chamber, overlooking the grand festival of Liu. Ganyu had already returned to Ryan's side now that the rite had started. She could finally rest. At least, ideally that was the case. Given what was about to happen at the rite, Ganyu would probably need to go back to work soon. She already knew about Ryan and Hu Tao. Though upset, she had accepted it. Now she and Hu Tao were whispering quietly in the corner. Ryan could vaguely hear them. It sounded like they were scheduling time slots. Unlike the eager crowds below, straining their necks for a glimpse of the central stage, Ryan and his group sat back comfortably in their chairs, sipping tea and enjoying the show. The Rite of Dissension, truly a grand event that draws all of Teyvat's attention. I've been waiting a long time for this. Upon hearing this, Zhongli let out a soft chuckle. In past years, the Rite of Dissension was never this extravagant, and the number of guests was far fewer. But this year, because of your presence, Liu has undergone earth-shattering changes. Many merchants are drawn to the goods now circulating through Liu's markets. Naturally, they've traveled far and wide hoping to gather some insider information. Ningguang seems intent on using the Rite of Dissension while all of Teyvat is watching to formally announce Liu's recent progress and petition for true human governance. That's why this year's rite is especially grand. Ryan nodded without much reaction, then after a brief silence, he suddenly asked, "You're not going to die again this time, are you?" Zhongli paused for a moment before replying with an air of calm confidence. "Don't worry. After chatting with you during this time, I've come to understand what kind of consequences truly faking my death would have for Liu. I've already made some changes." Ryan pursed his lips. His gut told him that whatever Zhongli changed probably wouldn't make a difference. Still, judging from their conversations over these past days, maybe Zhongli really would tone it down a bit during this predetermined abdication ceremony. At the heart of the ceremony, Ningguang was doing a final check of the process. Soon, she would officially announce to the Geo Archon, to all of Liu, and to the whole of Teyvat, the progress Liu had made. Liu was now marching boldly toward becoming a divine kingdom upon the earth. Liu had gained the strength to stand firm against any storm. It was time for Liu to step into true human governance. Thinking carefully, all these earth-shaking changes had occurred in just 3 magical months. enchantments, alchemical potions, beacons, minerals, firearms. So many achievements far beyond the accumulations of thousands of years of Laya's history. In the span of just 3 months, Laya had risen to heights that made everyone look up in awe. She truly believed Laya was ready. If they continued progressing like this, by the time the Lantern Rite came around this year, Laya would have developed to a level that no one could even comprehend. And all of this stemmed from Ryan. Ningguang glanced sideways toward a distant pavilion. The one she had always thought about was standing there watching her. As if sensing her gaze, Ryan cheerfully waved at her. Ningguang's lips curved slightly into a smile. Once the rite of descension was over, she could finally relax. Next, it was time to handle her personal matters. So what if Hu Tao got a head start? She was Tianquan Ningguang. There had never been anything she wanted that she couldn't get. With determination in her heart and fire in her spirit, Ningguang turned her head and stretched out her hand. Several dazzling gems gathered in her fair palm. They spun around rapidly, emanating an ancient divine power. The auspicious hour has arrived. Ningguang spoke softly. The entire Jade Chamber platform instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at her with fervent eyes. Moments later, her gaze sharpened, respectfully inviting the Lord of Geo to descend. The brilliant gems shot into the sky. Not far away, Lumen suddenly grew nervous. She had to seize this chance to ask about her brother. The Geo Archon must know something. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and everyone felt as though a heavy stone suddenly pressed upon their hearts. It was oppressive but oddly reassuring. A vortex was forming. Pure divine power pierced the clouds, spilling down to the earth like a sudden second sunrise. Ryan chuckled in disbelief. Zhongli really knew how to give himself a grand entrance. But in the very next moment, the situation changed drastically. Black wind, black fire, black lightning all suddenly appeared from thin air and struck the center of the golden vortex in unison. Black wind, black flames, black lightning. These weren't elemental powers, nor divine force, they were more like disasters born from pure laws of nature. The legendary 3 calamities and heavenly tribulations. Everyone from Liu, or anyone remotely familiar with its traditions, simultaneously recalled the same terrifying concept. The Geo Archon is undergoing a heavenly tribulation. Before anyone could fully grasp what was happening, everything abruptly settled. A divine dragon plummeted from the sky, crashing into the offering table and shattering the ground. That was the true form of the Geo Archon. Gone was the golden brilliance of the past, now his body was covered in marks left by the devastating calamities. Shattered scales, blood everywhere. The dragon still breathed, but his eyes were shut tight. Air came out, but none went in. He was barely alive. The sudden turn of events left everyone frozen. After a moment, Ningguang was the first to react. Frowning, she quickly stepped forward, assessed the situation, and raised her hand. The Lord is gravely injured. Clear the area immediately. Yes, ma'am. Even the Qianyan army were visibly shaken, but they obeyed the command without hesitation. Soon, the bewildered and confused crowd that had gathered for the ceremony was completely cleared out. Only Ningguang and the stationed Qianyan soldiers remained. In the distant pavilion, Ryan's mouth twitched slightly. This is what you call making changes. Zhongli gave no direct response. He calmly sipped his tea and gave a light chuckle. You tell me, my dead or not? To read 30+ future chapters, head over to Patreon. 218 Zhongli is speechless. Geking insists on reviving him. 218 Zhongli is speechless. Geking insists on reviving him. The state that Zhongli created for his manifested dragon form was one of being struck by a heavenly tribulation, failing to overcome it, and falling into critical condition on the verge of death. In simpler terms, he was dead, but not completely. For a moment, Ryan didn't even know how to begin ridiculing Zhongli's actions. What the hell was this 3 calamities heavenly tribulation? Wasn't that just something storytellers made up? With so many immortals in Liu, who had ever been struck by a heavenly tribulation? No wonder Zhongli had been asking about cultivation novels from Ryan's original world, especially showing keen interest in various forms of tribulation. Ryan had simply thought Zhongli enjoyed listening to stories, so he told him all about the 9-fold thunder tribulation, the celestial 9 heavens tribulation, and the 5 decays of heaven and man. So that's what he had been scheming for. 3 calamities raining down. Nonsense. Even if Ningguang and the others didn't understand, how could Ryan not see through it? There were no such things as heavenly tribulations in this world. Wind, fire, and lightning, those so-called 3 calamities. Aren't they just elemental powers? And if it's elemental energy, then it's under the control of the Inmo, Pyro, and Electro Archons. How would they dare strike Zhongli with a tribulation? If there truly is a heavenly tribulation in this world, then Teyvat has only one kind. The erosion imposed by Celestia upon all living beings. Ryan sighed and shook his head. You really came up with this nonsense, huh? Zhongli, however, seemed quite satisfied with the current situation. He didn't care about others. As far as he was concerned, after throwing his manifested body out there, he felt completely relaxed, and his mood had improved immensely. As for whether abandoning a manifested body would weaken him, don't make him laugh. He was the mighty Morax, and over thousands of years, how many avatars and incarnations had he created? Men, women, old, young, all kinds of manifestations. The dragon form was simply the one most familiar to Laya. Losing a manifestation was like dropping a wave into the sea. It wouldn't affect him at all. In fact, considering the relief it brought and the reduction in erosion, it might even have a positive effect. So really, Morax has always been powerful, not because of any gnosis, or his divine form, or faith-based empowerment. This is the best possible outcome. Zhongli took a sip of tea and said meaningfully. The concept of the three calamities tribulation started circulating recently in Laya. According to the storytellers, it's a law ordained by the heavenly order. Ryan's heart stirred. He began to understand Zhongli's intent. In a low voice, he said, "So you wanted to use this grand occasion of the rite of parting, and your near-death state, to rally the hearts of Laya's people?" Zhongli nodded slightly, and Ryan couldn't help but admire the deep schemes of this 6,000-year-old dragon. Right now, the people of Laya didn't know that Celestia had a conscious second throne. But they did know one thing: the heavenly order struck down their Geo-Archon. Right now, they only felt sorrow. But what if one day, they learned that Celestia was a personified, intentional existence? Hatred. The people of Laya, who had been protected under Morax's guidance for 3,700 years, wouldn't hesitate to declare a blood feud against Celestia. When Ningguang and the others one day declare their intent to fight Celestia, Laya's people will be the first to rise up. Ryan would never underestimate the reverence Laya held for their Archon. Even centuries into human governance, the people would still carry a deep longing for Morax. And now, by staging a harmless fake death, Zhongli had gained the unified will of Laya to oppose Celestia. A huge win. Ryan shook his head, sighing. "You really are a master of calculation." Zhongli pursed his lips, eyes deep and dark. "She destroyed my friends, countless civilizations, and 500 years ago, she almost destroyed Laya too. So why shouldn't I destroy her in turn? In the past, I had to consider Laya's survival. I had to ensure my people lived on. That's why I could only secretly support the Cryo-Archon. But now, Laya has the strength to defend itself and in the future, may even turn the tides. So, I don't mind laying some groundwork early. You don't know the secrets of this world yet, but when you see the primordial ones of Celestia and you see what my former people suffer through as primordial gods now, you'll understand she and I, the Seven and her, can never coexist. She's draining the lives of our people." A hint of fury trembled in Zhongli's voice. Ryan also sighed quietly. He could already guess parts of what was happening in Celestia, but he couldn't do much either. It was a relationship rooted in the very laws of Teyvat. No matter how strong his fists or how destructive his power, that wasn't something brute strength could solve. "We'll take it step by step. TCH, but you really made a huge move this time." Ryan patted Zhongli on the shoulder and stood up, heading down. "A critical illness needs strong medicine." Zhongli replied with a calm remark, then followed quickly to join Ningguang and the others. At this moment, the Qianyan army had sealed the area so tightly not even air could slip through. But everyone already sensed it. A great storm was brewing in Laya harbor. Ningguang and Keqing were crouched by the dragon's head, carefully inspecting the damage to the dragon's body. "Ningguang, how is it?" Lumen asked anxiously from the side. "Not great. The emperor is severely wounded. He's completely unresponsive." Ningguang shook her head, then glanced at Zhongli. Seeing the calm, collected look on his face, she grew even more puzzled. The moment the dragon fell, Ningguang had looked to Zhongli. Once she confirmed that he was perfectly fine, she became even more confused. Why had Zhongli suddenly staged something like this? That heavenly tribulation was definitely fake. Ningguang knew some of the hidden truths. So that grandiose, three calamities heavenly tribulation was most likely Zhongli's own fabrication. But, what was he trying to achieve? Knowing her plan, is that why he refused to step down, choosing to make a statement this way? That can't be right. Not to mention, Zhongli's attitude lately had already shown he was ready to let go. And now, with everyone watching, the Geo-Archon is critically injured and on the verge of death. This clearly shows he can no longer fulfill his role as Archon. So then was he just eager to retire and decided to go all in? That's not like him. To make such a humiliating exit for himself. Geo-Archon Zhongli shouldn't have any mental illness, right? Fortunately, Zhongli didn't bring Xiao and Cloud Retainer today because he felt their acting wasn't convincing enough. Otherwise, this place might be in total chaos by now. Why would the Archon suddenly suffer a heavenly tribulation? And he didn't even survive it. Keqing's fists clenched in distress. Though she pursued rule by man, she never imagined Zhongli would step down like this. In her heart, she had always wanted the Geo-Archon to peacefully retire, enjoying his elder years while watching the people he raised grow stronger and more capable. But now, what is this? Ningguang and the others didn't answer, only giving Keqing a complicated look. She really was too straightforward. Everyone present, even the newcomers from Mondstadt like Lisa, had mostly figured out that Zhongli was the Geo-Archon. Yet ironically, Keqing, who had been here from the start, still didn't know. Ningguang sighed and shook her head. Whatever the case, let's bring the Archon to the Golden House to recover. Just as she was about to call someone over, Keqing suddenly raised her head in urgency. Another is still away. She turned to Ryan. "Ryan, the enchanted golden apple should work, right?" That thing so powerful it has to be able to heal the Archon. Instantly, both Ryan and Zhongli froze awkwardly. Ryan glanced at Zhongli. He was clearly irritated. He had forgotten about that. How unlucky. After all that effort faking his death, now Keqing wanted to bring him back at full health. What a disaster. What would people say that the Geo Archon bungee jumped without a rope during the rite of descension? Where was his dignity? He absolutely could not come back to life. Zhongli quickly gave Ryan a reassuring look, in case he panicked and impulsively destroyed the body. Actually, it won't work. The Geo Archon's constitution is uniquely he's a being made of laws and principles. I tried letting him eat the enchanted golden apple before, but it had no effect. Besides, in his current state, he probably can't even eat anything. This was Ryan's first time telling such a massive lie in his life, and all for Zhongli's sake. How tragic. Keqing paused, about to say something else, but Ryan quickly added, if the golden apple doesn't work, then healing potions definitely won't either. What about the totem of undying? Keqing followed up. Ryan fell silent. Zhongli looked at Keqing with a complex expression. Last year, she'd been urging him to retire. Who would have thought that this year, she'd insist on bringing him back to life? Too straightforward. Why couldn't she just let him stay half dead in peace? Ryan was getting stressed too. He had finally come up with excuses to ban the enchanted apple and healing potions, and now Keqing pulled out the trump card, the totem of undying. That thing. He really couldn't think of a good excuse for it. Everyone knew how effective the totem was. Even Venti carried several with him at all times. It was absolutely effective even for Archons. For a moment, Ryan didn't know what to say. Luckily, Zhongli remembered this was still his own fake death drama, so he patched it up himself. Why don't we give the Geo Archon a totem of undying? Right now, he's severely wounded but not dead. If he truly can't pull through, the totem will activate and restore him. This was the best excuse Zhongli could think of. If Keqing insisted on attaching the totem to the body and then killing the body to force a full revival, he would have to act fast and destroy the body before that could happen. Fortunately, Keqing wasn't that bold. She nodded and looked expectantly at Ryan. The latter sighed helplessly but still pulled out a totem and placed it in the paw of Zhongli's draconic body. Seeing this, Keqing finally let out a breath of relief. Thank you, Ryan. When the Archon recovers, he'll definitely thank you himself. Zhongli remained silent. If Keqing really did revive that body, he'd have to thank her personally. Keqing, please lead the Millilith and move the Archon's body to the Golden House to recover discreet. Seeing Zhongli's troubled look, Ningguang didn't want Keqing hanging around any longer and found an excuse to send her off. Lumen and Paimon exchanged glances and raised their hands. Ningguang, we'll go too. Ningguang paused and then nodded. Alright, be careful. As they watched Keqing and the others carry away the Geo Archon's body, only Ryan and a few others were left on Yijing Terrace. Jean pressed her lips together and sighed. Ningguang, my condolences. Ningguang looked slightly exasperated and just shook her head, not replying to Jean. Instead, she looked over at Zhongli. Archon, was this really necessary? Archon. Jean blinked, looking at the calm Zhongli and at Venti and Lisa, who seemed unsurprised. Her eyes widened in shock. Mr. Zhongli, the Geo Archon. 219, Zhongli has a serious problem. Zhongli, who everyone always thought was just a knowledgeable scholar, suddenly turned out to be the Geo Archon, Morax. And not only that, they made a dramatic public move. I killed myself. What kind of plot twist was this? Jean was utterly confused. Lisa gently tugged Jean's arm to quiet her down. This wasn't the time for explanations. Ningguang frowned slightly, her eyes fixed on Zhongli. After a moment of silence, he spoke helplessly. Looks like you've all figured it out. Even if we didn't before, the way Xiao treats you with such reverence made it clear, Ningguang replied. Zhongli nodded, sighing. So it's true, Xiao's acting really does leave much to be desired. Don't change the subject, Your Excellency. Why did you do this so suddenly? Now all of Teyvat thinks you're on the brink of death. Ningguang still didn't understand. With this incident, the future of Teyvat and the potential chaos in Liu were completely unpredictable. Sure, Liu was strong. Even if the Geo Archon never stepped in again, it would remain a major power. Even if Zhongli wanted to step down and give way to human governance, no one objected. But this method, it was too much. Zhongli looked out over Liu harbor, his gaze distant. Liu has stood for over 3,700 years, and I have fought for 6,000. Ever since Yuheng questioned me at the rite of descension last year, I've been thinking it over. My power has waned, and Liu grows faster than ever. I can no longer guide it like I once did, nor does it need my guidance for its future. As I walk through Liu harbor, I see countless workers who, after fulfilling their duties, are promised rest. I believe I too have finished my work. And with that, it's time for me to retire. From the beginning, Liu wasn't just mine or the other adeptes. My battles to clear the land and subdue the Archon War were all to give the people a peaceful place to live. Now that Liu has achieved that, it's only right I return it fully to the people. This idea isn't new, and today's Liu has proven itself worthy, so I see no issue with my decision. Zhongli spoke calmly, but everyone present was left with heavy hearts. Still, no one could really argue. He had protected Laya for 3,700 years and fought for 6,000. Whether as a guardian or a leader, he had done more than enough. He wasn't a machine, he deserved rest and his own time. Yes, Laya was growing stronger, but that also meant it didn't need Zhongli the same way anymore. That wasn't healthy for either side. Letting go when the time is right was something even Ningguang had planned for. But still. Even so, don't you think this method of stepping down is a bit extreme? Ningguang bit her lip, troubled. The Geo Archon has always been everything to the people of Liu. No, Zhongli interrupted, shaking his head. The most important thing for Liu's people isn't Morex, but Liu itself, the home they've built together and the future they shape. I know this will cause some initial pain, but a young eagle must spread its wings. If it clings to the shelter of the past, it'll never become a great bird. Ningguang let out a sigh and stopped trying to dissuade him. Understood. Liu will adapt to this new era of human governance. We'll settle things quickly. Hearing that, Zhongli finally looked satisfied. With everyone more or less accepting the outcome, Ryan couldn't help but tease. Honestly, this outcome's not bad. Before this, he actually wanted to fake his death entirely and cut off the Geo Archon identity completely. Ningguang and Ganyu froze and glanced at Zhongli. He remained calm, so Ningguang could only say, "But this, how is it any different from faking your death?" Ryan shrugged. Either way, from now on, Liu will fully embrace human rule. That's what you need, and what Zhongli needs too. Face it, and get to stabilizing Liu quickly. Ningguang didn't say much more. The events of today had her mentally drained, her thoughts in disarray. Next, I'll begin preparations for the farewell to the Adepti ceremony, and during that, I'll officially announce Liu's transition to human rule. That snapped everyone to attention. Hu Tao, especially, perked up excitedly. The farewell to the Adepti, isn't that for when the Adepti pass away? Zhongli, you're really going through with this. That's amazing. I mean, for you to go this far for Wangxing Funeral Parlor's publicity. You really are the best consultant ever. Zhongli's mouth twitched, and he calmly replied. The ceremony has always been used to say goodbye to departed Adepti, but it isn't purely a funeral. In this case, it's more appropriate to call it a retirement ceremony. Hu Tao waved her hand dismissively. Same difference. Either way, it's prime advertisement. Zhongli gave her a look. She was probably already brainstorming new ad slogans. To prevent things from going too far, he added. This time, the farewell ceremony won't be handled by Wangxing Funeral Parlor. Hu Tao's face darkened instantly, glaring at Zhongli like he was a traitor. So now that we've revealed the Geo Archon's identity, you're ditching Wangxing too? Rude. Give me back all the expenses we covered before. Zhongli sighed helplessly. I'll be organizing the ceremony myself. Also, the traveler will participate. Hu Tao narrowed her eyes. She wasn't thinking about why Lumen was involved, just that Zhongli was hosting the event himself. But still, Zhongli was publicly known as Wangshen's consultant. Even if he handled it personally, it was still technically Wangshen adjacent. Free publicity. And best of all, she didn't have to pay a single mora. Score. Smiling slyly, Hu Tao clung to Ryan's arm and said no more. The others, though, felt complicated. Half killing himself, then personally sending himself off. What kind of illness did Zhongli have? Hold on a second, Jean raised her hand awkwardly. Your Majesty Morex. Just call me Zhongli. From now on, I'm no longer the Geo Archon. Zhongli said gently. Jean nodded. Mr. Zhongli, then why specifically ask for Lumen to be involved? After all, Lumen was Jean's friend and also the honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius. Given the scheming of gods, Jean was very worried that something might happen to her. Zhongli remained silent for a moment and then shook his head slightly. This is part of a contract I have with someone else. Can you tell me who that person is? Jean pursed her lips and asked gently. Lumen is our friend, and with the upcoming rite of parting, I'm afraid she might get hurt. Since Liu was holding the rite of parting, it was highly likely that something major was going to happen. If there was any real danger to her life, Jean wanted to persuade Zhongli to spare Lumen. Zhongli glanced at Venti, who was carefreely enjoying the scenery. After a moment of silence, Zhongli said softly. Lumen's brother, Ether, is currently the so-called Prince of the Abyss Order. Jean and the others were utterly shocked. They looked at each other, speechless for a moment. After the Kenria incident, I had a private meeting with Ether. He had become the Prince of the Abyss Order, with the intention of overturning the world order. I needed to use him to achieve my goals. Ether and I made a contract. He asked me to help Lumen complete her journey, recover her memories and powers, and leave her mark on this world. This matter was a contract between Ether, me, and Venti. Hearing this, the group turned their heads to Venti. He tilted his head, thought for a second, then shrugged. He. It was clear that no more could be extracted from him. Since the Prince of the Abyss had signed a contract with the two original Archons, who knew what they were planning, knowing too much was definitely not a good thing. But in any case, as Lumen's brother, Ether wouldn't harm her, that much was certain. This contract was originally supposed to remain secret, but now, since we've signed a new contract with Ryan, the original plan no longer matters. Zhongli spoke calmly. However, even so, don't spread this matter, especially not in Teyvat. Ningguang nodded. We understand. Jean paused for a moment and then looked toward Venti. So that time when Dvalin was corrupted and brought disaster to Mondstadt, yet not a single citizen was harmed. I don't know. Venti smiled cheerfully and shook his head. The Abyss Order did indeed try to corrupt Dvalin as a war machine, but I only found out about it later. But that wasn't part of the terms in our contract, so don't ask me. My relationship with that guy isn't exactly friendly, you know. But you still played along, didn't you? Lisa gave Venti a deep, meaningful look. Venti scratched his cheek. Oh come on, what's with that tone of interrogation? Since the old man was putting on an act, why couldn't I? Besides, my acting skills are way better than his. Hu Tao pouted. I really don't get what you 1,000-year-old folks are thinking. You're not supposed to. Ryan chuckled and affectionately pinched Hu Tao's nose. If you could figure them out, you'd end up gloomy and serious like Zhongli. But I'm still super lively, aren't I? Venti leaned in and blinked his eyes. Ryan scoffed. You're just totally carefree and clueless. How rude. You're picking on me, aren't you? Venti huffed and glared at Ryan. At the side, Ningguang had already sorted out her thoughts. She lifted her head and stared at Zhongli with a sharp gaze. So, making the Geo Archon unable to act during the Rite of Dissension, that was just the first step. Next comes the true test of Laya's ability to govern itself by human hands, right? Zhongli wasn't surprised that Ningguang figured it out. Even so, it wasn't like she could stop it now. After all, who would have thought Zhongli would go so far as to unleash the demon gods? Let alone call in Oziel's wife too. Zhongli gave no response. But Ningguang had already steeled herself. She smiled confidently. I understand, but no matter what, Laya today is more than ready to face any formidable foe. Laya has the strength to face any storm head-on. 220, the rite of parting, it's all just a performance. 220, the rite of parting, it's all just a performance. Northland Bank, 2nd floor. Tartaglia and Rosaline didn't participate in today's rite of parting. In fact, the entire Fatui remained well-behaved in their respective lodgings today. They had no choice after all, the Fatui weren't welcome here. What's more, Rosaline had already revealed the contract between the Tsaritsa and Zhongli to Tartaglia. As long as they followed Zhongli's instructions step by step, they would be able to obtain the Gnosis. There was no need to go around doing thankless and risky things. Especially now Laya was not a place they could afford to provoke. If something happened to the Geo Archon today, and even one Fatui member was present, they would be blamed without a doubt. Rosaline still hoped to help the Tsaritsa establish cooperative relations with Laya, so she naturally didn't want tensions to escalate further. However, she still underestimated the mutual hostility between Laya and the Fatui. Even though the Fatui had been quiet and caused no trouble today, after the incident at Yijing Terrace, the Ministry of Civil Affairs immediately sent people to launch a massive investigation. All Fatui members were ordered to report their whereabouts over the past few days. In addition, dozens of Qianyan army soldiers had been stationed outside the Northland Bank under the pretense of protecting merchant property. Tartaglia had 1,000 complaints about that. Calling it property protection sounded nice, but in truth, wasn't it just surveillance and house arrest? Who protects property by surrounding the building in full battle armor, with wolves on leashes and deadly glares aimed straight at the bank? Fully armored Qianyan heavy cavalry, riding tall warhorses and patrolling around the Northland Bank. In the shadows, many light cavalry soldiers were ready to chug alchemical potions and storm in at any moment. At this point, anyone unfamiliar with the situation might think a demon god was hiding inside the Northland Bank. Yet Tartaglia and the others didn't protest. In fact, they hadn't even shown their faces. They saw clearly how merchants from the Sumuru Academia were now practically begging for people to buy their alchemical potions. But the moment they revealed they were from the Academia, the merchants and adventurers scattered like they were fleeing a plague. The Fatui may have been targeted, but they were still better off than the Academia. At the very least, they hadn't lost their right to purchase alchemical potions. Not long after, the entire main avenue of Laya became eerily quiet. Merchants and civilians all hid in their homes. The Qianyan army entered the city in full force. At the front were densely packed heavy cavalry, their hooves smashing into the ground and sending shards of stone flying. Following behind were light infantry, armed with uniform enchanted spears and enchanted swords at their waists. Behind them came archers carrying enchanted bows on their backs. A pack of wolves ran alongside the soldiers, keeping pace. In just a short time, Tartaglia had counted no fewer than 3,000 of these elite Qianyan troops. The full might of Laya's foundation was now on display for all to see, making their hearts tremble with unease. Even without deploying any gods, these Qianyan soldiers alone were strong enough to sweep away nearly every known force in Teyvat. That's why the Fatui didn't dare to stir up trouble despite being effectively detained. At this moment, Laya Harbor had 3,000 to 4,000 elite troops, each as dangerous as vision holders. They simply weren't someone to mess with. After a long silence, Tartaglia let out a soft sigh. What a storm this is. Rosaline didn't answer. She silently observed the Qianyan soldiers below, particularly the enchanted weapons in their hands. The flickering pyro elements on their long swords made even her, the Crimson Witch of Flame, feel a deep desire. What terrifying strength. As expected, cooperating with Liu will be the greatest advantage for Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. After speaking, Rosaline glanced at Tartaglia. You may move now. Morik sent word the traveler has left the Golden House. The Yuheng star is still stationed there, and right now, the traveler is alone. Tartaglia rolled his eyes. You want me to make a move right in front of all these Jianyan soldiers? Isn't that a little too high profile? I'd rather not get surrounded and hacked to pieces. This is Morix's contract. If you fail to complete it, prepare to face the punishment of stone. Rosaline's tone was light, but her words were cold. She turned and left the meeting room, returning to her own quarters. Her role in this was over. All she needed to do was report to the Tsaritsa as scheduled and wait to receive the gnosis. And while she was at it, see if cooperation with Liu was truly possible. After seeing those enchanted weapons, Rosaline's urgency had only grown stronger. Liu definitely had the power to stand up to Celestia. Tartaglia looked down at the Qianyan soldiers below, a mix of emotions crossing his face. After a while, he let out a sigh, hid his presence, and slipped away through the secret tunnel they had dug earlier heading in Lumen's direction. Of course, he didn't notice that just outside the tunnel entrance, in an inconspicuous spot, a hidden camera recorded his every move. On the Jade Chamber, Ningguang had invited Ryan and the others to rest here for the time being and had also brought Kli and Nahida over. Judging by the current situation, no one was in the mood to return to the MC world for now. Ningguang's priority was to stabilize the internal panic within Laya. As for everything else, it would have to wait until the so-called trial began. Being atop the Jade Chamber, it was only natural that they could clearly see what Tartaglia was up to, especially after what Zhongli had said about Luma. Ningguang and the others had been keeping a close eye on her ever since. Tartaglia's actions and movements were laid out clearly before them. Ningguang frowned slightly and glanced at Zhongli, but he showed no change in expression. She could more or less guess that the Fatui were probably also one of the pieces Zhongli had set in motion in this grand rite of parting drama. Still, Ningguang didn't want to dig too deeply into what Zhongli was planning. She only needed to think from the perspective of someone preparing for Lia's transition to self-governance. And the answer to that was simple. Let the soldiers guard against the invaders, let the land absorb the flood. No matter who the enemy was, Lia had the strength to face them. This is the Sky Eye system Ryan mentioned before, isn't it? Lisa curiously examined the array of screens before her. They displayed densely packed images of every corner of Lia Harbor. Clear enough to count every single fruit on a street vendor's stall. It could be said that all of Lia now lay directly beneath Ningguang's watchful eyes. Anything that happened would be known immediately. For a Saitino, for an entire nation, this was the most ideal outcome. At least, for those who managed Liu, it was the perfect tool. Hearing Lisa's comment, Ningguang finally put aside her speculations about Zhongli's plan for the time being. With a soft laugh, she said, Ryan had people set this up. While you were away, every street and alley in Liu, even the most hidden corners, were fitted with wireless surveillance cameras. The Ministry of Civil Affairs also has screens like these. We've set up a separate department just to monitor them, with staff rotating shifts each day. If anything happens, we can send someone to handle it immediately. Jean nodded in admiration. That's truly convenient. If Mondstadt could install something similar, managing the Knights of Favonius would be much easier. Ryan, who was playing with Kli and Nahida, looked up and smiled. It's not that difficult. Once you learn the crafting recipe, you can mass-produce them. You can study the method later, make a bunch, and bring them back to install. Just ask Ningguang and the others for a manual. Hearing this, Jean nodded quickly. Thank you very much. This will be really important for us. Just as she finished speaking, Hu Tao suddenly pointed excitedly at one of the screens. Look, look, Lumen's about to run into Tartaglia. Everyone went quiet again, their eyes fixed on the display. After returning from the Golden House, Lumen walked with her head down, silent. She had planned to meet the Geo Archon today to ask about her brother, but who could have expected such a sudden incident? Keking was still stationed at the Golden House, and Lumen didn't know where else to go, so she wandered aimlessly through Laya Harbor. Compared to its usual bustle, the city now felt shrouded in unease and fear. Pedestrians moved quickly along the streets, while the number of Millilith soldiers had clearly increased. Thankfully, many of the Millilith recognized Lumen as a friend of Ningguang and the others, so none of them stopped her to ask for identification. Unconsciously, she wandered to an empty pavilion not far from Yujing Terrace. There wasn't a soul in sight, only a few Millilith patrolling nearby. Lumen. Paimon gently tugged her sleeve and whispered, "What should we do now?" Lumen looked at Paimon with a blank expression, then sat down in frustration. "I don't know." Paimon hovered beside her, holding her cheeks in her hands anxiously. Why would something like a heavenly punishment suddenly fall on the Geo Archon? A thought struck Lumen, and she turned to Paimon. "Paimon, in your memory, has anything like this ever happened in Laya before?" Paimon wrinkled her nose and thought hard, then shook her head. "I don't remember anything like that. I haven't been to Laya that many times, though." "Not that many times, and yet you remember all the local delicacies so clearly." Lumen glared at Paimon, then sighed and looked down again, discouraged. "What do we do now? The one person who might have known where my brother Isamething happened to him. Why does this keep happening to me?" She met the heavenly principles on Celestia, faced the storm terror crisis in Mondstadt, and now the Geo-Archon was severely injured here in Laya. Lumen was starting to feel like it was fate or some kind of cruel joke. Lumen, maybe we should talk to Ryan. His world is so magical, maybe he can heal the Geo-Archon. Paymon's words made Lumen freeze. She'd nearly forgotten. Ryan had enchanted golden apples, totems of undying. And more than that, his entire world was a place of healing. No matter how badly someone was hurt, as long as they went there and restored their hunger bar, they could come back fully healed. Lumen jumped up, grabbed Paimon, and kissed her on the cheek. Paimon, you really can be smart sometimes. Being praised made Paimon happy at first, but after hearing what Lumen said, she immediately pouted. Humph, what do you mean, sometimes, smart? I'm always smart. I just need to eat well for my brain to work at full power. So this is all your fault for always making Paimon go hungry. Now that she had a solution, Lumen didn't bother arguing. She grinned and pinched Paymon's cheek. Anyway, let's go find Ryan. If we bring the Geo-Archon back to health, I'm sure Ningguang and the others will be thrilled. The two of them cheered up and began heading toward the small house at the foot of Mt Tianheng. But just as they rounded a corner, a bright, cheerful voice called out. Long time no see, Miss Lumen, Miss Paimon. You two seem to be in pretty good spirits. Lumen stopped, stunned. She turned around and saw Tartaglia leaning casually against a wall, arms crossed, smiling at them. To read 60 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 221. Zhongli busy with his funeral, Ningguang busy finding a partner. Lumen, it's that bad guy from the factory who announced his name the first time we met. Paimon scrunched her little face, hiding behind Lumen as she muttered warily. At the same time, she secretly pulled an alchemy potion out of her inventory. If Tartaglia did even the slightest suspicious thing, she'd gulp it down and whip out an RPG to blast him on the spot. Tartaglia glanced calmly at the potion in Paymon's hand. It was a strength-enhancing type and looked like a higher-tier version, too. As expected, he thought inwardly. Still, he just shrugged and smiled. That kind of guarded look really hurts, you know. Compared to my colleagues, I'd say I'm the friendlier one. Why treat me like this? Lumen frowned slightly as she looked at Tartaglia and said softly. The Geo-Archon was just severely injured during the rite of parting. You suddenly coming to us like this, of course we'd be on guard. Don't think I don't know what your factory are scheming when it comes to the gods. Paimon also chimed in fiercely. Yeah, that lady colleague of yours, she hit Venti and stole his gnosis. Don't think we didn't notice. Humph, none of you factory are good people. Tartaglia froze awkwardly. Things weren't really going the way he imagined. Lumen and Paymon's wariness toward the factory was way too high. Meanwhile, on the Jade Chamber, the entire conversation between Lumen and Tartaglia was being monitored by Ningguang and the others. When they heard Paimon mention that Venti's gnosis had been stolen, Jean instantly flared up. Venti, is this true? Your gnosis? Venti scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Venti, this is a serious matter. No matter what, you shouldn't have kept something like this from us. Jean scolded, visibly upset by Venti's nonchalant attitude. Looking troubled, Venti glanced at Zhongli. After a moment of silence, he muttered. It was decided a long time ago. You don't need to worry about it. The gnosis isn't something the Archons particularly value. On the contrary, to us, it might actually be more like a surveillance tool from Celestia. There's a lot involved, you don't need to know the details for now. Jean furrowed her brow, deep in thought. But Paimon said that the lady struck you. No matter the circumstances, that's... Venti raised a hand to stop her, sighing with a hint of melancholy. That's something I owed her. What do you mean? Jean looked confused, but Lisa seemed to suddenly understand. So she really is the Crimson Witch of Flames from 500 years ago. The Crimson Witch of Flames? Wasn't she one of the heroes during the Cataclysm 500 years ago? Jean was stunned. Back when the Dark Beasts attacked Mondstadt, the Knights of Favonius had been nearly wiped out. The city was on the brink of destruction. The Crimson Witch had sacrificed herself, burning her life away to protect Mondstadt. After that, she vanished without a trace. Everyone thought she had perished. But now, it seemed there was more to the story. If that's true, Jean sighed and slumped into her chair. Then Mondstadt owes her a great debt as well. Things had become too complicated too quickly. Jean was having trouble keeping it all straight. Venti sighed. Times change. Who can really say what's right or wrong? In the end, the root of these disasters is Celestia's stubborn will. Anyway, there's no need to overthink it now. Mondstadt's priority should be to continue growing like Laya did. We'll worry about the rest when the time comes. Jean had no better answer and could only go along with what Venti said. At that moment, Ningguang turned toward Zhongli after a moment of silence. So then Tartaglia's original purpose in coming to Laya was to obtain your gnosis, wasn't it? Zhongli remained silent under everyone's watchful gaze. After a long pause, he shook his head and said, that was part of my contract with the Tsaritsa. It's not something you need to concern yourselves with. I understand. Ningguang sighed. She was growing increasingly confused by the bizarre logic of these gods. Still, from the way Venti acted, it seemed that a gnosis truly wasn't of great importance to the seven. If Zhongli was willing to hand it over, they had no right to object. After all, Zhongli was the Geo-Archon not because of his gnosis, it was his very existence that made him Laya's protector. As long as he lived, he would always be the Geo-Archon in the hearts of the people. Back in Laya Harbor, Tartaglia hesitated for a moment. Seeing Lumen and Paimon growing more guarded by the second practically ready to draw weapon, she gave a helpless smile and said, "Alright, fine, I'll be honest. Yes, I do need the gnosis. But I wouldn't dare pull anything at the rite of parting. Even with the Geo-Archon gravely injured, Laya still has its adepti. There's no way I could cause trouble, I am not that reckless. So there's no need to be so wary." The deal for the gnosis was made before this. The Geo-Archon and Her Majesty the Tsaritsa signed a contract. I'm just the middleman sent to retrieve it. Once you're able to speak with the Geo-Archon again, he'll explain everything himself. Lumen went silent for a moment. Tartaglia looked pretty sincere, not like he was lying. Reluctantly, she chose to believe him at least a little. "You came to us just to say that?" Lumen's tone was calm as she looked at him. "If that's all, then we really have nothing more to talk about." Tartaglia grinned and spread his hands. "Of course there's more. But I don't think this is the best place to talk. If you don't mind, would you come with me to the Northland Bank?" Lumen. Paimon gasped, clearly alarmed as she looked at Lumen nervously. The Northland Bank was the Fatui's stronghold in Laya. There was no way Paimon wanted Lumen walking into a place like that. Tartaglia also noticed Paimon's unease and smiled. "If you're worried I'll do something to you, there's no need to be that tense. The Northland Bank is currently being watched by a ton of Millilith. You know their strength very well. While I don't mind having a good fight with you, I'm not planning on letting the Fatui get crushed by the Millilith just yet." With that, Tartaglia turned and started walking ahead, tilting his head slightly as he said, "Coming or not, you might learn more secrets like about your brother." Lumen's heart stirred. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and followed. She wasn't particularly afraid Tartaglia was setting up an ambush. As he said, the Northland Bank was surrounded by Millilith. Even if he wasn't afraid, he'd have to consider the consequences of causing trouble right now, especially with Laya's full military power ready to descend. Besides, the Fatui had their hands in all 7 nations, and the Harbingers worked directly under the Tsaritsa. It was entirely possible they had information on Ether. After weighing the risks, Lumen decided to go with Paimon and follow Tartaglia. On the Jade Chamber, seeing that they didn't plan on chatting in Laya Harbor, Ningguang looked a bit regretful. If they had talked a bit longer, she might have been able to figure out more of Zhongli's arrangements. Still, she had gathered plenty of information today already. No need to obsess over it. Zhongli stood up calmly and headed toward the door. "Is it your turn to appear on stage?" Ryan asked with a cheerful grin. Zhongli gave a slight nod. "It's time to begin preparing the rite of parting." Ryan rolled his eyes. "So eager to retire, huh? You're not even dead yet, and already so excited for a send-off." Zhongli replied calmly. "As I've said, the rite of parting isn't just to honor the dead. The Geo-Archon stepping down is, in principle, a suitable reason to hold the rite." Zhongli wasn't planning to delay any longer. If the situation allowed it, he'd have held the rite and announced his retirement tomorrow. After all those years of battle, wasn't he allowed to finally relax? He stepped out the door and vanished into golden light, leaving the Jade Chamber behind. Ningguang sighed helplessly. "From the moment the rite of parting went wrong, I suspected that Laya Harbor would experience turmoil. But I never imagined it would be even more complicated than I thought, that the Emperor himself would be guiding it all." Lumen, the Fatui, what exactly is the Emperor thinking? Though she seemed to be speaking to herself, Ningguang's eyes were fixed on Ryan. She knew, given Zhongli's open rapport with him, that Ryan probably knew everything. But Ryan wasn't about to sell Zhongli out. This was a grand plan that had been in the works for a long time. Leisurely playing with Nahitha, Ryan replied softly. "It's like a parent testing whether their child is ready to step into the world alone. They need to face danger to prove they're capable. Totally normal. But don't ask me too much. If I say too much, that petty guy will hold a grudge for a long time." Though she knew it was futile, Ningguang still felt helpless. After a pause, Ryan continued. "I'll stay in the Jade Chamber for the next few days. Got any spare rooms?" This whole drama would play out beautifully from here. Jade Chamber was the best seat in the house. Ryan wasn't about to miss it. Besides, to ensure someone would come to ask for his help in healing Zhongli's dragon-form body, it was better for him to lay low. Ningguang was delighted when she heard he offered to stay on his own. She'd just been worrying that Ganyu and Hu Tao had moved too fast, giving her no chance to make a move. And now, Ryan came knocking himself. She immediately nodded. "There are plenty of rooms in the Jade Chamber. I'll arrange one for you." Ganyu and Hu Tao exchanged glances, then both blurted out, "I want to stay too." "No way." Ningguang didn't give them a chance to finish before cutting them off decisively. She had finally seized an opportunity. If Hu Tao and Ganyu stayed here too, what would be the point? How was she supposed to sleep listening to their antics every night? She was trying to create an opening for herself, not torture herself. After thinking for a moment, Ningguang offered a legitimate excuse. Laya Harbor is about to enter a period of unrest. Ganyu still has lots of administrative work to do and must oversee the city's safety. Also, while the Wangxing funeral parlor may not be hosting the rite of parting, Zhongli is still your guest consultant. This is a huge opportunity. Don't you think, Hall Master Hu, that this is a perfect moment to raise the reputation of the funeral parlor in such a grand and unprecedented event? Her words left Hu Tao and Ganyu speechless. As much as they wanted to argue, they couldn't deny her reasoning. Helplessly, they both nodded silently, hoping Ningguang would be too busy during the chaos to make a move on Ryan. Ryan, aren't you going back to that other world for a while? Jean asked curiously. He nodded. There's nothing urgent to deal with over there. I'll return once Laya's turmoil settles down. If any of you want to visit, just come find me. But whatever you do, don't go slaying the Ender Dragon. Whether the next mod can function properly depends on it. As he spoke, Ryan shot a glance at Venti. Venti froze and muttered indignantly. What, you still don't trust me? Ryan replied with calm certainty. Would you? To read 60 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 222. Let's flip the script. Everyone's acting openly now. 222. Let's flip the script. Everyone's acting openly now. Inside the Northland Bank, Tartaglia and Lumen had already arrived. Considering that Lumen didn't have a favorable opinion of Rosaline, Tartaglia specifically asked her not to show up. Rosaline, for her part, wasn't interested in making a special appearance to meet Lumen anyway. Lumen sat with her arms crossed in a chair, silently staring at Tartaglia. Just moments ago, Paimon had loudly insisted that Tartaglia was up to no good. But upon seeing the table loaded with delicious food inside the Northland Bank, she had now completely defected to the enemy. She floated at the table, excitedly tasting each dish with gusto, much to Lumen's embarrassment. Taking a deep breath and choosing to ignore Paimon, Lumen spoke softly. You said you had information about my brother. Tartaglia shrugged. I wasn't lying. If I'm not mistaken, your brother also has blonde hair tied in a ponytail, with a gemstone on his chest that emits a white glow, right? You two are pretty recognizable. Lumen's heart skipped. He really had seen Ether. Where is he? She asked. Tartaglia took a sip of water and replied with a smile. The Abyss. The Abyss. Lumen's eyes widened as she looked at him in disbelief. I've no reason to lie. Honestly, I've been to the Abyss myself and I saw your brother there. Her Majesty the Tsaritsa is currently pursuing a plan that involves some cooperation with the Abyss. But it's not yet time for you to know more. Miss Lumen, let me just say this: perhaps because of your brother, your appearance in Teyvat has drawn the attention of many Archons. You should have noticed it already. I came to approach you on purpose. The Inmo Archon did the same, and the Geo Archon would have, too. Lumen recalled Venti's cryptic words earlier and suddenly, it all made sense. She had unknowingly been pulled into a game of chess. The ones pushing the pieces might be the 7 Archons, Celestia, or even Ether himself. But Lumen didn't care about that. What she cared about was that tug in her blood, that connection she had felt during their brief encounter at Storm Terror's lair. It had flashed again on that beach when she first awoke. After a long silence, Lumen softly said. So he's intentionally not meeting me. Tartaglia shrugged again. I don't know for sure. But your brother's identity is special now. I can't casually reveal his presence. He's probably under contract with the Tsaritsa, with the Inmo Archon, and even the Geo Archon. This isn't something I can influence. All I can tell you, Aegir brother is safe. He was safe. After all, he was the Prince of the Abyss Order, possessed power rivaling the 7, and commanded countless Abyss forces. What he was doing, however, was unimaginably dangerous. Lumen wasn't stupid. After a bit of thought, she quickly pieced it together. If her brother was involved with the Cryo, Inmo, and Geo Archons, what else could it be about? It had to involve Celestia. Knowing that, she could more or less understand why he hadn't contacted her. But just because she understood didn't mean she wasn't angry. Even if he couldn't show up in person, couldn't he at least leave her a message? She'd gone through so much traveling from Mondstadt to Liu, heart set on finding him, and meanwhile, he was just lounging around in the Abyss. Lumen swore that once she found him, she'd definitely give him a proper scolding. She took a deep breath to calm her rising anger. In any case, now that she had information and confirmation he was safe, that was enough for now. When the matter of Celestia eventually came to a head, she'd surely be involved. After all, she had her own score to settle with them. But for now, she was still too weak. This wasn't a fight she could win just yet. Anyway, thanks for telling me all this today, Lumen said. What do you want in return? What if I asked you to take me to see Mr. Ryan at the foot of Mt. Tianheng? Tartaglia replied with a grin. Lumen looked at him deeply and said, if you're not afraid of being hunted down by Liu, if you're confident you can survive the wrath of multiple immortals, then I don't see a problem. Yeah, let's not do that. Tartaglia leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head. Eyes slightly narrowed, he fell into thought. His original plan had been completely disrupted by Liu's changes. He had hoped to use the excuse that the Geo Archon was gravely injured and needed care to convince Lumen to gather the Adepti. The Adepti, in turn, would be focused on the Kixing during such a critical time. That way, his own movements could go unnoticed. But now it seemed that mysterious little courtyard was far more significant than he imagined. The Adepti were already over there. If Laya Harbor was changing, did he really think he could keep it hidden from them? The fact that they hadn't shown up yet probably meant Zhongli hadn't finished giving out his script for the next act. That route was now blocked. Tartaglia was troubled. They had all agreed to act out this play together. Why had Laya jumped ship first? The Geo Archon really threw him a curveball this time. After stewing for a bit, Tartaglia decided to just throw in the towel and flip the whole script. He looked straight at Lumen and laid it all out. Alright, since things have come to this, I'll just be honest. The Geo Archon and Her Majesty the Tsaritsa made a contract. We help him pass his retirement test, and he gives us the Gnosis. I want you to stall the Kixing for me so I can complete my mission. Lumen's eyes narrowed sharply. So this so-called tribulation and injury. Tartaglia couldn't help but chuckle. Tribulations and divine punishment? Please. You've met so many Adepti. Have you ever heard of such a thing actually happening? The Geo Archon has lived for over 6,000 years. He's revered by all as the god of war, one of the strongest beings in history. Even if a tribulation existed, could it truly hurt him? Besides, there are rumors in Laya that he has countless avatars: women, old folks, children, even birds and beasts. How can you be sure that dragon form is even really him? That story is just to trick the common folk. Lumen's expression shifted slightly in realization, but she still looked at Tartaglia with suspicion. Why are you telling me this so openly? Tartaglia rolled his eyes. Please. Acting is exhausting, and I don't have the talent for it. They're not even following the script anymore. How am I supposed to keep up? Right now, you and I are in the same position. We're both part of Zhongli's plan to test Laya. We're just workers, no need to make things harder for each other. That said, Tartaglia looked Lumen up and down, then nodded slightly. Although you're still much weaker than your brother, you're a worthy opponent. If you don't mind, I'd honestly love to fight you someday. Lumen's expression darkened, and she stood up. I understand. I'll find a way to temporarily draw Ningguang and the others' attention. But if you dare lie to me, I'll tell them everything. The Fatui will never be able to set foot in Laya again. Tartaglia waved his hand nonchalantly. I wouldn't dare lie about something involving the Geo Archon. I fear the punishment of Planet Befall more than anyone. Besides, you don't even need to go out of your way to draw their attention. From the moment you met me, you've already been completely watched. Everything you do next will naturally draw their eyes. All you need to do is keep up appearances. Lumen nodded. Then, she looked over at Paimon, who was still munching on snacks, and instantly grew annoyed. She grabbed Paimon and dragged her toward the exit. Even though I agreed to help you divert Ningguang and the others' attention, you'd better not cause any major chaos in Laya. Or else, I won't let you off either. Tartaglia watched Lumen leave with a quiet chuckle. Once this matter is over, you'll get to meet the real Geo Archon. His understanding of your brother far surpasses mine. Lumen paused for a second, then nodded and left. Tartaglia turned and glanced at the food on the table. In just a short time, Paimon had eaten most of it. He rolled his eyes. How can such a tiny thing eat so much? After calling someone to clean up, Tartaglia stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out over Laya Harbor. Big trouble, huh? What counts as big? The god Oziel? Or maybe his wife, Beisht, or perhaps both? TCH, don't blame me. This is all per your own Archon's request. After a long silence, Tartaglia clapped his hands. A debt collector mysteriously appeared, kneeling silently on one knee. Begin the operation. Yes, sir. The room once again fell into silence. No one knew how much time had passed before a flash of golden light filled the room. Zhongli sat calmly to one side, sipping tea. As if he had been there the entire time, quietly listening. Tartaglia snapped out of his thoughts and gave a bitter smile as he looked at Zhongli. Mr. Zhongli, your instructions really are complicated. Please don't blame me for not sticking exactly to the plan. Zhongli remained calm, nodding slightly. Special matters require special methods. Even if Lumen knows, it doesn't matter. This is merely a trial for Laya. We're all just actors pushing this trial forward. To Zhongli, the outcome itself didn't really matter. Whether Lumen and the others figured things out wasn't important either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Ningguang and the others so directly. In the end, this was simply a grand assessment before his retirement. What he truly wanted to see was how Laya would respond to formidable threats. So far, Ningguang and the others had performed quite satisfactorily. The Tianyan system observed all corners, and the Qianyan army was fully deployed. Even if, in the end, Laya proved unable to face these two major threats alone, he would step in. His future existence and identity would be a kind of strategic deterrent, and when the time came, he wouldn't hesitate to act. The script was now being acted out openly. Ningguang and the others already knew that something big was about to happen and that Zhongli was preparing to step down. But no matter how much they speculated, they could never have imagined Zhongli would go so far, summoning not only one Archon-level threat but two, a god, and a god's consort. As long as that fine line between knowing and not knowing was kept just vague enough, the effect might be even better. The Fatui have already prepared the Omni-Free Talisman. The final plan should be ready to start within a day or two, Tartaglia said. Zhongli nodded and stood. I'll use the rite of parting as a pretext to bring Lumen along and draw Ningguang and the others' attention. Even better, Tartaglia sighed in relief. He was about to speak again when Zhongli added. As for the funding for the rite of dissension, Tartaglia froze, his face turning bitter. You want us to pay for that? Zhongli gave him an approving look. Before he could refuse, Zhongli quietly left, leaving behind a golden, gleaming contract. You have agreed. The contract is sealed. Should you break it, you shall suffer planet befall. Looking at the contract on the table, Tartaglia was almost ready to curse out loud. The Fatui were not only being made to unseal a god, but now they had to pay for Zhongli's retirement ceremony too. Zhongli, you really are the ultimate freeloader. To read 55 plus future chapters, head over to Patreon. 223 me, Cloud Retainer, Master of Acting. Today, the people of Liu were gripped by the peak of fear and anxiety. The Geo Archon had collapsed during the rite of dissension and remained unconscious. This was the most terrifying development imaginable for the people of Liu. They didn't know what to do without their Archon. Only the presence of the Qianyan army stationed outside gave them any sense of security. Every household stayed shut inside. Merchants, workers, all of them prayed that the Geo Archon would be safe. Ningguang and the others knew that Zhongli was fine and that this was just part of a larger test. But they couldn't speak for all of Liu. Zhongli's trial was meant for all of Liu Harbor's people. Meanwhile, Zhongli had caught up to Lumen, who had been wandering aimlessly around Liu Harbor, and asked her to assist with organizing the rite. Being so blatant made Lumen start suspecting Zhongli's true identity. On the way, she kept glancing at him strangely as if he had some sort of mental illness. At the small courtyard at the foot of Mt. Tianheng, Xiao and Cloud Retainer had not gone to the Minecraft world. Because of the rite, all Qianyan troops and workers from that world had been temporarily transferred back. Xiao and the others, already aware of Zhongli's plan, stayed behind to guard Liu just in case. Suddenly, 3 powerful auras of adeptal energy descended. Xiao and Cloud Retainer exchanged glances and left the living room. Outside, Mooncarver and Madame Ping were leisurely enjoying the sights of the magical courtyard, occasionally letting out murmurs of awe. Has the Archon's plan begun? Cloud Retainer asked casually. Mountain Shaper nodded slightly. Yes. During the rite of parting, the Archon's physical form collapsed in front of all, and he has now been taken to the Golden House. Xiao looked slightly curious and said softly. It looked like quite a commotion over there. At that, the 3 Adepti exchanged awkward glances, their voices weakening slightly. The excuse the Archon gave was that he was struck by a triple calamity tribulation and fell into a coma. Triple calamity tribulation. Cloud Retainer's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that just a dramatized embellishment from the tale in Chapter 153? Do the people of Liu actually believe that? The people know little of the Adepti's true nature, and that was a public spectacle. If we didn't know the truth ourselves, we'd be panicking too. Madame Ping smiled as she sat down, admiring the flourishing glaze lilies growing on the soil. The Archon truly is. Cloud Retainer cleared her throat and slowly said. Shrewd and farsighted. But this immortal still doesn't understand why the Archon is so determined to abdicate. Mountain Shaper sighed. This immortal doesn't believe pure human governance will necessarily lead Liu on a better path. Madame Ping chuckled gently and said. The Archon has lived for over 6,000 years, ruling Liu for 3,700 of them. Even he gets tired. The other Adepti have already stepped back to rest and live in peace. How can we expect the Archon to continue such labor, day after day, for millennia? You've all seen how happy he's been since letting go of Liu's daily affairs. Liu continues to thrive under the guidance of the young ones. Her words reminded the Adepti of Liu's changes in recent times. To be honest, changing by the day wouldn't even begin to describe it. It was truly possible that even without the aid of the Adepti, Liu could stand strong on its own. Naturally, they felt proud. This was, after all, the legacy they had built alongside Zhongli. But that pride was accompanied by a kind of hollowness, feeling that the children had grown up and no longer needed their guardians. Cloud Retainer huffed. If you ask me, it all stems from Ryan's world. Without that world, things might never have turned out like this. Madame Ping didn't take offense. Unlike her, who had long lived in Liu Harbor and experienced the hustle and bustle of humanity, the other Adepti mostly stayed secluded in the mountains. Cloud Retainer had only been out for about 2 months, barely enough to understand Liu Harbor. You can't say it like that, Madame Ping smiled. Ryan's arrival was destined. But if Liu's young ones hadn't proven themselves, how would they have gained his recognition? If they hadn't worked hard, how could they have developed Liu to this point? Besides, we're all family now, no need for division. Ganyu and Little Hu Tao are both Ryan's girlfriends. That makes us one family, no. If you ask me, you should all make time to visit Liu Harbor more often. The young ones there will surprise you. From now on, we old-timers just need to lend a hand at key moments. Leave the rest to them. I trust the man, so does the Archon. Human rule, divine guidance. At the end of the day, we Adepti are part of Liu too. Even we immortals have a human side. A Liu governed by humans is still our Liu. That's what the Archon truly wants to see. Humans and immortals standing side by side, working together for a better Liu. Future Adepti mustn't stand aloof from the world. Our children have grown, they should walk beside us. That's a good thing. Madame Ping had a way with words. By the end of her speech, the sorrow and unease in the Adeptis' hearts had lessened. After a long silence, Mountain Shaper sighed softly. If this is the Archon's will, then we shall follow. Let us see how far Laya can truly go. That's the spirit, Madame Ping beamed. The Archon told me that once this event is over, he'll fully step back and spend his days relaxing in Ryan's world. You can all come too, just like in the old days. Old friends gathering in Jueyun Karst for idle chats, it would be lovely. Surely, the conqueror of demons knows best. He's the Archon's neighbor now, and he's often invited over as a guest. Being suddenly mentioned, Xiao looked slightly uncomfortable, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Moon Carver glanced at Xiao and said with some envy, "It really does sound nice. Once this whole ordeal is over, we should visit that world too. By the way, after your karmic affliction was removed, has it shown any signs of returning?" The Adepti looked at Xiao with concern. He shook his head. "When I go out at night to purge lingering demonic remnants, I still accumulate a bit of karma. But that's inevitable. The next day, I just drink a bucket of milk and eat a golden apple. It's fine." Mountain Shaper nodded. "That's good to hear. I saw the Archon yesterday, he seemed much better. That world truly is a wonder." "Not only that," Madame Ping said with a smile and a bit of longing in her voice. "The Archon once told me that Ryan spoke of a method in that world, among its countless strange mods, that allows for resurrection. Maybe one day, even long-lost old friends could be reunited." The Adepti were overjoyed at that. "Is that really true?" Madame Ping nodded. "Since this came from the Archon and Ryan, naturally there should be no mistake. So far, hasn't everything Ryan said come true? But this matter may still take a long time. It's not something that can be realized right away, so don't celebrate too early," said Madame Ping with a shake of her head. Mountain Shaper, however, didn't seem concerned. "We've waited over 1,000 years already, what's a little longer? Ryan's only been here for 3 months, and Laya has already undergone earth-shaking changes. If you ask me, the matter of resurrection won't take too long either. Don't all of you already carry those undying totems that Ryan gave us? Those are truly shocking treasures to the world." Now that the matter had been confirmed, the Adepti were all smiling brightly, visibly in high spirits. "Once this whole retirement affair of the Archon is dealt with, I don't think we'll need to stay here guarding Mt Tianheng anymore. We can leave that to other Adepti. When the time comes, let's all go see that world together." Moon Carver agreed with a smile. Looking up at the sky, he said softly, "It's probably about time, should we head to Laya Harbor?" Cloud Retainer took a sip of tea and sighed as soon as she heard that. "You mean go act according to the Archon's plan? This immortal is really not good at such things. Just follow the script. With the Archon severely injured, it would be unreasonable for us immortals not to show up. We should make an appearance," said Mountain Shaper firmly as she flapped her wings and stood up. "I'll go first. Don't dawdle too long, the more we delay, the harder this act will be to pull off." The other Adepti exchanged helpless looks, then rose with wry smiles and transformed into streaks of light, flying toward the Jade Chamber. Fighting and killing was nothing to them but acting. In thousands of years, this would be their very first time. They had no experience at all. They also didn't know that Zhongli's identity had already been exposed by Ningguang. The original script had already been upgraded to version 2.0. So now, these Adepti were marching in with the first draft and were doomed to make a spectacle of themselves. At the Jade Chamber, Ryan was casually chatting with Klee and Nahitha. Jean, Lisa, and the others had already entered the Minecraft world. Now that they knew it was all just an act, they figured they might as well take the time to repair the base. Ganyu and Hu Tao had been sent off by Ningguang as well. By all logic, now was Ningguang's prime opportunity to seize the moment and win Ryan's heart in one swift move. That was the ideal plan. Unfortunately, Klee and Nahitha were stuck to Ryan like glue, giving Ningguang no chance to act. All she could do was focus on handling Laya's affairs first. Because she had no idea which direction the enemy might come from, Ningguang had ordered all Qianyan troops to spread out, leaving only the most mobile heavy cavalry under her direct command, ready to respond to her orders at any moment. The Tianyan system was operating at full capacity, with many administrative personnel monitoring the situation and reporting any developments immediately. It wasn't until dusk that Ningguang finally had a moment to breathe. Now, she could finally start thinking about her own matters. Klee and Nahitha, after all, were still children. By 8 or 9 p.m., they would finish dinner and head to bed. But she, Ningguang, was a full-grown woman. With today's disturbance at the rite of parting, and after a day of hard work and mental stress, surely she deserved someone to lean on? What a perfect excuse. After a moment's thought, Ningguang summoned Baiwen and instructed her to fetch a particularly alluring outfit from Inger's shop, and to arrange for the Moonchase Pavilion to deliver some food and wine. Tonight, she was going to act decisively and make her move. As she imagined how the night would unfold, suddenly multiple waves of immense adeptal power descended, shaking the Jade Chamber slightly. Adepti. Ningguang was momentarily stunned, her brow furrowed in confusion. By now, most of the Adepti should have known about Zhongli's retirement plan and Ryan's world. He spent time with Xiao and the others daily. Why would the Adepti still be causing a scene? Unless they're here to act, too. Tidying her appearance quickly, Ningguang stepped outside. Ryan was already there, holding Klee and Nahitha in his arms. Outside the Jade Chamber, Cloud Retainer, Mountain Shaper, Moon Carver, and Xiao stood imposingly in the sky. Their expressions were stern and cold. As soon as Ningguang stepped out, Cloud Retainer immediately shouted, "Tianquan Star, it's been an entire day since the Archon was injured. Why hasn't anyone informed us? Where have you hidden the Archon?" Her tone was pained and accusatory, her expression full of righteous fury. Truly, Cloud Retainer had poured her entire life's acting skill into this performance. But Ningguang looked suspiciously at Ryan and asked in a puzzled tone, "Is this also part of the Archon's retirement play?" Her words reached everyone's ears. All the Adepti froze in absolute embarrassment. To read 55+ future chapters, head over to Patreon. 224 Cloud Retainer, this isn't in the script, my lord. 224 Cloud Retainer, this isn't in the script, my lord. The moment Ningguang finished speaking, Cloud Retainer and the others immediately knew something had gone wrong. That response from Ningguang wasn't in the script. How on earth did she find out this was all just part of the Archon's act? Who leaked the secret? Cloud Retainer was a seasoned performer and quickly recovered. After a brief pause, she coughed and said sternly, "What do you mean by that? Do you think this immortal is jesting with you?" Though she tried to sound accusatory, anyone could tell Cloud Retainer's voice had lost its edge. Even Mountain Shaper and the others started to panic a little. The Archon had finally entrusted them with something, even if it was just acting. It was the first time in hundreds of years. If they messed it up, maybe Zhongli wouldn't scold them, but they would still feel guilty themselves. And now, the plan had entered the dreaded improvisation stage. Xiao slowly shuffled behind Moon Carver, trying to hide. If it were a real battle, Xiao would charge in without hesitation, spear in hand. But acting, the best he could manage was keeping a straight face and staying silent. At textbook stoic rookie performance. "Tianquan Star, where are you hiding the Archon?" Mountain Shaper shouted, trying to back Cloud Retainer up. Watching from a distance, Madame Ping also felt a headache coming on. Wasn't the original script supposed to go, the Adepti come to confront, then she steps in to mediate? What was this weird progression now? Ryan was so awkward he almost curled his toes through the floor. He forced a smile, then swiftly retreated into the room. He just couldn't stay in this live-action cringe fest any longer. Ningguang rubbed her brow in frustration and said helplessly, "Immortal sirs, what is the meaning of this? Cloud Retainer, even if the others aren't aware, surely you and the Conqueror of Demons know that Zhongli is the Archon." Cloud Retainer's heart skipped a beat. It was over. Not only had the play gone off the rails, Zhongli's true identity had been revealed. Was the Archon going to blow a fuse? Cloud Retainer cleared her throat and replied, "This immortal has no idea what you're talking about. Are you trying to change the subject? Where exactly are you hiding the Archon?" Ningguang couldn't help but chuckle. The Golden House, of course. When the Archon's avatar collapsed, Keqing escorted him past Mt. Tianheng. Didn't you Adepti see that? Are you kidding me? So straightforward? How are we supposed to keep up the act now? If this continued, the Adepti would just come off as aggressive and unreasonable. Where did the script go wrong? Cloud Retainer internally screamed. "Archon, you never told us you changed the script." At this point, the atmosphere on the Jade Chamber was utterly strange. Everyone stood around staring at each other, unsure what to say next. After an awkward silence, Ningguang suddenly seemed to realize something and said, barely holding back a laugh, "Thank you all for coming to perform, but we've already learned the Archon's true identity. He already explained his reasoning to us here at the Jade Chamber. There's no need for you to keep blaming yourselves." Upon hearing that, the tension mixed with awkwardness instantly lifted. Moon Carver let out an awkward laugh and stammered, "Oh, is that so? Well, we didn't receive any message from the Archon. Really, it's just..." Madame Ping finally stopped hiding and stepped out with a wry smile. "I didn't expect things to develop like this. But now, we really don't know what to do." Ningguang smiled and gestured toward the interior of the Jade Chamber. "Why don't all of you take a short rest here?" None of the Adepti refused. The script had been torn to shreds anyway, and none of them had a clue what to do next. Might as well go along with Ningguang's offer. Peace for all. Following her inside, they found the chamber already prepared with enough tables and chairs. Food had been served as well. Ryan was at the side helping Klee and Nahitha with their meal. When he saw the embarrassed expressions of the Adepti as they walked in, he couldn't help but tease. "Cloud Retainer, your acting is top-notch." Cloud Retainer looked a bit flustered. That was just a natural reaction. Everything this immortal does is always the best. Mountain Shaper rolled her eyes, found a seat, and muttered, "If your acting was so good, how did Tianquan Star figure out the Archon's identity? You and the Conqueror of Demons probably went overboard with your behavior." Xiao said nothing, just stared at his food and ate silently. He was still worried Zhongli might settle accounts with him later. "Actually, I'd been suspicious of the Archon's identity for quite a while," Ningguang said with a smile, sitting down beside Ryan. From the way Cloud Retainer and the Conqueror of Demons interacted with him, it was pretty easy to tell. Immediately, Xiao lowered his head even more. Cloud Retainer's mouth twitched awkwardly. So everyone knows. Not quite. Ryan took a sip of tea handed to him by Ningguang. Keqing and Lumen don't know yet. Everyone else does. Exclamation point. A wave of public embarrassment washed over Cloud Retainer. She muttered under her breath, looking visibly uneasy. Madame Ping let out a helpless smile. The way things turned out really was unexpected, but now, we're not sure what we should be doing. The Archon didn't tell us what comes next. Ningguang thought for a moment and asked gently. What did the original plan ask the immortals to do? Moon Carver glanced at the others and explained reluctantly. According to the original script, the Adepti were supposed to confront the Kixing and have the people of Liu witness it all. Then, through the subsequent trials, the people would come to accept the rule of mortals. From then on, mortals and Adepti would work together in unity. But now, Ningguang nodded slowly in understanding. The Archon never explained that part to us. He only told us that we needed to face a trial to reassure him before he stepped down and entrusted Liu to us. He's likely busy preparing for the rite of parting and retirement ceremony and doesn't have time for all this. Why don't the immortals temporarily remain in Liu Harbor and observe for now? Mountain Shaper looked a bit hesitant. But the Archon wanted us to make things difficult for you. Only then would the people of Liu be spurred to unite. Why stick to the script? Ningguang shook her head with a soft laugh. She raised her chin confidently, her eyes gleaming with the elegance and command of the Tianquan star. Liu Harbor today is strong, its Millilith are mighty, its economy thriving. It is already the strongest nation in all of Teyvat. That strength, and the confidence it brings, has already taken root in the hearts of every Liu citizen. So why bother with superfluous theatrics? I believe in the people of Liu. I trust their will to protect their homeland. If enemies dare attack, the people of Liu will rise without hesitation. I have never doubted that. So then, why don't the immortals skip that part of the plan? When the time comes, stand with us against the enemy. Face the trial with us and let Liu shine even brighter. The immortals fell silent. Zhongli's scheme did, in part, aim to show off Liu's might. He, the Geo Archon, may have stepped down, but Liu still had its Adepti, its strong Millilith. Anyone who dared test Liu's strength would quickly find out just how heavy that hand could be. But at this point, the script they held was already outdated by several versions. There was no point in continuing to follow it. Madame Ping sighed in resignation and nodded. We'll do as you say. But, little Ningguang, there's one thing you should know. Being called little Ningguang didn't bother her at all. Madame Ping was a revered elder among the Adepti, and Ningguang had grown up seeing her often. It was no exaggeration to call her a mentor figure. Madame Ping looked seriously at Ningguang and spoke gently. From here on, the trial Liu must face can only be endured by its people alone. The Archon has forbidden us from intervening directly. At most, we can provide support or blessings as needed. But that's not a bad thing. If you can truly overcome this challenge with mortal strength alone, it will be a moment worthy of celebration for all of Liu Harbor. Ningguang seemed to understand. I understand, Madame Ping. But as I said before, I trust in the people of Liu, and I hope the immortals can trust in Liu's present and future as well. Liu is already walking a path toward greatness. One day, Liu will protect both the Archon and the Adepti in turn. This is something I've always believed. Her words, no matter how they were phrased, brought comfort to Cloud Retainer and the other immortals. If that's the case, then I'll take Cloud Retainer and the others for a tour around Liu Harbor. As for the rest, it's up to you. Madame Ping gave a sigh filled with emotion. To think the little Ningguang who once barely reached my waist has grown into such a reliable adult. She glanced playfully at the way Ningguang occasionally looked at Ryan with soft, lingering glances and teased. You can tell at a glance how strong Liu has become lately, so strong that little Ningguang's even started planning for her personal future. Ningguang flushed slightly, protesting with embarrassment. Madame Ping. Madame Ping waved it off with a laugh. After a bit more light conversation, the immortals finished their meal and were led away. After today's embarrassment, none of them wanted to linger. Soon, only Ryan and Ningguang were left on the Jade Chamber. Watching the immortals enter Liu Harbor, Ningguang let out a long sigh. It seems the trial the Archon has designed must be quite severe. Otherwise, why bring so many immortals here at once? Ryan smiled, gently rocking the sleepy Klee and Nahida in his arms. My assessment is, when soldiers come, we counter with generals. When floods arrive, we block with earth. Ningguang smiled with her lips closed and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Liu fears no trial. Whatever it is, let it come. Klee and Nahida yawned. Ryan turned and headed inside. I'll put Klee and Nahida to bed first. I'll come out again later. There's something I want to talk to you about. Ningguang's eyes flickered slightly and she nodded softly. Once she confirmed that Ryan had gone inside and hadn't noticed anything yet, she quickly ordered Baiwen and the others to begin preparations. By the time everything was in place, Ryan returned, stretching lazily. Just as he was about to speak to Ningguang, he froze when he saw the setup inside the room. All the lights in the Jade Chamber had been dimmed except this room, where soft candlelight flickered. A table full of delicious food had been set, but that wasn't the main point. Ningguang wore an elegant, platinum-colored sheer gown that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. She was half reclining on a chair, delicately pouring wine. The whole scene radiated a clear message: a candlelight dinner. Are you planning to stand there all night? Ningguang chuckled softly, lifting her gaze to Ryan. He understood exactly what she meant and naturally didn't object. He walked over calmly. There wasn't a second chair set across from her. The only seat was beside her. Perhaps, in Ningguang's mind, that was already the most direct and subtle kind of invitation. But Ryan didn't think like that. Instead, he scooped Ningguang up in his arms, sat in her seat, and pulled her into his lap, wrapping an arm around her waist. Looking at her closely, he smiled teasingly. Is the wine good? Ningguang's cheeks flushed, but she tried to maintain her composure. It's a 10-year vintage from the Liulai Pavilion, naturally rich and fragrant. Ryan chuckled. Then I'll have to taste it carefully. Honestly, it was kind of ironic. On the very first day that the mighty Geo Archon collapsed, unconscious, at the rite of descension, the immortals were busy trying to act. Ningguang was busy trying to ascend. Even Zhongli himself was busy preparing materials for his own rite of parting. Only Keqing sat quietly and solemnly by his side in the golden house, full of worry and sorrow. A bit like the only sober one in a world full of actors. Everyone else was playing a part, but she alone was lost in the truth. 225, Lumines Fate, Errand Girl. 225, Lumines Fate, Errand Girl. The second day of the rite of parting. Compared to the grim and heavy atmosphere that had hung over Laya Harbor yesterday, today the city had already regained a sense of calm under the coordination of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Even so, sorrow and confusion still visibly lingered in the streets and alleys. Most Laya's citizens were listless and low-spirited. But surprisingly, there wasn't much panic. The Qianyan army remained stationed throughout Laya Harbor, and their patrol strength had nearly tripled. Even if the people felt uneasy, one glance at the sheer number of Qianyan soldiers patrolling everywhere, and just a moment of listening to the rumble of cavalry hooves in the distance, was enough to reassure them. These were not the same days as before. Laya's newfound strength had imprinted itself on the hearts of every citizen in just 2 months. All businesses had returned to normal operations. Lumen yawned as she stepped out of the small courtyard at the base of Mt Tianheng. She seemed well rested, probably having slept soundly last night. How strange, Lumen. Paimon floated beside her, frowning in confusion. Why hasn't Ryan come back yet? Even Nahida and Klee aren't around. And also Jean and Lisa are missing too. Where did they all go? Lumen pouted with disinterest. Ever since she found out this whole thing was just a scripted performance orchestrated by the Geo Archon Zhongli himself, she'd completely lost interest in the rite of parting. She pointed upward and muttered. They're probably at the Jade Chamber. Zhongli must have told Ryan to lay low to stop us from dragging his physical form into that world to heal. Paimon nodded in agreement. That does sound exactly like something Zhongli would do. So, Lumen, what are we doing today? Standing at the gates of Laya Harbor, Lumen placed her hands on her hips and thought for a moment. Let's go find Zhongli. Didn't he say he needed our help with the rite of parting arrangements? I heard it's being funded by the Northland Bank. We can totally squeeze child for a fortune. Hearing that, Paimon perked right up and zipped in front of her. Let's go, Lumen. Hurry up. If we're late, that guy Zhongli will sneak off to drink tea again. Just as she said that, Zhongli's voice sounded from the side. Drinking tea is indeed a fine pastime. But first, we must settle the matter of the rite of parting. Zhongli suddenly appeared beside Lumen, as if he'd been standing there the whole time. You're way too sneaky, it's creepy, okay. Lumen rolled her eyes and grumbled. Why do I have to be the one collecting materials for you, and running all over Laya? Zhongli gave her a calm look and didn't hide the reason. This is a contract I made with your brother. I will help you leave behind lasting memories on the land of Laya. Even though Lumen had suspected Zhongli knew all about Ether's situation, hearing him confirm it outright still made her freeze for a moment. Then she frowned and asked. So you're telling me that guy made a deal with you, and now I'm the one doing errands across Laya just so I can leave behind some kind of memory imprint? If you choose to understand it that way, I won't argue. Zhongli gave a small nod. Lumen's expression darkened. That jerk. He won't even meet with his little sister who's been searching high and low for him, and he has the nerve to make her run around doing favors. Unbelievable. What kind of big brother does that? Zhongli gently pressed his lips together, but didn't mind explaining further. This is tied to your strength recovery. Back then, he traveled across all of Teyvat and regained his power, becoming even stronger than before. For you, it's also a good thing. Lumen paused, gazing thoughtfully at Zhongli. You seem to know Ether really well. Zhongli nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a low voice. It happened many years ago. I wasn't supposed to tell you these, it's related to certain confidential contracts between us. But now that Laya has partnered with Ryan, secrets like these aren't all that important anymore. You could say that we once used each other. But now, we've found better choices. I no longer need to rely on him. Still, you're my friend. I don't mind helping you recover some of your power early. If you're willing to help me complete the rite of parting, then I will give you the answers you seek. Lumen let out a long sigh. Like I have any say in this. Fine, fine. What's the first step? A trace of mild irritation flickered in Zhongli's eyes as he looked toward the street. There's a perfume shop and a rather troublesome person we'll need to deal with. Lumen's movements did indeed attract attention from the Qianyan army. Last night, Ganyu had already issued instructions not to interfere with Lumen, but to keep an eye on her activities. This, in fact, was what Child had hoped for. He'd arranged to meet Lumen privately so that she would draw public attention, giving him space to act. But the script had changed. There were nearly 4,000 Qianyan soldiers deployed in Laya Harbor now. Even though they were watching Lumen, the patrol force near the Northland Bank was only increasing. Forget Child, even regular Fatui agents had to fill out strict documentation just to go shopping, with multiple Qianyan soldiers tailing them. There wasn't a single chance to make a move. Still, Child wasn't too bothered. Truthfully, his main goal yesterday was to get closer to Lumen. After all, the Fatui, or more precisely, Child and Rosalini, now cared more about using Lumen as a bridge to ease tensions. And eventually, meet Ryan. That part of the plan was already halfway complete. That was worth celebrating. Standing on the second floor, gazing out at the slowly recovering city of Laya Harbor, Rosaline said softly, "You should head out now. Otherwise, the Geo Archon may come looking." "I know." Child shrugged, glanced down at his delusion, and muttered with a hint of sarcasm. "Who would have thought just to get out of Laya Harbor and avoid the Qianyan army surveillance, I'd have to activate phase 1 of my foul legacy." With a troubled sigh, crackles of lightning flickered across his body. The Qianyan army's watch was far too tight. If he wanted to slip out right under their noses, he had no choice but to activate his delusion and enter phase 1 of his foul legacy, pushing his speed to the brink of lightning. Only then could he escape swiftly. "You sure the Adepti won't come after me for using my foul legacy in Laya Harbor?" Child asked warily. Rosaline scoffed and replied, "This whole script was written by the Geo Archon himself. At least for now, they won't make a move on you." "That's good then. By the way, I saw this morning that Her Majesty replied to your letter." "What did it say?" At that, Rosaline went silent for a moment, sighing softly with a complicated expression. "She said to settle the rite of parting chaos as soon as possible. That Tsaritsa may personally come to Laya Harbor in a few days." Child raised an eyebrow. "So that Tsaritsa is already prepared to split the Fatui. That Tsaritsa has her own plans." Rosaline gave Child a calm glance and said indifferently, "All we need to do is follow her orders exactly. That's enough. No more questions. Go." "TCH. Fine, fine. You're so annoying, you know that." Child scratched his head in frustration, turned around, and walked toward the hidden exit. Taking a deep breath, elemental energy surged violently from his delusion. In an instant, a strange lightning-armored form cloaked Child's body. With a thunderous crack, he shot through the alleys of Laya like a streak of lightning. Before the Qianyan army could even react, Child had already left Laya Harbor. Maybe the soldiers didn't catch it, but the Adepti currently strolling around Laya Harbor saw everything clearly. Still, they knew Zhongli and the Fatui's plan, and so they didn't intervene. Otherwise, even if Child activated his final form of the foul legacy, they could still slam him into the ground with ease. At the Jade Chamber, Ningguang and Ryan were snuggled under an opulent blanket in her room. Before them floated a separate monitor display. Child's every move had been fully recorded and observed by Ningguang. Turning back, she looked at Ryan with a faint smile. "So he's part of the Archon's plan too?" Ryan raised an eyebrow and teased her while holding her close. "What do you think?" Ningguang gave him a sidelong glare, clearly not interested in pursuing the question further. Laya Harbor's current setup was now so airtight that even calling it an impenetrable fortress would be an understatement. If it were just the Fatui stirring up trouble, Ningguang truly didn't believe they could kick up any serious waves. They'd be crushed at the city gates. Ningguang narrowed her eyes and spoke after a pause. "You and the Archon both know how strong Laya Harbor has become. If this trial were just a monster tide or even remnants of some dark goat, it would still be suppressed effortlessly. That's why I don't think the Archon would waste time on such a simple trial. Now, let me guess, which unlucky old god did he decide to target this time?" Ryan chuckled. "You already have an answer, don't you?" He tapped her nose lightly and said in a gentle voice, "My Ningguang has always been the embodiment of wisdom." Of course. If anyone else said that to her, Ningguang would find it utterly disgusting, but if it came from her man, well, that was called romance. Hugging Ryan's arm and nestling into his chest, a warm sense of security filled her heart. Now she finally understood why Ganyu and Hu Tao enjoyed being so clingy with Ryan. The happiness of being with him far surpassed the satisfaction of earning Mora. The god under Nantianman is an old friend of the Archon. She wouldn't target him. The chasm has the qualifications for a trial, but it's tied to Celestia. The Archon wouldn't meddle there lightly. The remnant spirit near Kinky Village doesn't even deserve to be considered. After weighing everything, only that thing in the sea remains. Ningguang looked confidently at Ryan, who chuckled in amusement. "You've already opened the test paper. Where does that leave Zhongli's dignity?" "But I haven't made any preparations against that location." Ningguang smiled confidently. "I believe in Laya Harbor's ability to handle emergencies. Besides, unsealing an ancient god isn't an instant process. We'll have enough time." "So?" Ryan asked. "So?" Ningguang flipped herself over and grinned. let's not waste the moment. Right now, it's just the two of us, no one will bother us. No matter what, unless a demon god launched an attack today. Ningguang wasn't leaving this room for anything. This was her turn. No one could interrupt it. Meanwhile, far across the sea, the stellar predator ship finally returned to Laya. Baidu, accompanied by Ayaka and Kazuha, had also arrived at Laya harbor. But the moment she stepped ashore, Baidu was struck by a thunderbolt of a news update. The Geo Archon's tribulation had failed. He was gravely wounded and unconscious. To read 60 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 226, Baidu, I just returned to Liu, and the Archon's gone. 226, Baidu, I just returned to Liu, and the Archon's gone. What kind of joke is this? The Geo Archon failed his tribulation, and he's seriously injured. Baidu's brows furrowed tightly as she stared at Shenzi, who stood before her with a face full of worry. Shenzi was an old crew member of the Alcor, one she'd specifically left behind to stay in Laya. Years ago, he'd been injured and could no longer sail, so now he remained at Laya harbor. Still, Baidu hadn't forgotten about him. She'd arranged a new job for him. His duty, gather information across Laya so Baidu could quickly get up to speed after each voyage. In other words, it was a semi-retirement post. Shenzi had always been grateful that Baidu still looked after him. Captain, you know I'd never lie to you. Shenzi spoke anxiously, pointing toward the Qianyan army patrols not far off. Everyone saw it yesterday during the rite of descension. Archon himself fell from the sky, seriously wounded and unconscious. The Kixing already sent him away to recover. Baidu frowned slightly. I know you wouldn't lie to me, but a heaven tribulation, those are usually just literary embellishments in storybooks, aren't they? Well, Shenzi froze for a second, then let out a helpless sigh. But everyone saw it with their own eyes. Baidu stood there thinking for a while, then asked seriously. Any word from the Adepti? The Adepti? Yesterday they marched off to the Jade Chamber in full force, but after that, no news. Shenzi pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and lowered his voice. Captain, there's a rumor spreading quietly around Laya harbor that the Adepti have been suppressed by the Kixing. Ridiculous. How could the Adepti possibly? Baidu was ready to scold him, but then paused. She glanced at the mighty Qianyan army standing tall in the distance. And suddenly, Baidu realized, Laya really might have the strength to do just that now. Even so, no matter how cunning Ningguang was, she wouldn't go so far as to act against the heroes of Liu, right? Everything was getting stranger by the second. Beneath the surface, there was a deep sense of something not quite right. Baidu waved her hand. Say no more for now. I'm heading to the Jade Chamber. Zongzu and the others will check in with you soon. Go over the cargo inventory but don't convert anything into Mora yet. Shenzi nodded, then hesitated as if struggling to speak. Captain, I recently bought a recovery potion, and my old injuries are fully healed now. I want to return to sea with the Alcor. Baidu paused, looked him over carefully, and seeing he really had recovered, she smiled and scolded him lightly. You rascal. You had a perfectly good desk job and still want to go out and suffer with us. Sailing with you, Captain, isn't suffering at all. Shenzi scratched his head with a sheepish grin. I dream of sailing with the crew again every single day. Those recovery potions aren't cheap. Even if Ningguang's selling them, they must be hard to get. Don't tell me you spent all your savings on it. You were saving that to get married, weren't you? What'll I tell your parents if you blow it all and end up single? Shenzi laughed awkwardly and glanced at Ayaka and Kazuha nearby. Both of them understood this was probably something private to Liu, so they were about to leave politely. But before they could move, Baidu waved her hand. These two are new Alcor recruits. No need to hide anything from them. Shenzi let out a breath of relief and apologized. Sorry, I assumed since they're from Inajima, but if they're with the Alcor, it's fine. Actually, a lot's changed in Laya since you were gone, Captain. Those alchemical recovery potions? They're now sold at scale. Market price is 1 million Mora a bottle. But if you're a citizen of Liu and have a valid reason, you can get them for just 100,000. And they're immediately available. I applied to the Ministry of Civil Affairs, only spent 100,000. Ayaka and Kazuha were shocked. They had personally witnessed the power of those potions. Calling them divine artifacts wouldn't be exaggeration. The fact that Liu could mass-produce them, it probably meant the actual cost was incredibly low. Ayaka's heart burned with hope. Perhaps this visit to Liu would yield even more valuable discoveries. Even if they couldn't win over Ningguang and the others directly, they might still find tools to turn the tide for the resistance. Baidu's eyes flickered. She nodded slightly and said, all right, wait for Zongzu. As for rejoining the Krulets, wait until things settle down in Liu. Kazuha, Ayaka, we're heading to the Jade Chamber. With quick steps, Baidu led the way. Everything happening in Liu left her feeling uneasy. She needed to understand the situation fast. As one of Ningguang's close friends, Baidu naturally had open access to the Jade Chamber. She made her way across Liu harbor toward the floating stone lift. Along the way, she confirmed one thing for certain: the Geo Archon had indeed been injured. But, having met the Archon in person, having seen a fraction of his true strength, Baidu didn't believe it. Not at all. Even Kazuha and Ayaka, who had only encountered the Archon's projection from aboard the Alcor, and watched it push back the Raiden Shogun. They didn't believe it either. A being that powerful, injured by something as laughable as a tribulation. Forget whether such a thing even existed. Even if it did, would the Geo-Archon of all people really fail to overcome it? Carrying these questions in her heart, the group quickly reached the floating platform and ascended to the Jade Chamber. But just as they approached the door, Baiwen came rushing out with a panicked expression and blocked them. "Captain Baidu, please wait. Lady Ningguang isn't receiving visitors today." Baidu raised an eyebrow and pointed to herself. "Not even me." Baiwen pursed her lips, struggling to find an answer. She was almost certain Ningguang was still entertaining Ryan. If Baidu walked in now and overheard anything she wasn't supposed to, Baiwen's career as a secretary might very well come to an abrupt end. "I'm sorry, Captain. Even the Adepti wouldn't be allowed in today." Baidu fell silent. Ningguang never acted like this. Not seeing anyone, even turning her, Baidu, away. "What the heck is that woman doing? Don't tell me she's hiding a man in there." Baidu muttered casually. But the moment she said it, she saw Baiwen's face turn completely red, her gaze shifting awkwardly. Baidu's heart skipped a beat, suddenly sensing that she might have stumbled onto something big. She focused quietly, feeling the elemental energy around her, and indeed, Ningguang was still inside the Jade Chamber. Linking that with Baiwen's reaction, Baidu's mood became complicated. "So she really is Captain Baidu." Baiwen quickly cut her off, blurting in a fluster. "If there's nothing urgent, please head back for now." Baidu gave a bitter laugh and shook her head. Never in 1,000 years did she think that the elegant and noble Tianquan star, who always kept people at arm's length, would have a day where she actually holed up with a man. Unconsciously, Baidu became a bit curious about this mysterious man. Just who was he that could make Ningguang set aside all of Lia's affairs to be wrapped up in that kind of thing, in broad daylight no less? Still, Baidu wasn't someone who didn't understand romance. She sighed and said, "When she's free, tell her I came by. I've got something urgent to talk about." Baiwen breathed a sigh of relief and nodded earnestly. "Thank you for your understanding, Captain Baidu. I'll definitely inform Lady Ningguang." Just as Baidu was turning to leave the Jade Chamber with her companions, Baiwen hesitated, then called out, "Captain Baidu, if it's not necessary, please avoid going out to sea for the next few days." Baidu froze, frowning slightly as she turned to Baiwen. "The Geo-Archon's injury, is it true?" Baiwen nodded solemnly. "All of Lia Harbor knows by now. But this so-called heaven tribulation. Forgive me, Captain, but I don't know about that. All I know is that I saw with my own eyes Lord Morik suffered a calamity and was gravely injured." Baidu stared at Baiwen's calm expression, and slowly began to understand. There must be something deeper going on that she wasn't being told. Then what about the rumors saying Ningguang suppressed the Adepti yesterday? I believe she's strong enough to do that now. Baiwen chuckled lightly and shook her head. "Just baseless gossip, I'm afraid. Every Lia citizen knows how important the Adepti are to this land. Lady Ningguang respects them deeply. She would never do anything so disrespectful. The Adepti are currently stationed within Lia Harbor, maintaining order. There's no need for you to worry." Hearing the word stationed, Baidu more or less understood what that implied. She waved her hand carelessly. "Got it. I'll stay in the harbor for a few days to rest. If anything comes up, come straight to me." With that, she boarded the floating platform and left the Jade Chamber, with Ayaka and Kazuha following close behind. Baiwen watched them go. Then she personally went downstairs and gave a strict order: unless something threatens all of Lia, no one is to be allowed up to the Jade Chamber today. Only after finishing all this did Baiwen finally let out a long breath. Inside the room, Ningguang and Ryan were still preoccupied. Klee and Nahida had been up early, but Ryan had already coaxed them back into the other world. Jean and Lisa were there to look after them, so everything was fine. The two-way portal was still open in the backyard, so if anything happened, Jean and the others could return at any moment. That said, Jean and Lisa hadn't come back since last night. Most likely, they were still busy immersed in crafting hot weapons. Ryan, meanwhile, was enjoying the moment, one hand supporting his waist, the other casually resting on the lamp, completely at ease as he watched Ningguang in action. "Your good friend came by, you know. She even brought the Shira Sajai Heimgami from Inajima." Ningguang swept back her hair with a hand, speaking between breathless pauses. "Not seeing her. Even if the Raiden Shogun herself showed up, I'm not leaving this room today. And besides, is now really the time to talk about things like that?" Ningguang winked at him, smiling sweetly. "Or has someone already forgotten all those shameless things he said last night?" Ryan looked a little embarrassed and sighed. "The mood just got to me, all right." "Oh, and now the mood isn't hot enough for you?" Ningguang teased, her gaze locked on his. Ryan smirked faintly. "I didn't know you had this side to you. You don't like it?" "Quite the opposite, I love it." No matter what storms were raging outside, nothing could shake Ningguang's resolve to stay in today. This was her moment. Nothing and no one was going to interrupt it. Meanwhile, a streak of lightning tore across the land as Tartaglia finally reached the area near Yeoguang Shoal. There were barely any Qianyan soldiers around here. Breathing heavily and pale-faced, he leaned against a wall to steady himself, finally deactivating his foul legacy, Havoc form. Reflecting on his perilous dash through Liu, Tartaglia let out a bitter laugh. Liu really has grown so strong, it's almost terrifying. But weirdly enough, that was kind of exciting. To read 60 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 227 Tartaglia's delivery fee, and the regeneration elixir. 227 Tartaglia's delivery fee, and the regeneration elixir. The backlash from his foul legacy, Havoc form hit fast. Tartaglia couldn't even stay standing, he collapsed with a heavy thud. In that moment, it felt like every fiber of his being was being torn apart. But as a seasoned battle maniac who danced on the edge of life and death more times than he could count, this kind of pain, he was already used to it. Compared to ordinary people who burn through their life force when activating a delusion, this just some searing pain and internal damage was barely a side effect. Gritting his teeth, he fumbled in his coat and pulled out a vial of regeneration elixir. He winced. This thing was a life-saving treasure, and yet here he was, drinking it just because he overexerted himself running. Huge loss. He could only hope that the Geo Archon, Lord Morix, would at least recognize his effort and reward him with some goodies in return. With great difficulty, he opened the alchemy elixir and downed it in one gulp. In an instant, an overwhelming vitality surged through his broken body, flooding his limbs like an unstoppable tide. Just like Rosaline had said, it was a principle of creation from nothing. Almost like reversing time itself, it forcibly restored his body to its pre-damaged state. Within the span of just a few breaths, Tartaglia was fully recovered. He sprang up with a dolphin-like leap. He clenched his fists and threw a few punches, each strike slicing through the air with a sharp howl. It was his first time drinking a regeneration elixir, and honestly, he was stunned at how absurdly effective it was. Not only did it erase the backlash from his Havoc form, even old lingering injuries were healing. He felt lighter than he ever had before. As he basked in this newfound vitality, Tartaglia pursed his lips thoughtfully. In this state I could probably unleash the final stage of my foul legacy with zero side effects, and for longer, too. He smiled, clearly impressed, but a moment later, the reality hit him. He just downed one of the rarest, most powerful restorative treasures available. Not only could it boost his strength, but it also healed everything. And he drank it for travel. His heart ached again. Sigh. Tartaglia let out a bitter sigh. Mr. Zhongli, I've really gone all out this time. You'd better keep track of the work I'm doing for you. At the very least, give me a few more elixirs. Or even an enchanted weapon, I'd be fine with that. Shaking his head, Tartaglia picked up his pace, heading toward the experimental base. Unlike other regions, Laya's research bases were all built underground. No one dared conduct shady work on the surface here. Even so, Tartaglia had no doubt that the Adepts, and especially Lord Morix, already knew what was going on beneath their feet. As the oldest of the Archons, Morix's mastery of Laya's leyline network was virtually perfect. While he may not control them directly, using the ley lines to observe the entirety of Laya was child's play. Which was exactly why the doctor didn't dare establish any of his more morally dubious facilities here in Laya. After passing through multiple layers of security, Tartaglia entered a wide, factory-like facility. Unlike those used to manufacture ruin guards, the conveyor belts here were stacked with neatly arranged talismans. Lord Harbinger. A debt collector rushed up to greet him. Tartaglia nodded and asked calmly, "How many Altabu talismans have we stockpiled?" The debt collector did a quick mental count and replied confidently, "At present, we have enough to attempt the release of Oziel. But the quality still falls short of true Altabu talismans. It's unlikely we'll fully break the seal." Tartaglia didn't seem bothered by this. He nodded slightly. "Quantity is enough. Forget the rest. Stop the production lines. Pack up every talisman and have the advance team deliver them to Gaiun Stone Forest." The debt collector froze for a second, startled. "You mean it's time, but we still don't know where the Geo Archon's avatar is." Tartaglia shot him a sharp glance, instantly making the man break into a cold sweat and lower his head in panic. "I overstepped." "If you know it's overstepping, then don't say things you shouldn't." Tartaglia gave a seemingly friendly pat on the shoulder which nearly made the man collapse in fear. "Just have the advance team deliver them. By noon tomorrow, Oziel will be unsealed. The rest, not your concern. Got it?" "Yes, sir." The debt collector didn't dare say another word. He quickly turned and dashed off. The advance team weren't exactly normal humans. In truth, they were barely sentient. Even if they had some sliver of cognition left, it was fading fast. They were suicide troops created by the doctor. To put it bluntly, they were expendable. Though they could still wield elemental powers, they weren't exactly strong. Once Oziel was unsealed, they'd be the first to die. And if Tartaglia got annoyed, who's to say he wouldn't assign that job to him instead? With the Oziel matter taken care of, Tartaglia breathed a sigh of relief. But there was more to do. He hopped on a small boat and began sailing from Yeoguang Shoal toward the open sea. Out there lay a small island, not far from Laya Harbor, where nearly 1,000 advance team members were stationed. He had to give them orders once Oziel was unleashed. They were to attack Laya Harbor alongside the sea beast. After that, he still needed to find a way to summon back. So really, in this grand retirement ceremony for Zhongli, he, Tartaglia, was doing the most work of anyone. With that in mind, if Zhongli didn't give him at least a few more regeneration elixirs, it would be straight-up robbery. As for those cannon fodder advanced team units and whether they'd survive the attack on Liu, not his problem. They belonged to the doctor anyway. When the time came for accountability, he'd just shift the blame back onto him. And besides, the Cryo Archon would be arriving in Liu harbor soon. Chances were high that she'd use this as an opportunity to sever ties within the Fatui. Tartaglia had long since pledged his loyalty to Her Majesty. When the time came, the Fatui getting crushed. What did that have to do with Tartaglia? It wasn't until late at night that Tartaglia, utterly exhausted, dragged his weary body back to the Northland Bank. He had used his foul legacy again and wasted another precious elixir. His upfront investments were already breaking his heart. Now all he could hope for was that Zhongli would at least reimburse him for the alchemy potion. The moment he stepped onto the second floor, he saw that Zhongli and Lumen had already returned and were sitting down for dinner. Tartaglia raised an eyebrow but didn't bother with pleasantries. He plopped himself down and immediately started venting. "Mr. Zhongli, your job really isn't easy. I've been running around all day Yaoguang Shoal, out to sea. I even used up 2 regeneration potions." He looked at Zhongli expectantly. Zhongli paused for a moment and gave a small nod. "You've worked hard." Tartaglia waited, and waited, and waited, but no follow-up about reimbursement came. His face stiffened. "That's it, that's all." Zhongli thought for a moment and then pointed to the spread of dishes on the table. "This meal was delivered from Xinyu Kiosk. 5 million mora. You can cover it. Also, for today's preparations for the rite of parting, the total expenses came to 32 million mora. The bill's here. Please settle it." Tartaglia's whole world dimmed. He sat there like a statue, staring blankly at Zhongli. After running around all day, working himself to the bone, not only did he not gain a single mora, he was now expected to pay out of pocket. Tartaglia couldn't help but want to yell. Was this man truly the Archon of Fairness and Contracts, or was he just a devil in disguise, exploiting others? Before he could voice his complaints, Zhongli casually tossed 4 potions his way. "These are a tier above the basic elixirs you've been using. Consider them your compensation for all your running around." In an instant, Tartaglia came back to life, fully restored. Seeing the potions clearly superior in quality and aura, Tartaglia puffed out his chest, slapping it proudly. "Come now, as if I wouldn't finish the job just because there's no reward. You really underestimate me. After all, this is a contract between Her Majesty the Tsaritsa and yourself. Of course I'll see it through to the end." Lumen, who had been silently eating, rolled her eyes. "Sounds like you don't want them, huh? I'll take them then." As soon as the words left her mouth, a gust of wind swept past. The potions vanished without a trace. Tartaglia grinned brightly and pointed at the food on the table. "Is this enough? If not, I can order more. We're all friends here, working hard for this performance. I won't let you starve while on duty. And those expenses? Don't worry about it, just charge everything to the Northland Bank." Tartaglia knew exactly how to weigh things. All things considered, Zhongli and Lumen's spending today wasn't even 50 million mora. That amount could barely buy 3 or 4 low-tier elixirs on the market. But the ones Zhongli gave him, for higher-grade alchemy potions, priceless. "Lumen, this guy has such a mercenary face." Paimon muttered as she looked up, scowling at Tartaglia in disdain. What was so special about those potions? She and Lumen both carried plenty of them, and their production cost 0. In Paimon's eyes, Tartaglia was clearly someone who hadn't seen the real world yet. Tartaglia didn't mind Paimon's scorn. That little companion had clearly been spoiled by Ryan's generosity and didn't understand how rare such treasures were to anyone else. Turning to Zhongli, he asked softly, "Mr. Zhongli, the plan starts tomorrow at noon, right? I don't need to be involved anymore, do I?" "Tomorrow at noon?" Zhongli nodded slightly. "Yes. It's dragged on long enough. It would be inappropriate to delay further." Lumen wasn't about to let him off so easily and immediately shot back. "Come on, just admit you're the one who's eager to step down." Zhongli took a sip of tea, unbothered. "If that's how you see it, then I won't deny it." His straightforward admission left Lumen at a loss for words. She simply focused on eating, and after finishing the meal, stretched lazily. "I'm heading back then, so I don't have anything else to do tomorrow, right?" Zhongli shook his head. "There's still one final ingredient to take care of. Continue tomorrow." Lumen frowned slightly, her gaze deep and piercing. "You don't want me staying in Liu?" Zhongli neither confirmed nor denied. "This is Liu's trial, not yours." "But, no buts. I believe in Liu." Zhongli shook his head and didn't say more. He stood and headed toward the door. "Originally, I had Tartaglia lined up to distract you with a fight, but since you already know my intentions, there's no need. Tomorrow, you don't need to interfere. Everything must be up to Liu." Lumen pouted, glaring at him with frustration. "You're such a self-righteous guy." With that, she grabbed Paimon and stormed out ahead of him. Zhongli sighed. Lumen's strength hadn't recovered much yet, but she was special. She was a descender. If she got involved in tomorrow's conflict, who knew what unpredictable events might unfold? This was Liu's trial. No one could interfere. Otherwise, it would lose all fairness. Tartaglia was still happily admiring his potions when Zhongli reached the door. "Oh, right. I forgot to mention something." Zhongli paused and added softly. "Of the 4 potions, 3 are enhanced versions of strength, agility, and jump boost potions. The last one is not a healing potion." Tartaglia blinked. He thought one of them looked a bit different. "Then what is it?" "That potion is called regeneration." To read 60 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 228 The Demon God's Assault begins. 228 The Demon God's Assault begins. Regeneration Elixir Regeneration. Tartaglia furrowed his brows, deep in thought about what this potion actually was. Is it the same kind the Millilith use? The one that can regrow severed limbs? Could it really be that divine-grade item that continuously provides life force over time? Zhongli was this generous? He actually gave me something like this. Staring at the regeneration elixir in his hand, Tartaglia felt a strong temptation. Honestly, he really wanted to try it, see how powerful it was for himself. But there was only one bottle. Something this precious had to be saved for a critical moment. As he ran his fingers over the bottle, a pleasant feeling swelled in his heart. Had he known earlier that he'd be rewarded with something so good, he would have exaggerated his hardship even more when he got back. Just then, the door was pushed open. Rosaline stepped in, eyes locking directly onto the potion in Tartaglia's hand. Tartaglia flinched, quickly stashing it away. Rosaline scoffed and said flatly, "No need to hide it. I heard everything earlier. That's a regeneration elixir, isn't it?" Tartaglia shrugged. "So what?" Rosaline extended her hand calmly. "Let me see it." "Dream on. That's my hard-earned reward. Mine." Tartaglia leaned back in his chair with a grin, clearly satisfied. If it really was the kind of potion used by the Millilith, then this was a huge win. He had once seen a Millilith soldier get a gaping hole punched through his abdomen by a ruin hunter, yet within moments, the wound healed like nothing had happened. His own foul legacy transformation could only be maintained for a short time. In other words, he was the definition of a one-minute man. And each activation came with intense backlash on his body. He couldn't keep using it in rapid succession. If he tried to force it, he could very well die on the spot. But with the regeneration elixir, all of that became a non-issue. As long as he had enough of this stuff, he could go all out in every battle. If once wasn't enough, he'd go for twice. If twice failed, he'd go for 3. For Tartaglia, the regeneration elixir was a game-changer. Even if the sky fell today, he wouldn't let Rosaline even take a peek at it. Rosaline sighed, a little envious of Tartaglia now. She had originally thought he was just working for free, but who would have guessed Zhongli would be so generous? Sure, maybe in their eyes this kind of potion was commonplace and not worth much. But right now, it wasn't something money could buy. As a harbinger, Rosaline also had access to her delusion form. If she released its power, she could return to her former state as the Flame Witch. But the backlash still remained. The regeneration elixir would be of huge significance to her as well. But judging by Tartaglia's posture, even asking for a glance was already too much. What about the other 3 potions? Rosaline gave up on the first one and instead asked about the others. This time, Tartaglia didn't bother hiding them. He casually took out the other 3 high-grade potions and handed them over. Rosaline didn't even need to sense them with elemental power. The magical energy radiating from the bottles was too strong to be contained. She examined them, her expression complex, and whispered, "They're incredibly powerful. With potions like these, our strength wouldn't just double." "Seen enough." Tartaglia smirked and snatched them back. "Didn't expect Zhongli to be so generous. These are absolute treasures. If I had more of them, I could go challenge that doctor myself." Rosaline glanced at him coolly. "Even with these, you wouldn't win. But at least I wouldn't lose too miserably." Tartaglia stayed optimistic. Rosaline shook her head and pulled out a letter from the cryo-archon, handing it to him. "Her Majesty is preparing to set off. If all goes well, she'll arrive in Liu in 3 days. 3 days, huh? That works. Oziel's attack is happening tomorrow. If things go smoothly, it'll be the perfect moment for Her Majesty to receive the Gnosis." Tartaglia flipped through the letter. While there was no mention of splitting the Fatui, the message did instruct him and Rosaline to begin building ties with Liu on behalf of the cryo-archon. That already said enough. Chances were, once the Archon confirmed things in person, the groundwork for cooperation could begin, and the Fatui would be pushed out of the picture. "You really think Liu can handle Oziel?" Rosaline frowned slightly, puzzled. "The Geo-Archon is leaving with the Traveler tomorrow. From what I know, he also forbids the Adepti from interfering directly. With only Liu left to defend itself, how are they supposed to handle Oziel, Beisht, and the tidal wave of monsters and vanguard troops?" Tartaglia shrugged and handed the letter back to her. "Before today, I was worried too. If Liu couldn't hold out and the Geo-Archon stepped in, there's no telling if Ningguang and the rest would blame us later. But now, I don't feel worried at all." He sighed, a touch of awe in his voice. "You've been holed up in the Northland Bank. You don't understand what Liu has become. Right now, Liu Harbor is defended by nearly 4,000 enhanced Millilith soldiers. When they coordinate, even just a few hundred of them, sea beasts and vanguard units are nothing. Beisht hasn't even reached demon god level. There's no way she can withstand Laya's suppression. If I had to pick a real threat, it'd only be Oziel. And that's assuming he stays in the ocean. If he comes ashore, Laya can attack him directly. They might not even need the Adepti. Oziel might be destroyed outright. Rosaline was shaken. They're that strong. Tartaglia spread his hands helplessly. Yeah, they really are that strong. You think the alchemical potions are amazing, so don't you think Laya has even stronger ones to arm their top fighters? Just imagine this. Tartaglia sat up straight and prompted her. If Laya Harbor sends out Secretary Ganyu from the Kixing, gives her all the top-tier potions, and equips her with the best enchanted weapon. A bow with fire elemental enhancements, combined with her innate cryo element. Add in a few trump cards we don't know about, do you think they could beat Oziel? Rosaline fell silent. After a long pause, she sighed and walked toward the door, looking somewhat defeated. I get it. I'll restrain the Fatui agents stationed in Laya Harbor. After the assault tomorrow, we'll sever ties with the vanguard units and our own people. Blame everything on the doctor. We'll claim we knew nothing. Tartaglia watched her leave, then leisurely turned his gaze toward the night sky outside the window. He was quite satisfied with how things were going. He was growing stronger, and the Tsaritsa was already beginning to consider splitting from the Fatui and cooperating with Laya. If possible, Tartaglia didn't want to keep fighting against Laya. He wanted something more stable. He may be a battle junkie, but he still had a family to protect. If a Laya Cryo Archon alliance raised their chances of winning and made it safer for his family, he was all for it. Laya, your hidden strength really makes people curious. With a foundation built on an unknown world, just how strong can you become? Very soon we'll find out. The next morning, after 2 days of recovery, Laya Harbor had mostly returned to normal. There was still some talk about the Geo Archon being gravely injured, of course, but the common consensus in Laya was always the same. The Emperor of Rock is blessed by the heavens. He'll recover soon. No need to worry. Blind faith, maybe, but it gave them strength. At the Jade Chamber, Ningguang's round of duties had finally ended. Not because she volunteered to rest, she would have gladly worked day and night if she could. Unfortunately for her, Ganyu and Hu Tao had returned. When they learned Ningguang had successfully taken the lead, the two were annoyed but not surprised. They had seen it coming. However, Ningguang had zero chance of pushing them away again to hoard Ryan for herself. Now, Ganyu and Hu Tao stuck to Ryan like glue, watching Ningguang with suspicion. Jean, Lisa, and the others had gone back to the MC world. They had only come back last night to check in, then stayed for a while to learn how to synthesize wireless surveillance cameras from Ryan before going back to their research. Otherwise, Lisa would definitely be here now, excitedly munching on snacks while watching the drama unfold. Nahida and Klee had been brought into the MC world as well by Jean and the others. This was a big moment for Laya. It wasn't suitable for children to get involved. Ningguang sat at her desk, handling state affairs, looking as radiant as a dew-kissed glaze lily after a storm. Her graceful maturity made it hard to look away. From time to time, she glanced over at Ganyu and Hu Tao with an amused smile. The two girls stared back at her with puffed cheeks, clearly annoyed, which Ningguang found rather entertaining. She didn't understand why they were still being so cautious. Whatever was meant to happen had already happened. In the last 2 days, Ningguang had explored everything that needed exploring. Everyone was standing on equal ground now. What was the point of being so guarded? She rubbed her lower stomach gently, sneaking a nostalgic look at Ryan. That kind of thing really was addictive. Is Keking still guarding the Golden House? Ryan asked lazily as he lay on Ganyu's lap, eyes half closed. Before Ningguang could answer, Ganyu nodded quickly. That's right. No one ever told her that Zhongli is actually Morex. Ryan was stunned. Everyone else knew by now, and only Keking was still in the dark. Wouldn't she get mad when the truth came out later? Hearing this, both Ningguang and Ganyu looked a little awkward. They really had forgotten to tell her. After a brief silence, Ningguang offered a reasonable explanation. Keking is very direct. If she finds out Zhongli is Morex and that all of this was part of the Archon's plan, she might confront him again, just like last year. Shaking her head, Ningguang added softly. It's best to wait until everything is over. For now, let's focus on the so-called trial that's coming. Ryan, do you know when it'll start? Before he could respond, boom, the Jade Chamber trembled violently. A moment later, the bright midday sun dimmed, as if suppressed by a force far beyond mortal understanding. The storm had begun to howl. Even inside the floating chamber, they could feel it. Something was coming, a force strong enough to threaten all of Laya Harbor. But instead of fear, Ningguang and the others felt relieved. A faint smile touched Ningguang's lips as she turned toward Ryan. The unknown is always the scariest. But now, this trial has become our whetstone. To read 60 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 229 Ningguang, let the world witness Laya. 229 Ningguang, let the world witness Laya. Since the calamity of the pitch-black abyssal beasts 500 years ago, Laya has never again faced such a disaster. The sea surged inland, and even standing far away within Laya Harbor, one could see the towering pillar of black light rising from the direction of Gayun Stone Forest. Storms and whirlpools had formed around the pillar. If there's one thing the people of Liu are most familiar with, it would be the tale of the Geo Archon sweeping through all opposition and founding the nation. And that creature from the sea, anyone who had listened to storytellers would know. That was a god sealed beneath the ocean during the Archon War. The god of Vortex, Oziel. And now Oziel was breaking free. Under normal circumstances, the people of Liu would hardly bat an eye. At most, they'd crowd around to watch the spectacle. They knew too well. If a god really did appear, it was nothing to worry about because the Archon would take action. And the Geo Archon was the strongest of the gods. But now, the rite of dissension had only just occurred a few days ago, and the Geo Archon had been gravely injured. He hadn't awakened yet. So who would fight the god this time? The people of Liu grew numb. Foreign merchants panicked, scrambling to pack and flee, but what about the locals? They couldn't leave. They wouldn't leave. This land had been their home for thousands of years. A god, a god. Lord Morax, what should we do? Lord Morax, will you still protect Liu? Prayers filled with anxiety and dread echoed through the streets and alleys. Everyone stepped outside, staring toward the whirlpool in the sky. But if one were to carefully observe the faces of the Millilith, they would notice something off. They didn't look scared. In fact, they almost seemed excited, as if a new dragon was preparing to rise. On top of Mt. Tianheng, Lumen, who had been collecting Cor Lapis with Zhongli, suddenly looked up in shock. She turned back to glance at Laya Harbor already covered in ominous black clouds. Countless whirlpools now churned the harbor waters. Farther out, Oziel was being unsealed. Closer to shore, however, were swarms of dark figures moving beneath the sea. Clearly, those were sea monsters. Lumen was stunned. She had expected Zhongli's so-called test to be harsh, but never imagined he'd go so far as to unseal a god. And he was even letting sea beasts attack Laya Harbor. This guy, didn't he hate seafood? Zhongli, you must be crazy. Lumen yelled in frustration. Was it really necessary to release a god? Laya Harbor can't withstand this. Paimon, let's go. Just as she said that, a golden light flared up, locking Lumen and Paimon in place. Zhongli stood with his hands behind his back, calm and unhurried. If it were before, I would have let you go. But now there's no need. Laya cannot rely on anyone else. Not you, not Ryan, not even Mondstadt. This time, they must face it alone. Lumen slashed at the barrier, but it didn't budge. With a sigh, she gave up. Are you sure they can handle it? If you want my objective answer, Zhongli said flatly, then no, I'm not. He stood quietly, gazing toward the noise and turmoil of Laya Harbor. The rocks beneath his feet crumbled, lifting him and Lumen into the sky, apparently seeking a better view. But if you're asking for my faith in the trial, then yes. I believe in Liu. You and I can simply be spectators. At the Northland Bank, Tartaglia, Child, and Rosaline had climbed to the third floor, the best vantage point for watching what was to come. They silently observed the god's awe-inspiring might. Even though Oziel wasn't fully unsealed yet, the destruction was already enough to shake the world. And this was with Oziel's power greatly weakened. Even so, he looked as though he could overturn the seas. A god is a god, after all, Child murmured. He glanced sideways at Rosaline. Her expression was slightly grim. Clearly, Oziel had reminded her of Venti. No matter what, Venti was one of the original Archonsel, so a god. Even with injuries, surely he shouldn't be weaker than Oziel, who had been sealed for centuries. Yet even with just a partial unsealing, Oziel was already capable of such destruction. Compared to that, Venti really did get played. Rosaline felt somewhat bitter, but soon brushed the thought aside. Even such a terrifying god could be sealed by Morax's hand. The Geo Archon is beyond formidable. Child shook his head and continued staring toward the distant horizon. Rosaline frowned slightly and asked, do you still have faith in Laya now? Child didn't answer right away. Truthfully, he wasn't so sure anymore. He had underestimated just how terrifying Oziel was. If Oziel fully escaped, things would get very ugly. If Child ran too late, he might get slapped straight into the sea. The gap between a god and someone like him who hadn't even reached godhood was immeasurable. And as the one who had orchestrated this whole event, no one knew better than Child just how many dangerous beings had been summoned. Near god-level Beisht, thousands of sea beasts, nearly 1,000 vanguard troops. Some of the sea beasts even seemed strong enough to be considered divine beasts. Forget Liu, even the entire region might be engulfed in flames if things went wrong. And if that happened, would he get off easy? Even if he claimed he was just following orders, Ningguang would likely find a way to kill him anyway. Child sighed deeply, troubled. But then, glancing down, he suddenly noticed something. The Millilith. While the people of Liu were panicking, while foreigners fled, the Millilith warriors, they were grinning. They there smiling. What? Rosaline turned toward him. At the temporary resting quarters of Baidu, she was just about to go talk to Ningguang again. By her estimation, Ningguang should have finished her preparations by now. But before she could even step out the door, the disturbance over the sea startled her. Kazuha and Ayaka followed closely behind as they all rushed outside. Staring at the dreadful elemental force on the distant horizon, both their faces turned pale. Captain Baidu. It's a god is attacking. A god has struck. Kazuha unsheathed his sword at his waist, glancing anxiously at Baidu. She furrowed her brow. To the Jade Chamber immediately. Drawing her greatsword, Baidu led Kazuha and Ayaka straight toward the Jade Chamber. Along the way, they ran into Keking, who was also heading there. The group exchanged a glance without words and ascended the levitating platform, flying straight toward the floating palace. Meanwhile, Dailuk had just entered Laya's borders with 500 knights of Favonius under his command. Standing tall, he looked out over the sea at the unfolding chaos. Over in Samuru, near Laya's border, Tainari, Al-Haytham, and Sino stood on high ground, watching the terrifying elemental disturbance in the distance. In Inajima, across the sea, the war between the resistance and the shogunate army had come to a halt. Ye Miko stood with a complicated expression, looking toward Laya. Laya had always held sway over Teyvat's economy. Now, it had also begun producing mysterious resources, tying it more and more tightly to the entire continent. And so, the eyes of all Teyvat were now drawn toward one place. Laya Harbor. Back at the Jade Chamber. By the time Keking and the others arrived, the Adepti were already in position. Not far away, Ryan had called Jean and the others over, and they stood to the side, watching quietly, ready for the grand spectacle about to unfold. As longtime visitors of the Minecraft world, they knew all too well. This trial was hardly a challenge for Laya. In fact, they were still joking and chatting with each other. When Baidu and her group entered, they saw Ningguang still casually conversing with the Adepti. Baidu frowned. Ningguang, Oziel is breaking free. What about the Archon? Ningguang turned to her with a smile. The Archon? Still recovering, of course. Why? Something wrong? Baidu grew more puzzled. A god was attacking and yet Ningguang could still act so calm. What on earth was she planning? Ningguang. Baidu raised her voice slightly. This is a god-level threat. Only the Archon can counter something like Oziel. Without the Archon, how can we possibly fight back? I don't know what you're all plotting, but the people are innocent. If the Archon really is too injured to act, then we should be evacuating Laya Harbor immediately. Ningguang waved her hand dismissively, chuckling lightly. Laya Harbor has stood for over 1,000 years. This is our home. Why should we be the ones to retreat? Relax. Everything is under control. No need to panic. Besides, the battle hasn't even started yet. Sit down and rest a while. Baidu couldn't figure Ningguang out. She didn't know whether to stand or sit. But Ningguang didn't seem bothered in the slightest. She turned toward the Adepti and asked softly, Immortals, do you have any advice? Cloud Retainer looked completely indifferent. You may arrange it as you see fit. We are not allowed to interfere directly. This is your trial. But this immortal thinks it's not really a big issue. It just depends how far you want to take it. Sealing Oziel again re-establishing the binding would be simple enough, but killing Oziel, now that would be much harder. Ningguang let out a soft laugh and shook her head, not revealing her full intentions. Really now? Cloud Retainer, are you not tempted to use this rare opportunity to test out our weapons? At that, Cloud Retainer fell silent. To be honest, this really was a rare chance. A situation where they could launch a full-scale bombardment without restraint. Who knew when such a satisfying event would come again? But then there was Zhongli, who had forbidden them from directly participating. There's no need to worry too much, Ningguang said. The Archon forbade you from confronting the god directly. He never said anything about using tools. If you use those weapons you're no different from the Millilith. Cloud Retainer exchanged glances with Moon Carver and the others. A strange excitement sparked between them. This was a grand occasion. If they didn't participate in some way, it would feel like such a waste. No direct combat? Well, who needed immortal powers anyway? If it's just pulling triggers and firing cannons, what could possibly be wrong with that? Clearing her throat, Cloud Retainer pretended to remain composed. Although this is a trial from the Archon, we too are Laya's protectors. Taking part in this is only right. We'll do as you say. Ningguang smiled and nodded, then turned to the still bewildered Keking, Baidu, and the rest. I know you all still have many questions. I'll explain everything afterward. But for now, Ningguang stood tall, pulling out a radiant gemstone. With high spirits and commanding presence, she declared, it's time to show the world what Laya is truly capable of. To read 55 future chapters head over to Patreon. 230 The signal ignites. All forces, advance. The people of Laya had flooded into every street and alley, speaking in a state of extreme panic. Laya hadn't faced such an invasion for hundreds no, thousands of years. And now, the Geo Archon was gravely injured and unable to fight. It was, more or less, a case of a dragon without its head. But then suddenly the high-hanging Jade Chamber began to move, slowly floating toward the harbor to confront the first wave of the approaching storm. In the silence, that first sign of motion drew every eye. Yet, the fear in the hearts of Laya's people had not subsided. This was a god attacking. No matter how capable the Kixing were, how could they possibly stand against a god? The people cried out in despair. Elders urged their grandchildren to flee quickly. They themselves were too old and unwilling to leave their homeland. But the youth, sweating nervously, gripped their weapons in preparation. Laya Harbor was their home, and no one was willing to give it up so easily. Just as confusion and panic took over the crowd, Ningguang, standing atop the jade chamber, turned slightly. Madame Ping smiled as she channeled adeptal energy, activating the communication gem in Ningguang's hand. People of Laya. Ningguang's voice spread calmly across the entire city of Laya Harbor. Though many believed the Kixing could do little in such a large-scale conflict, hearing Ningguang's voice gave the people a strange sense of comfort. The sea god Oziel has broken free from his seal. The Archon was gravely injured during the rite of dissension and remains unconscious. I understand your fear. But there is no need for it. Laya is no longer the same Laya of 1,000 years ago. We now possess the strength to defend ourselves. Citizens of Laya, look to the high places and witness. Today, this god shall become the centerpiece of a truly dazzling drama. Today, Laya shall show all of Teyvat her power. I know Laya's recent changes have attracted much attention. But remember, what you've seen so far is only the surface. Our true strength should be etched into your hearts. Now watch carefully, and see Laya for who she really is. Ningguang's eyes flashed with golden brilliance, her voice becoming more radiant and commanding. In Laya Harbor, both the citizens and the foreign merchants stood frozen, confused and uncertain, listening to Ningguang's confident declaration. How could a Laya without the Geo Archon dare to speak with such conviction in the face of a god? But before anyone could question it further, Ningguang spoke again. Millelith heavy cavalry formed the first defensive line at the harbor. Yes, ma'am. The booming reply echoed across the harbor. In the next moment, the entire city shook. Fully armored heavy cavalry stormed out in unison. For both foreigners and Laya's citizens alike, this was the first time witnessing such a massive formation of heavy cavalry. Over 1,000 strong. Warhorses clad in full armor, soldiers in enchanted iron suits. Standing at the harbor's edge, they looked like mobile steel fortresses. Even the roaring storm seemed to falter in their presence. Millelith light infantry formed the second defensive line. Another group of soldiers emerged, their bodies glowing with alchemical enchantments and peculiar bubbling effects. Iron armor enchanted, standardized longswords in hand. They, too, gleamed with magical light. 2,000 soldiers lined up behind the heavy cavalry. Dozens of trained war wolves crouched at their feet. A strange sense of calm and reassurance swept through the people. The sheer force of presence seemed enough to disperse even the darkest clouds in the sky. Everyone had assumed that Laya's trump card was 1,000 elite troops. But no one expected it to be this many. And suddenly, the belief that Laya could still turn the tide became a real possibility. But Ningguang didn't stop there. Millelith Firearms Division take position. In that moment, everyone saw them. The soldiers in standard uniforms of the Millelith, previously thought to be ordinary, each took a swig from a special alchemical vial. Then, they pulled out unfamiliar, jet-black weapons from their gear. With synchronized steps, they marched into formation on the third defensive line. The dark muzzles of their weapons exuded an aura of pure death. Ningguang gave a small smile and turned to glance at Ryan behind her. People of Laya, look closely. The Geo Archon is not your only pillar. Laya holds countless hidden legacies. Dragon Legion take flight. A thunderous roar of dragons echoed from the base of Mt Tianheng. In the next moment, over 20 dragons soared into the sky in unison. Thanks to Teyvat's unique laws, these dragons had grown larger and more powerful over time, each now roughly 2/3 the size of Dvalin. Flapping their massive wings, they circled the Jade Chamber, casting shadows so vast they seemed to cover the heavens. Their terrifying pressure left all onlookers breathless. The stronger the observer, the more they could sense how deadly these dragons were. At the Northland Bank, both Tartaglia and Rosaline were dumbfounded. They looked up at the neatly assembled dragon squadron, Mount Sagape. They had assumed Laya was strong. They even thought the Firearms Division was Laya's ultimate trump card. Just the sight of those unfamiliar weapons had already made them feel a dangerous chill. And with over 1,000 troops, that power would be devastating. But now, 20 dragons had appeared on top of that. What in the world was this? Each of these dragons had already reached the strength of a divine beast, close to the level of a god's envoy. How had Laya raised so many of them? And that wasn't even the end. Why are there even skeletal dragons? Elemental dragons of 4 elements could still be explained. Maybe it was a difficult collection effort. But what about the other 4? What kind of elements were those supposed to be? Tartaglia stood there utterly dumbfounded. Back when you were in Mondstadt, did you ever see so many dragons? At those words, Rosaline fell silent and shook her head. If Mondstadt had had this many dragons, each as powerful as a god's favored creature, how could there have been so many casualties back then? This has to be all of them, right? Tartaglia looked up at the Jade Chamber and sighed. Why does Laya have so many strange and terrifying things now? No wonder Zhongli said the difficulty of this test had to be increased. If it were just Oziel, he'd be sealed again with ease. Rosaline pressed her lips together, unease creeping into her expression. They're not done yet. The next moment, Ningguang's voice echoed again. Laya fleet, set sail. Redstone cannons, prepare to fire. Far across the sea, 5 massive ironclad warships broke through the towering waves and positioned themselves in formation far out from the port. Forged entirely from indestructible metal, every movement of the ships resounded with the distinct mechanical sounds of redstone technology. Each warship was over 100 meters long. All 5 lined up across the sea, standing like floating fortresses utterly unshakable, no matter how violent the storm. These were crafted after Ningguang and Ryan studied redstone technology and had Laya's forging division re-engineer it for use in Teyvat. Though not as agile as normal vessels, they could still move laterally, or even turn around. But for ironclad ships with an indestructible frame and Minecraft-like properties, this was true dimensional superiority. A terrifying trump card. Jade Chamber Redstone Automated Cannons, activate. Target, the sea. Bywin and the others, already prepared, inserted their levers, and the Jade Chamber slowly descended to about 200 meters above sea level. Finally, the people of Laya Harbor could see clearly. All around the Jade Chamber's edges were dense clusters of strange cube-shaped structures. Behind each one stood a person gripping a lever. Now comes the final step. Ningguang took a deep breath and exchanged a look with Ganyu and the others. Each took out a beacon crystal and stepped onto its activation base. Beacons, activate. Prepare to strike. In the next instant, 5 blinding pillars of light burst from the Jade Chamber, piercing the oppressive black clouds above. Brilliant white beams ignited the sky, as if 5 suns had taken root in midair. The clouds had been so thick they darkened Laya Harbor. But once the beacons were lit, daylight returned, and clarity with it. A stunned Laya citizen cried out, staring in disbelief at their own hand. Why do I feel so powerful? That shout snapped everyone out of their shock. They looked at themselves in awe. With a single leap, some soared over 10 meters, landing effortlessly on rooftops. A few steps covered 100 meters. One accidental punch against a wall sent it crumbling down in a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Ningguang chuckled wryly. Laya hadn't even been damaged by monsters yet, and it was already being torn apart by its own people. Hurriedly, she raised her voice. Calm down. This is the power of the beacons. People of Laya, you've temporarily received a boost equal to a second-tier millilith alchemical enhancement. You now have the strength to stand alongside anyone to protect Laya. Pick up your weapons and defend our home together. The sea monsters were already drawing near, but the fear was gone. Entirely gone. The people of Laya now understood why the millilith had looked excited at the prospect of war. They couldn't blame them. With this kind of power coursing through them, anyone would need to let it out or risk going mad. Monsters? What monsters? Right now, more than 10,000 people, millilith and citizens alike, had gathered near the Jade Chamber, and each one now had strength comparable to the powerful beings of Teyvat. Even the foreign visitors stopped running. Seeing the once average Laya people now casually punching through walls, they whooped and sprinted toward the harbor, eager to join the fight. Monster invasion? Sea beasts? Who cared? This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to feel the power of a Genshin character. Unfortunately for them, the beacon's effects only worked on those from Laya Harbor. The others could only sigh and retreat in envy. As for complaints, no one dared. The people of Laya were so fired up, they looked ready to brawl anyone on sight. Even the skinny little kids were yanking iron gates off their hinges and swinging them like clubs. One solid punch from one of these 5'8" tall kids, and you'd be vaporized. Tartaglia and Rosaline had left the Northland Bank and were watching the situation unfold from a short distance away. Seeing every Laya's citizen able to split stone with their bare hands, Tartaglia's lips twitched. I knew Laya would be strong, but how did it reach this level? He truly believed that even if he activated his foul legacy's final phase, he still wouldn't escape alive from this. This is terrifying. Rosaline's fists clenched, fear clearly written across her face. But doesn't this prove that cooperating with Laya is the only way to give our queen a real chance? Cooperation. We must cooperate. Tartaglia's gaze locked onto the Jade Chamber above, once merely a symbolic structure of political power. Now, it had become an indestructible fortress. So it was possible. People really could reach this level. Back on the Jade Chamber, Ningguang turned to everyone with a radiant smile. She waved her hand and seated herself grandly in the highest seat. Everyone, shall we enjoy the moment Laya finally reveals her edge to the world? The adepti exchanged glances and burst into laughter. It would be our honor. Ningguang raised the gem in her hand, issuing one final command. All millilith, all citizens of Laya, as long as your lives are protected, commence unrestricted assault. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 231. I gave you a chance, Oziel, but you blew it. 231. I gave you a chance, Oziel, but you blew it. The sea beasts had landed. Along with them came a few advanced troops from the Fatui. But the warships guarding the harbor didn't pay them any mind. These things weren't worth the effort. Even the dragons circling overhead didn't bother to glance down at them. If you hadn't reached the level of a god's favored creature, you didn't even deserve their attention. Compared to the panic that spread when people first heard of a god's descent, Laya Harbor now burned with a frenzy of excitement. The millilith soldiers knew just how strong they were now, especially with the additional buffs from the beacons. They had already been itching for a fight. Now that the opportunity was here, they weren't going to wait for orders. Ningguang didn't even bother issuing a formal battle plan. Why bother? Everyone would just charge into battle in their own way. The heavy cavalry rode through the waves, and the moment they clashed with sea beasts, the monsters were sent flying. The warhorses, armored head to toe, effortlessly smashed through countless enemies. The light infantry charged in right behind them, cheering loudly. With each swing of their swords and sabers, not a single sea beast could withstand even one hit. Only the hot weapon units at the rear didn't join in the chaos right away. They each found high ground or gathered in teams at the widest parts of the harbor where the sea beasts were thickest. But once the enemy appeared, 100 rifles opened fire at once, tearing the creatures apart like paper. No one dared to steal kills from the hot weapon units. They were just too efficient. And even with beacon enhancements, nobody wanted to test whether they could survive a bullet. It wasn't just sea beasts. The weapon bombardment had left that entire section of the harbor riddled with holes. As for the regular citizens of Liu, newly empowered with incredible strength, how could they not take advantage of this moment to vent? But once they actually picked up weapons to fight, they made a surprising discovery. The supposedly indestructible steel tools snapped like twigs in their hands. 25 Liu citizens looked at each other in stunned silence. After a few seconds, their gazes drifted around. Then someone, no one knew who, took the lead, and the next thing anyone knew, the crowd was yelling and charging toward nearby buildings. Someone uprooted a willow tree and charged forward with its trunk like a battering ram. Another tore down a giant iron gate and began plowing through enemies with it like a tank. Yet another dismantled part of a house and began lobbing boulder-sized stones. Most people couldn't find the right tools in time, so they simply charged in swinging fists. And with just punches and kicks. Those sea beasts, the monsters everyone used to fear, even the Fatui vanguard, were punched straight through. Of course, some people did get injured, but everyone was passively regenerating thanks to the beacon's healing effect. Even if a sea beast slashed a huge wound across someone's chest, it healed in the blink of an eye. Bit by bit, the people of Liu understood. They were now enhanced with the effects of strength, jump boost, speed and healing. This realization pushed their ferocity even further. These weren't trained fighters, but with this much power, technique didn't matter. A flurry of wild punches can beat a martial master. That saying had become real. Their mindset shifted rapidly. You might dodge my hits a few times, and you might land a couple of your own, but you can't kill me. And I only need to land one good hit. You can make 100 mistakes, and be fine. I make one mistake, and you're in pieces. With this attitude, the people of Liu, men, women, even children, charged past the Millilith lines with excitement on their faces, turning the tables and launching their own attack on the monsters. The Millilith were a little stunned. They had finally gotten their moment to shine, and now even their own citizens were stealing their kills. So they gave up on formal strategy and joined in, abandoning all grace and diving into the chaos, matching the civilians in their wild brawling. The battle raged for over 10 minutes. And in all that time, not a single sea beast made it past the harbor. But that didn't mean the harbor was undamaged. It wasn't the monsters that caused the destruction, it was the people of Liu themselves, who had turned into home-demolishing berserkers. The foreigners watching all this were dumbfounded. Still, deep down, they were envious that Liu had this kind of confidence and strength, this kind of power you usually only saw in Genshin characters. From a distance, Tartaglia let out a helpless laugh. No wonder Ningguang didn't even bother organizing a battle plan. Once those beacons activated, any kind of strategy became meaningless. Letting people fight however they want was the better choice. Rosaline stared intently at the blazing light pillars above the Jade Chamber. This kind of battlefield-altering treasure, it could be critical for Her Majesty's plans. If we formed an alliance, could we get our hands on something like this? She seemed to be speaking more to herself, but Tartaglia shook his head. Don't get your hopes up. Whether we can even cooperate depends on what they want. And even if we do, I doubt they'll share these kinds of things freely. They probably need to ration them for themselves. I don't think we'll see any of it. Hearing this, Rosaline sighed in disappointment, and said no more. At this point, neither of them really cared how this battle played out. To be honest, now that Liu had revealed its hidden strength, the entire so-called war felt like a joke. From start to finish, all Ningguang had done was show a few of her cards, and that was it. No detailed strategy, no elaborate deployment. For an opponent like Oziel, who hadn't even fully broken free yet, calling this an overreaction might be an understatement. Tartaglia turned to look at the distant sea, where Oziel's massive form had finally started to surface. A bold thought entered his mind. If they just wanted to seal Oziel again, they could have done it by now. So why haven't they acted? Don't tell me they actually want to kill Oziel. Tartaglia's eyes widened in shock as he looked toward the sky. But if they kill Oziel, what about the divine remnants? Surely the conqueror of demons can't handle purging something like that anymore. On top of the Jade Chamber, Ningguang and the others quietly watched the chaos unfolding at the harbor below. The assault from the sea beasts and the Fatui vanguard squads had already lost momentum. They probably wouldn't last much longer before being completely wiped out. The healing potions that had been prepared, not a single bottle had been thrown out. The effects of the beacons had far exceeded everyone's expectations, especially when used to enhance tens of thousands of people at once. Now, the true terror of the beacon system was on full display. At this moment, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that Liu Harbor housed over 10,000 Genshin-level powerhouses. The immortals whispered among themselves, each wearing a satisfied expression. Although they still held reservations about mortal rule in Liu, they had to admit, Seeing Laya become this powerful with their own eyes made them want to drag Zhongli out for a drink just to celebrate. Laya today was far stronger than it had ever been during the height of the Archon War. From what they could see, the Qianyan army soldiers, already enhanced by alchemical potions, were now boosted again by beacon effects. Clad in enchanted armor and wielding enchanted weapons, they had already surpassed the power of top-tier Genshin fighters, only a step below the familiars of true gods. As for the hot weaponry units, over 1,000 of them, firing together, the immortals weren't even sure they themselves could survive such a barrage. And more terrifying still, the real trump cards hadn't even been used. The dragons flying in formation around the Jade Chamber, still circling. The redstone cannons, not fired. The heavy weaponry units' true ace cards, still unrevealed. Klee stared at the booming hot weapon region below, clapping her tiny hands with joy. If Jean hadn't repeatedly told her that this was Laya's trial and she must not intervene, Klee probably would have already mounted a dragon and started bombing runs. There never was a clear boundary before. Keqing looked at the screen, visibly thrilled. Now that we've unleashed all our strength, it still far exceeds what I imagined. All. Ningguang chuckled and shook her head. That wasn't all. Keqing blinked, then gave a soft laugh, nodding. You're right. We're unfathomably strong now. After today, the whole of Teyvat will hear our voice. Compared to Ningguang and the others who already knew part of the story, Baidu, Ayaka, and Kazuha were truly stunned. To Baidu, it felt like stepping into another world. Just a few months ago when she left Liu, nothing had seemed too different. Sure, it was better at making mora, but that was about it. And now, Liu could go toe-to-toe with a god. And the harbor was overflowing with Genshin-level powerhouses. Baidu had 1,000 questions swirling in her mind, but didn't even know where to begin. With how drastically things had changed, she figured just understanding a tiny slice of it might take a whole day. Was all this the result of just 2 months of development? Even in thousands of years, Liu had never made such a leap. Ningguang, aren't you going to suppress Oziel before he fully breaks free? Keqing frowned slightly, staring at the stormy skies over the seal's location. Oziel was already beginning to show his might, gathering his final strength. But Ningguang just smiled, her gaze proud as she thought about the surprise gift Ryan had given her last night. So what if he breaks free? She said. Let him. I want to see if he can force us to use our full strength. Hearing this, Baidu's expression changed. Do you know what you're saying? Once Oziel escapes, only the Geo Archon himself can seal him again. Seal him? Ningguang chuckled, then glanced at Ryan. He once told me, you don't let someone snore next to your bed. I never intended to seal him. Once Oziel breaks free, I plan to eliminate this ticking time bomb beside Liu for good. Mooncarver's expression changed dramatically. You want to kill Oziel? Wait, even setting aside his regeneration from the ocean, even if you can kill him, his divine ashes will wreak havoc. That whole part of the Sigayun stone forest will be devastated. But Ningguang shook her head. If I wasn't fully confident, I wouldn't do it. I know the danger of slaying a god. But we still have the conqueror of demons. Nearby, Xiao gave a steady nod. If you truly intend to kill Oziel, I will take care of the divine ashes. It is, after all, my duty. But the karmic debt. Mooncarver began, then suddenly stopped. After a long silence, he let out a bitter smile. It didn't occur to me. Purging Oziel's ashes would indeed worsen the conqueror of demons' karmic burden. But since you have a solution, I said too much. Ningguang gave a light laugh. No need to blame yourself, Mooncarver. You haven't truly experienced that place yet. It's natural not to be familiar. In short, we must kill Oziel. This is a crucial step in showing Lia's future as a nation ruled by humans. Her eyes sharpened, and she declared solemnly, by slaying Oziel, we show the people of Liu and all of Teyvat, that even under mortal rule, we can still quell any threat. Liu will always be the strongest. Keqing's heart trembled at her bold words, but she couldn't help feeling proud. Mortal rule, this had been her lifelong dream. Now, it was finally being realized. Down below, the sound of gunfire had faded. The sea beasts were all cleared out. Only the occasional straggler remained, nothing to worry about. Ningguang stood up, looking toward the distant storm, where Oziel was just a step away from breaking free. After a brief silence, her smile bloomed. I gave you time, but you didn't make use of it, Oziel. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 232 set sail, suppress Oziel. 232 set sail, suppress Oziel. The great battle at Laya Harbor had come to an end. But whether it was the Qianyan army or the ordinary citizens, everyone wore an expression of dissatisfaction. What was supposed to feel like a long, drawn-out war was wiped clean in less than half an hour. Most people hadn't even had their fill of the fight. As for fatigue or injuries, the beacons on the Jade Chamber were still active. Even a broken arm could regrow if you waited a little. On close inspection, this entire battle had ended with 0 casualties on Laya's side. A one-sided slaughter. A dimensional crushing strike. People from the other 6 nations stood in the distance, watching in utter disbelief. Weren't they all humans born and raised in Teyvat? How come even a Liuan child could now chase down and slash powerful monsters like it was nothing? The Jade Chamber continued to descend in height as Ningguang and the others stepped to its edge. The moment the people of Liyue caught sight of them, their eyes burned with fervent admiration. Only now did it occur to them that the Jade Chamber housed the Liyue Kixing and the Immortals, and through the entire battle, not one of them had needed to step in. Ningguang had simply told them to fight however you like. Now the people of Liyue finally understood. Their homeland had already become this powerful. Even if the Geo Archon never returned, it wouldn't necessarily be a disaster. Ningguang calmly surveyed the ruined harbor below and sighed. It wasn't destroyed by sea beasts or demon gods, but by our own people, tearing it all down. Beside her, Ganyu smiled. Actually, it's acceptable. We were planning to reclaim land from the sea and rebuild here anyway. This just saves us a lot of effort. Once we clear the rubble, we can rebuild everything with new materials. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Keqing nodded slightly. She was the most committed to the land reclamation project. Now that the place was already half demolished, it would actually make future construction more efficient. Ningguang didn't say much more. Using a gem imbued with orbital power, her voice spread across all of Liyue. People of Liyue, you have done well. In the face of a powerful enemy, you stood your ground and defended your home. I saw this. The Immortals saw this. And the Geo Archon will see this too. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, though if you asked them what powerful enemy she was talking about, to be honest, one punch left them half dead, 2 punches, dead on the spot. What strong enemy? An overwhelming pride and confidence now filled every citizen of Liyue. Those who had participated in the battle were absolutely thrilled. They had never imagined in their lives they'd get to experience this level of power. But those who hadn't been close enough to the Jade Chamber, who hadn't received the beacon's buff, and couldn't join the fight, they could only sigh with regret. Who knew when Ningguang would activate the beacons again? Miss this one, and you might miss your only chance. The war isn't over yet. Ningguang didn't bother giving a rousing speech. If the enemy were stronger, if things were evenly matched, then yes, she would have rallied them. But now, when even wild punches were enough to kill the enemy, no battle cry was needed. Heavy cavalry and light infantry clean up the battlefield and continue patrolling Liyue harbor to prevent surprise attacks. Hot weapons unit board the ships and set sail. We do not allow enemies to rest beside our bed. Today we shall completely eliminate Ozil. Ningguang's confidence lit a fire in everyone. The people of Liyue raised their fists and shouted with excitement. Today, they had made history alongside their homeland. Even in old age, this would become the kind of story that lit up their eyes whenever they spoke of it. Heavy cavalry and light infantry began cleaning the battlefield. The hot weapons unit moved swiftly to the warships. With pride and dignity, they boarded the ships under the admiring gazes of the crowd and set course for Ozil. No one thought Ningguang was boasting. Yes, Ozil was a demon god. But Liyue could now make ordinary people into Genshin-level powerhouses. Why wouldn't they be able to defeat Ozil? In the past, everyone had underestimated Liyue. Now, they had no problem imagining that the true depth of Liyue's hidden strength was beyond their comprehension. Ningguang took out the control gem of the Jade Chamber and glanced down at the massive crowd that refused to disperse. After some thought, she whispered something to Baiwen. Baiwen's face lit up with delight. She nodded quickly and boarded a floating stone to descend from the Jade Chamber. Only then did the Jade Chamber finally follow the warships out of the harbor. Moments later, the beacon's enhancement effect faded. The citizens of Liyue, who had moments ago been roaring like lions, now felt that old, familiar frailty return. Immediately, they looked down in frustration. That's it. It's over already. I didn't even get to enjoy myself. Who would have thought that a humble cargo worker like me could swing a weapon like a Genshin powerhouse and chase down monsters? A burly man looked regretfully at a nearby tree. That tree had just been his weapon. He'd originally intended to grab a hammer, but the hammer shattered in his grip as soon as he picked it up. Helpless, he went and yanked an entire tree from the ground and used that instead. He swore those few minutes were the highlight of his entire life. Swinging a tree 3 times his size, laughing wildly as he crushed sea beasts. The tree even broke in 3 places. How many sea beasts did you kill just now? From within the crowd, the storyteller Tian Taijui elbowed his companion, Hangxiu. Who could have guessed? This frail-looking scholar had just wielded 2 giant iron doors, one in each hand, slamming sea beasts flat like pancakes. Hangxiu adjusted his glasses with a hint of pride. Not much, just 13. Pity, though. The front lines were too heavily guarded by the Qinyan army. I couldn't get close enough to snatch more. It sounded like bragging, but Tian Taijui nodded seriously. 13, huh? That's not bad, but my 7-year-old son killed 15. Hangxiu fell silent. He snorted and mumbled. So what? Killing too many is uncultured. Tian Taijui rolled his eyes. Uncultured? Just now, this guy had been on a rooftop, tearing down houses and hurling boulders taller than a man. Where's the culture in that? Still, Tian Taijui couldn't help laughing out loud. Who would have thought we'd live to see a day like this? I never imagined Liyue had grown this strong. Humph. Hangxiu raised his chin proudly, gazing down with disdain in all directions. Liyue has always stood proud, with the Geo Archon watching over us, immortals gathered in force, shaking the world with our might. Now, with economic prosperity and wealth flowing in from all corners of the land, and with such deep-rooted heritage, is strength not our rightful title? His words were quite cocky, but the Laya citizens around him all nodded in firm agreement. Dr. Hanksyu makes a good point. We've always been strong, so what if we get even stronger? Tian Taijui, you'd better write up today's events into a full-length story. If you don't, we're not coming to listen to your storytelling anymore. Yes, yes. And make sure you highlight my part. I chased 7 sea beasts just now, iron fists unstoppable. Smashed them all to the ground. Only 7? I was surrounded by more than a dozen sea beasts. Fought my way out bathed in blood, kicked every one of them into pieces. Oh, quit bragging. If the Qianyan soldier hadn't pulled you back, you'd have fallen into the sea. You call that defending your homeland? You were tearing down the harbor. Like you're one to talk. I saw you tear down an entire house and use the load-bearing pillar to bash sea beasts. You think Lady Ningguang will make us pay for the damages? You think the Ministry of Civil Affairs cares about your pocket change? One trade fair nets them hundreds of billions of mora. Didn't Lady Keqing say ages ago we were going to reclaim land from the sea? I think we actually saved them the trouble of sending people to demolish this place. That's right. If Lady Ningguang turns on the beacons again, I'll sign up to join the demolition team for free. It was such a rare opportunity, and I still didn't get enough of it. Who knows when the beacons will be activated again? Doesn't really matter. Didn't the ministry say they'd be selling alchemy potions soon? We can just buy those instead. The crowd chattered away noisily, not at all like a city that had just finished a massive war. In fact, it felt more like a bustling lantern-rite festival, lively and full of joy. Not far away, visitors from the other 7 nations looked on with envy in their eyes. After what they'd seen today, the gap between Liu and the rest of the world suddenly felt as wide as the heavens. Liu had become a divine kingdom on earth. Though the battle was over, the citizens didn't disperse. Even though they were sure the Ministry of Civil Affairs wouldn't make them pay for the damages. Deep down, they knew. The wrecked harbor was their own doing. Feeling a bit guilty, they joined the Qianyan soldiers in cleaning up the battlefield. Before long, Baiwen returned with another group of people. She began organizing everyone to assemble a massive screen on the spot. Lu Su spotted it and quickly came over. He had to write today's battle into a storybook and start telling it tomorrow. Otherwise, someone else would steal all his customers. He figured no one would want to hear his old tales anymore after this. Secretary Baiwen, what are these for? Lu Su asked curiously. The other Laya citizens also gathered around. Baiwen turned with a warm smile and said softly, "These will allow you all to watch from afar as the Lord suppress Oziel. Lady Ningguang personally instructed me to set this up. She hopes that every citizen of Liu can witness the depth of our strength, and from now on, carry the pride and confidence to stand tall in Teyvat." Lu Su quickly bowed and replied, "Lady Ningguang's care knows no bounds. We're deeply grateful. But may I ask, how do the lords plan to deal with Oziel? From what I've heard, isn't that a demon god whom even the Geo Archon only sealed away?" Upon hearing this, several Laya citizens began to worry, but Baiwen simply smiled knowingly. "That's only because the Geo Archon didn't bother to deal with Oziel. Just watch and see for yourselves. You must understand, Laya hasn't even revealed all its trump cards yet. Our dragons haven't even attacked yet." That line stunned everyone again. In the heat of battle earlier, most of them had forgotten. The ones who fought the sea beasts were just the Qianyan army and the people themselves. The dragons Ningguang mentioned, the redstone tech she talked about, none of it had even been used. Who knew how powerful those things truly were? Strangely, no one was worried anymore about whether Ningguang's team could defeat Oziel. To be honest, with how deep Laya's power ran now, the real question was, how would Laya choose to defeat Oziel? At last, when the final Qianyan soldier secured the massive screen in place, it powered up and flickered to life. On screen, the image from the Jade Chamber came into sharp focus, though it wasn't showing the inside. After all, Ryan was inside the Jade Chamber. He didn't like to be in the spotlight, and Ningguang respected that. Instead, the image showed the raging sea, the snarling form of Oziel, and from within the countless whirlpools across the ocean's surface, occasional flashes of enormous dark silhouettes. Bysht. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 233 The Roar of the Dragons, Suppressing Bysht. What a strange sight. A middle-aged man dressed like a Laya scholar stared at the massive screen in front of him, puzzled. "I've studied ancient texts my whole life, and I've never seen anything like this to display scenes from thousands of miles away before our eyes. Could this be the Immortal's illusionary, mirror flower, water moon, art?" Hearing this, Baiwen didn't mind explaining. The Tianyan system, in fact, was often more effective when made public than when hidden in the shadows. At the very least, from now on, anyone, especially shady merchants or outsiders with ill intent, would have to think twice before doing anything reckless. After all, eyes were watching from every direction. With a soft chuckle, Baiwen explained, "This is the Tianyan system. It's part of Laya's large-scale renovation in recent times. As long as a camera is in place, every move in Laya can be seen clearly by the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Kixing. That revelation startled quite a few people, especially those who had guilty consciences, now breaking into cold sweats. Bei Wen's gaze passed over the few whose expressions looked unnatural. She smirked coldly. From now on, before you do anything, ask yourself, can you avoid Lia's surveillance? If it's something that shouldn't be done, you'd best stop now. The Tianyan system was created to ensure internal order in Lia Harbor. If anyone dares break the law, this system will become their death knell. Everyone quickly shook their heads, swearing they would never dare. After a while, Lu Su asked somewhat hesitantly, Secretary Baiwen, has the Tianyan system already been installed everywhere? Don't worry, Baiwen replied, shaking her head. It's only been installed throughout public streets and areas. I won't go into specifics, but rest assured your private residences are untouched. The Ministry of Civil Affairs respects the need for privacy. The system was designed purely to deter wrongdoing. In fact, it's already been running for some time. You may have noticed that lately, any illegal activity in Lia Harbor is dealt with and arrests are made within a day. That's the Tianyan system at work. As long as you obey the law, the Tianyan system will only serve to protect your safety and livelihood. Only the Kixing and designated ministry officials have access to the system, so there's no need to worry about personal lives being spied on. Hearing that, the surrounding crowd finally let out a sigh of relief. That's great. With this system in place, shady merchants won't dare act dirty anymore. And the Kixing aren't going to randomly pry into our personal lives anyway. Exactly. Whoever objects to the Tianyan system must have something to hide. We fully support Lady Ningguang and the ministry's decision. If my conscience is clear, why would I fear surveillance? Anyone who complains clearly has skeletons in their closet, perfect for the ministry to investigate. Those with secrets remained nervous, but since everyone else supported it, they couldn't oppose it openly. Otherwise, the ministry might zero in on them and start digging into their books, and those books definitely wouldn't survive scrutiny. As for the honest folks, they welcomed the Tianyan system. If they encountered injustice in the future, they could just go to the ministry. The surveillance footage would be the most direct evidence. In fact, it seemed like Lia's public safety would only get better from now on. Not far away, Yanfei stood in thought, mulling over how to work with the Tianyan system to further revise Lia's legal code. Elsewhere, Tartaglia and Rosaline watched and exchanged glances after hearing about the system's power. So that's where that feeling of being watched came from. Tartaglia sighed. I guess Ningguang's seen everything I've done lately. Honestly, this thing's kind of terrifying when you think about it. Rosaline nodded slightly and added in a low voice. But it's effective. If we had access to it, Her Majesty could silently monitor those two freaks, the jester and the doctor. Tartaglia gave a wry chuckle. He didn't comment on her suggestion. Monitoring them depends on whether we're even given access to this thing. Forget it. Let's just watch how Ningguang plans to handle Baicht and Ozil first. The Jade Chamber drifted leisurely forward, wrapped in an immortal force field, cutting through the raging storm. It finally reached a position not far from Ozil. Ningguang brought the Jade Chamber to a halt. Below, the steel warships also stopped their engines. There weren't hundreds of ships charging across the sea, but the 5 massive battleships, combined with the fully evolved combat fortress that the Jade Chamber had become, was enough to inspire awe across the world. Maybe in a few more years, when the real naval modules were released, the entire ocean would be filled with Lia's warships. Beyond the barrier, wind and rain howled. Inside, peace reigned, and laughter echoed through the calm skies. On the Jade Chamber's plaza, a grand banquet was underway. Venti, at some unknown point, had slipped into the immortal crowd, now hanging off Lishui's shoulders, drunkenly toasting with him. Logically, everyone should be serious facing Ozil. But the immortals hardly cared about the demon god anymore. Lia had grown so strong, they didn't need to worry. So why stress? Why overthink it? Meanwhile, Ningguang and Keqing were still focused on their duties. They quietly observed the sea before them. Suddenly, Ningguang let out a laugh. It seems the Archon was worried Ozil alone wouldn't be enough of a challenge for us. First sea beasts, then the Factui vanguard, and now Baicht. From the waters below, Baicht was surging swiftly toward the Jade Chamber. Yet Ningguang showed no urgency. After all, no matter how close Baicht was to being a demon god, she was still just a servant of a god. And if she wasn't a true god, Lia could deal with her easily. Keqing, already aware that all of this was Zhongli's test for Lia's path toward self-rule, watched the surveillance screen with growing excitement. Attack. Not yet. Ningguang shook her head. Baicht is still underwater. We can't strike her accurately yet. But don't worry, she'll come out eventually. With Ozil about to break free, she'll definitely try to buy him time. Beside her, Baidu frowned slightly. The Jade Chamber floats high above, so we don't need to worry much. But what about the warships on the sea and the Qianyan army? Hearing that, Ningguang exchanged glances with Ganyu and the others. Then they all smiled knowingly. If she dares try ramming the warships from beneath the sea, that would be her most foolish mistake. Ningguang said this with deliberate mystery. If it were ordinary ships, even one as tough as the Stellar Predator, a full-speed charge from Baicht would have shattered it. But these were warships crafted entirely from iron blocks, built using redstone technology. These weren't conventional vessels. They were infused with the laws of 2 different worlds. Didn't they move using redstone circuits? That alone said enough. Teyvat's native energy systems weren't even capable of driving them. If Osiel struck, maybe he could do some damage. But Baicht, her skull might break, but the ships would be just fine. Ningguang was just about to explain this to Baidu when suddenly, a great wave surged beneath one of the ships. A dark shape streaked by. A muffled crash echoed across the sea. And then, everything fell momentarily still. Did she actually hit it? Hu Tao stared at Ningguang with an odd expression. Ningguang simply covered her mouth and chuckled softly. There were so many ways to declare war, yet she had to pick the dumbest one. That blow must have knocked Baicht senseless. Ningguang and the others still managed to keep their composure, at least enough not to laugh outright. But down below, the Qianyan soldiers burst out laughing. They'd never seen someone so thick-headed. Those ships were solid iron blocks. And the base was reinforced with obsidian. She actually dared ram into that. Could she not tell something was wrong with these warships? After a short lull, the sea began to rage again. It seemed Baicht had grown even angrier. The waves surged with fury, as though they would swallow the fleet whole. Finally, Baicht emerged from beneath the waves. Her body was long and sleek, glowing deep blue. At most, she was only half the size of Osiel. Ryan glanced at her and felt even more contempt toward Osiel. This was only half his size, probably just a child in Osiel's eyes. He could do something like that. Disgusting. Even worse than Venti. So she finally shows herself. Ningguang grew serious, playing with the gemstone in her hand. Don't move the warships. Let the dragons have their fun. Though the Qianyan troops were itching for a fight, they were curious to see what kind of strength those 20+ dragons held. They agreed quickly and turned their eyes toward the distant Baicht. Baicht let out a sky-shaking roar. From her mouth, a brilliant beam began to form. Dense water elemental energy swirled rapidly. She was just about to unleash her fury on the warships. But in that instant, the entire dragon flock hovering above let out a synchronized roar, tearing through the skies as they dove down together. Dozens of dragon breaths rained from the sky like divine judgment. Flames, vegetation, ice, torrents. Those 4 elemental types were still understandable. But then came the others. Crimson beams, soaked in pure death intent. Pale skeletal dragons, whose breath seemed like high corrosion venom. A purplish-black ender dragon beam striking Baicht and immediately melting a massive hole in her body. A burst of ether particles from an ether dragon, disassembling her on the spot. More than 20 streams of dragon breath hit Baicht with precision. Her own attack was interrupted. She thrashed in agony, trying to dive back into the sea. But the dragons were already upon her. There was no escape. Though the dragons weren't bigger than her, they were close. A few quick and nimble dragons grabbed at her limbs and body, pulling her into the sky. It looked like a group of eagles dragging a giant serpent into the air. Before the stunned crowd, the other dragons circled with lightning speed. Their razor claws swept down. Baicht, completely helpless, was sliced apart piece by piece. Before long, her body was riddled with wounds. Anyone watching could tell. She had no way to survive this. With perfect coordination, the dragons dragged Baicht hundreds of meters into the air. Then, they let go. Baicht, battered and broken, began to fall freely. But the dragons weren't finished. More than 20 dragons formed a circle. And then, an even stronger volley of dragon breath roared out, all striking Baicht midair. At that moment, she looked like a miniature sun. Elemental explosions lit up the sky, ether dragon breath and other unique forces swirling together. And in a matter of seconds, Baicht exploded, raining down fragments of glowing light into the sea. The once feared demon god's consort Osiel's wife, Baicht, was annihilated. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 234 Redstone Cannon Calibrated Bombardment of Osiel. 234 Redstone Cannon Calibrated Bombardment of Osiel. Just minutes ago, Baicht had been roaring across the sea. But now, before everyone's eyes, she dissolved into pure elemental energy, returning to the ocean. From start to finish, not a single Adeptus had made a move. The Qianyan army hadn't lifted a finger either. Under the coordinated assault of the dragon flock, Baicht hadn't even gotten a chance to fight back. Though the dragon's attack was sudden, that didn't mean Baicht would have been able to launch a proper counterattack even if she'd been prepared. At most, she might have lasted a little longer. A single dragon, on its own, might not have been her match after all. She was a being bordering on the level of a demon god. But as the saying goes, enough ants can kill an elephant. And these dragons? They were no ants. Under such overwhelming assault, Baicht couldn't even make a ripple. The dragon flock returned to the skies surrounding the Jade Chamber, resuming their majestic formation. Even those like Ningguang, who had already speculated on the dragon's power and seen some of it in action, were still stunned. Let alone those who had never before witnessed their fury. Mooncarver gazed at the varied forms of the dragons in awe. Besides the 4 familiar elements, the other 4. I don't understand at all. I've never seen anything like them. These dragons are simply too powerful. Even during the ancient Archon War, they would have been top-tier forces among the Adepti. At the very least, Mooncarver didn't believe he could survive an attack from so many dragons at once. Good, truly good. Madame Ping remained silent for a moment, then began clapping, her eyes filled with genuine satisfaction. Laya now has its own supreme power, its own ultimate strength. Looks like we old folks can truly relax and enjoy our retirement. Ningguang chuckled softly and said warmly, "Come now, Madam Ping, don't say that. You're still young at heart. But if you really do want to enjoy life in peace, once this whole affair is over, you should come with us. The Geo Archon will be there too." That had already been part of Madam Ping's plan, so she naturally did not refuse Ningguang's invitation. Seeing the elder adepti agree, Ningguang exchanged a pleased glance with Ryan. The expansion of the MC world needed to continue into new regions, but relying solely on Ryan and his companions was too slow. Ningguang had already planned to recruit others. Some would guard the base, while others would lead the Qianyan army to expand their reach. If the adepti were willing to help, that would be even better. Baidu, still in a daze, stared at the dragon circling overhead. After a moment of silence, she turned to Ningguang. "Ningguang, these dragons." Ningguang smiled knowingly. She had expected this question. These were combat forces on par with the adepti, and there were over 20 of them at once. Even if all the adepti in Liu returned at once, there probably still wouldn't be as many as these dragons. And among the adepti, not all were extremely powerful. Only a few could battle a dragon one-on-one and come out victorious. Ningguang gestured gently, and the ether dragon she had contracted changed direction and swooped down, landing in the middle of the Jade Chamber Plaza. She stepped forward and gently patted the ether dragon's head. The dragon's huge eyes were filled with affection. "Ningguang, how can you treat a being like that like it's just a pet?" Baidu moved to intervene. After all, these dragons were akin to divine creatures. To treat them like pets in front of the adepti, it felt like an insult. Even Mooncarver and the others looked a little awkward, but Ningguang simply laughed. "These dragons aren't adepti. They aren't particularly intelligent, they're just incredibly strong. There are raised companion dragons. In other words, all of us are dragon riders." She pulled out a fish and fed it to the ether dragon, who happily wagged its massive tail, stirring up powerful gusts of wind. Once the dragon finished eating, Ningguang patted its side, and it took off again, soaring away from the Jade Chamber. In recent times, these dragons had been fostered in Teyvat, and perhaps due to the world's nourishing laws, they were growing even larger. Ningguang turned with a bright smile toward the adepti. "Oh, and if any of you would like, you can raise one as well. Obtaining dragon eggs is no longer that difficult." Mooncarver's eyes lit up. A sudden image entered his mind, him riding a dragon nearly equal to his own strength. The excitement was immediate. Is that true?" He blurted out, and Ningguang smiled and replied, "Of course. It's standard now. Venti is already raising 2 dragons." Hearing his name, the already half-drunk Venti let out a hiccup. "Hee, dragons. They're so well behaved. My big dragon and little dragon are much more obedient than Dvalin ever was." Seeing Venti in full drunken mode, Jean and the others sighed quietly. "This is our Mo Archon. Well then, we won't refuse. Honestly, riding a dragon does sound like a wonderful experience." Mooncarver laughed heartily, but then unexpectedly sighed with sorrow. "If only we had these dragons during the Archon War, so many of our old friends wouldn't have had to die." As he spoke, he glanced at the totem of undying strapped to his waist, his face darkening. Forget dragons. If they had even just totems of undying back then, many of the adepti could have survived. The Archon War wouldn't have dragged on for centuries. With immortality in hand, even an adeptus would have dared to challenge a demon god. After all, you couldn't die. The group didn't linger too long on such a heavy topic. With laughter and casual conversation, they urged the Jade Chamber to continue flying toward Oziel. Baidu couldn't help but look enviously at the dragons flying overhead. Sure, she'd always walked the path of the sea captain, but no one ever said a captain can't ride a dragon. With a dragon like that by her side, the Death Omen Star's voyages would become far safer. Still, Baidu said nothing further. Given her relationship with Ningguang, as long as she asked, Ningguang would almost certainly bring her to that mysterious world. The scene of the dragon flock crushing Baisht had been precisely broadcast by the Tianyan system. The whole of Laya Harbor watched it unfold. Only then did people realize these dragons were each on par with the adepti. So, are these dragons hidden adepti from Liu? Tartaglia frowned slightly. He had to admit, the dragon's combat strength even made him feel uneasy. And the key part? These dragons could coordinate and attack in groups. Not necessarily. Rosalind shook her head gently and replied, "These dragons seem to resemble the wolves we encountered before. They're not native to Teyvat. If anything, rather than adepti, they're more like pets." "Pets?" Tartaglia was stunned. "These dragons are pets. Is there a way to get one?" "Not whoa. One for me to ride, and one to send home to protect Tusser and the others." Rosalind gave him a side eye, her voice dripping with disdain. "What a ridiculous fantasy. Why would Liu ever give something like this to you? Still gotta try, right?" Tartaglia chuckled and spread his hands casually. "Isn't Her Majesty the Tsaritsa arriving soon? If a real collaboration gets going, maybe we'll have a shot." Rosalind didn't respond further. The power of the dragon flock had genuinely startled her. But sea monsters, the Fatui Vanguard, even Baisht. None of them were the real threat this time. The true problem was always Oziel. Out at sea, perhaps enraged by Baisht's death, Oziel exploded into fury. The ocean, which had gone eerily still, now churned as an overwhelming tide of elemental energy surged into him. And then, in the depths of every heart, came the sound of faint, eerie shatter. Oziel had broken free. The next moment, the entire sea heaved upward. Sky-piercing waves roared toward the heavens. From the once still waters, whirlpools swirled into a frenzy, attempting to swallow the warship's whole. But because of the laws of the Minecraft world, even if those whirlpools could engulf the Jade Chamber, the warships beneath remained steady as ever. Morax, Laya. Oziel's furious roar echoed across the horizon, shaking all of Laya Harbor. The aura of a true demon god warped the very heavens. On the Jade Chamber, the mood turned somber. They could scoff at sea beasts. They could dismiss Beisht. But this was Oziel, a lifeform beyond conventional measure. An ascended being. A true demon god. Even a horde of dragons, no matter how powerful, could barely scratch him. A demon god is always a demon god. Even those who approached godhood could never defy one. Everyone rose and moved to the edge of the Jade Chamber, gazing solemnly toward Oziel. The final battle. Keking murmured, eyes hardening with resolve. We must usher in the age of mortal rule. Oziel must die. The Adepti exchanged glances, their expressions bitter. If Oziel were still sealed, we could help suppress him. But now, if the Geo Archon does not intervene, then you must kill him yourselves. We can't help much. So long as Oziel remained sealed, even while resisting the seal and lashing out with power, he could still be suppressed after all. Zhongli's seal wasn't weak. But now, it was simple: either Oziel dies or Laya fails its trial, and Zhongli intervenes, voiding the mortal rule. Would Laya be destroyed by Oziel? Unlikely. Let's not forgetone the Jade Chamber were both Ryan and Venti. Both of them could easily suppress Oziel. But if they intervened, it would be no different than Zhongli stepping in. It would prove that Laya still lacked the power to stand on its own. Killing a demon god without any demon god level fighters on your side was no small task. Yet Ningguang remained full of confidence. She raised her hand. Laya's rise to mortal rule is inevitable. Nothing will stop it. Qianyan army, hear my order. Redstone cannons activate. RPG's target lock engaged. On the warships below, the Qianyan soldiers straightened, their faces serious. Since setting out on this mission, this was the first time they were finally about to unleash their true strength. If the enchantments, potions, beacons, and even the dragons were considered mid-tier weapons, then the Jade Chamber and the Redstone-powered warships were the true trump cards. One after another, launch handles were locked into place. The Qianyan troops swapped their gear for RPGs and light machine guns. The Jade Chamber slowly adjusted its position. 2 redstone siege cannons, and 4 long-range multi-barrel redstone bombardment launchers, were all aimed directly at Oziel. Oziel, controlling a massive whirlpool, hurtled toward them with terrifying speed. Back in Laya Harbor, everyone held their breath, hands sweaty, eyes locked on the surveillance screens. Ningguang didn't panic. She recalled everything Laya had achieved over the past 2 months. There was no unease in her heart. Laya was strong enough now. All that remained was to kill Oziel, and forge unshakable confidence in Laya's mortal-led future. Her thoughts ran deep, but Oziel was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had closed to 300 meters from the Jade Chamber and the warships. They were now within his range. And likewise, he was within theirs. Ningguang's eyes narrowed sharply. She raised her hand and gave the command. Fire. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 235. Heavens have mercy. Ningguang pulls out a nuke. 235. Heavens have mercy. Ningguang pulls out a nuke. The moment Ningguang's words fell, the entire world seemed to plunge into an unnatural stillness. In the next instant, the vast sky was entirely covered in square blocks of TNT. It was as if this slice of heaven and earth had become a TNT dimension. RPGs and a variety of grenade launchers roared simultaneously, spewing sparks as they surged en masse toward Oziel. The Jade Chamber was even more extreme, like watering a field. It poured a ceaseless torrent of TNT. A sky-darkening barrage. Before Oziel could even launch an attack, he was entirely buried in TNT. Explosions erupted endlessly across his body. A single TNT blast meant little to Oziel. Even several might only sting. But this wasn't several anymore. The amount of TNT was beyond description. Mixed in were more powerful grenade rounds. The explosions lifted massive waves, almost blowing holes in the sea itself. With the piling water pressure, greater and greater tidal waves surged toward Laya Harbor. Originally still stunned by the TNT's destructive power, the people of Laya began to panic. Ironically, Laya Harbor hadn't suffered much from gods or monsters, but the damage caused by their own people was far more terrifying. Fortunately, the area had been reinforced in advance with Adepti barriers, and Uncle Tian along with other powerful elemental users were present to support the enchantments. Together, they held back the tsunami. All of Laya Harbor fell silent, a stark contrast to the thunderous chaos of the battlefield. On the screen, after a wave of long-range bombardment, the Jade Chamber had floated directly above Oziel. The redstone cannons were deactivated, and the redstone replicator bombers were launched. Even though they had tons of TNT, it still needed to be used sparingly. The Redstone bombers had a high bombing frequency and even more had recently been built. A full 24 bombers now flew overhead. With the supporting firepower of the warships below, Ozil couldn't even lift his head. He even had one of his heads blown clean off, and his massive body was riddled with TNT craters. To make matters worse, those craters were continuously being refilled with TNT and detonated again. Even Xiao, seasoned as he was in brutal battle, felt a chill in his heart watching the scene. This wasn't a battle anymore, it was torture. Yet despite all this, Ozil, rooted in the sea, could regenerate endlessly. Attacks that lacked true divine power would never be fatal to a god. But at this moment, for Ozil, death might be preferable to staying alive. Twisting and thrashing in agony, even when he conjured a shield it was blasted through with ease. He could only rely on his own flesh to endure it all. Back in Laya Harbor, Tartaglia and Rosalind exchanged a glance. Both saw the terror in each other's eyes. Tartaglia gulped hard. The Jade Chamber always had this kind of saturation firepower. It's been floating above us all this time, carrying this level of destructive force. Rosalind remained silent. A strange sense of survivor's guilt rose in Tartaglia. What if just one day he happened to be standing beneath the Jade Chamber, and Ningguang decided to bomb him? He wasn't Ozil, he wouldn't survive a second. Suddenly, he recalled the devastation he'd seen before at Nantianmen. And he understood now. That day it must have been Ningguang and the Jade Chamber wiping everything out. Beacon's elite Qianyan troops' modern weaponry, and now this Jade Chamber fully mobile, with control over the skies and aerial bombardment. Laya might actually be capable of sweeping across all of Teyvat. A wave of helplessness washed over Rosalind. She sighed deeply. How can we even talk cooperation with a Laya like this? How are we supposed to respond? Ozil couldn't even lift his head. Rosalind genuinely didn't know who else could suppress Laya now. Maybe only Celestia could oppose them. Wait. Tartaglia suddenly shuddered, his voice shaking. Zhongli told me to send the vanguard to attack Laya. The words had barely left his mouth when Rosalind glared at him. What did you just say? We have nothing to do with those advanced troops. Those were the doctor's people. Rosalind was terrified of being associated with the teams that had attacked Laya. Even if it had been on Zhongli's orders, if Laya decided to assign blame, that would be disastrous. It wouldn't just be diplomacy. Either they surrender, or be hunted down and buried in Laya's land. And with the dragon flock, they wouldn't even have time to escape. Even if it was Zhongli's suggestion, the vanguard were still fatui in the end. Tartaglia's face darkened. Suddenly, those 4 alchemy potions he'd obtained earlier felt like burning coals in his hands. This wasn't a job I was ever supposed to handle. And after Ozil was dealt with, who knew how Ningguang and the others would punish him? Zhongli, you've really screwed me this time. Tartaglia looked miserable, even considering. Should I just run for it now, while they're still busy with Ozil? Given average rationality, I'd say you're not getting away. A calm voice echoed beside him. Tartaglia and Rosalind turned to find Zhongli and Lumen had appeared beside them without a sound. Tartaglia looked heartbroken as he stared at Zhongli. Mr. Zhongli, we don't have any personal grudges, right? Why would you do this to me? Zhongli, thinking Tartaglia meant he was going to arrest him, shook his head and explained. I'm not preventing your escape. It's just that the Tianyan surveillance system is fully active. It's monitoring your every move. Right now, staying in Laya Harbor is your safest option. If you step outside within moments, hundreds of modern weapon units and heavy cavalry will be dispatched to hunt you down. With their firepower you wouldn't last even a minute before dying on Laya's soil. Only by remaining here can you stay alive. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 236, The Nuclear Gambit. After saying that, Zhongli turned to Rosalind as well. The same applies to you. The two fell silent. After a long pause, Tartaglia muttered in despair. Mr. Zhongli, your job really isn't easy, but in the end, it was you who told me to dispatch the vanguard. Zhongli gave a slight nod and replied softly. Don't worry. Since it was part of our contract, protecting your life is also my responsibility. Stay here for now. The Ministry of Civil Affairs won't act against you for the time being. Once Ozil is dealt with, I'll explain everything to them. Only then did Tartaglia and Rosalind breathe a sigh of relief. They had no choice. Now that Laya had revealed its full hand, they finally realized they truly couldn't afford to provoke this nation. With Laya's strength, even if they tried to flee back to Snezhnia, the Jade Chamber and its dragon swarm could easily fly over, invade the capital, and drag them back. Between the Jade Chamber bombing the Snezhnian royal city into ruins and sparing just the two of them, even the Tsaritsa, no matter how much she valued them, would have no choice but to give them up. They were already on Zhongli's pirate ship, and now there was no way off. All they could do was ride it till the end, and hope Zhongli protected them. As for the rest, well, they'd just blame the doctor or Pantalone. If they could hold out until the Tsaritsa arrived, maybe there'd be a chance to completely escape danger. Rosalind glanced around. On rooftops and in alleyways, she spotted strange devices pointing straight at them. These must be part of the Tianyan surveillance system. A group of Qianyan troops had unknowingly surrounded them, each armed with modern firearms. They weren't being overtly monitored, but if you paid attention to the soldiers' movement paths, you'd realize. They were completely encircled. Any suspicious movement, and they'd be instantly shot down in a focused barrage. No way out above, no escape below. Rosalind sighed and shook her head, choosing not to think any further. Thinking wouldn't help anyway. They had no chance of escaping on their own. Might as well place their trust in Zhongli Hust this once. Zhongli, how long do you think Ningguang and the others will take to defeat Ozil? Lumen asked out of curiosity. Her earlier worries about Liu were now largely dispelled. Zhongli was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. As things stand, they can't kill Ozil. He's a god, after all. Unless another god strikes him down, as long as he remains in the sea, he cannot truly die. But he doesn't even have a chance to fight back. He's just getting constantly bombarded. Lumen scratched her cheek, confused. Zhongli shook his head again. Even he hadn't expected that Ningguang and the others would try to kill Ozzy was far harder than sealing him. If he and Ryan didn't step in, they might soon run out of options. He considered whether to provide the Adepti with some divine power, enabling them to forcefully seal Ozil again. But then Zhongli's expression suddenly changed. We need to go. In a flash, he grabbed Lumen and teleported directly to the Jade Chamber. Tartaglia and Rosalind were left a bit stunned. But feeling the glances of the Qianyan soldiers around them, they sank into uneasy silence. Aboard the Jade Chamber, just as Zhongli suspected. Although Ozil was being constantly suppressed and couldn't even lift his head, he was still a god, and in his element the ocean. TNT alone couldn't kill him. Even though they had plenty of explosives left, Ningguang now saw it as a waste of effort. So he really can't be killed like this. Should we request help from the Lord of Geo? If he only bestows divine power and we do the sealing ourselves, it wouldn't count as breaking the test's rules. Cloud Retainer turned to Ningguang. The latter stayed silent for a moment, then said coldly, "No need. The Adepti may simply observe. This matter we humans will handle personally. But Ozil stands in the ocean. Without a god's intervention, he cannot be truly harmed." Cloud Retainer was helpless. To her, Liu already had the strength needed to enter human rule. Why be so stubborn? Besides, it wasn't like the Geo Lord was stepping in personally. Even if the Adepti helped, it still made sense they too would be part of Liu's new human-led era. I understand your reasoning, Cloud Retainer, Ningguang nodded slightly. But this is humanity's trial. We must let the Lord of Geo and all of the Adepti see that Liu now has the power to face any calamity on its own. If the Adepti or the Lord himself steps in, even if we achieve self-governance, it won't fully awaken the people's vision for the future. So, Ozil must die and it must be by our hands. Her determination earned admiration from the Adepti. But when it came to actually killing Ozil, they weren't so confident. Unless you possess power on par with a god, strong enough to kill in a single strike, Ozil will keep regenerating. Moon Carver shook his head. But Ningguang remained full of confidence. Then we'll kill him in a single strike. What? Before the Adepti could question her further, Ningguang solemnly produced a very special launcher. Ryan, is it okay? She bit her lips slightly, casting a complicated glance at Ryan. He nodded calmly. It's fine. If something happens, I'll take responsibility. Ningguang's expression softened completely. Then she took a deep breath and pulled from her storage a missile larger than a rocket. It was curved, with a clear danger symbol emblazoned on its surface. A one-hit kill method, we have it now. The pinnacle of modern weaponry. Let the world witness total annihilation for all life. The nuke. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 237 Ningguang's Final Gambit. 237 Ningguang's Final Gambit. The moment Ningguang took out the nuke, everyone present instantly felt a suffocating, overwhelming sense of death. There was no escape. There was no survival. A sharp alarm went off in the minds of all the Adepti. An intense, primal fear urged them to flee, but their bodies were frozen, as if bound by invisible chains. Even Venti, who had been slumped drunk on the table just a second ago, suddenly jerked awake. With a jolt, he darted behind Ryan, peeking out from behind him with a horrified expression as he stared at what Ningguang was holding. What is that? That's way too dangerous. How could something so terrifying even exist? Ningguang carefully placed the nuke onto the ground, holding it like a fragile treasure. Her expression was filled with complicated emotion. She really, truly didn't want to use this thing. This was a weapon that could flatten Laya Harbor in one blast and make the land barren for centuries. No one knew what would happen if this was detonated on Ozil. That Ozil wouldn't survive it. Guaranteed. But this thing was a lose-lose weapon. The sea around them could become a cursed dead zone, a lifeless, radioactive grave. Launcher code, Fat Man. Loading ammo. Ningguang paused slightly, then said solemnly, "Miniature nuclear bomb. Nuclear bomb." Perhaps the Adepti and even Jean and the others didn't truly understand what this was. But back on the floating island, Ryan had given Keking and the others a very detailed explanation of nuclear weapons and their terrifying power. This was the weapon of mutual extinction. No one wanted to see a mushroom cloud bloom over Teyvat. Ningguang. Keking urgently grabbed Ningguang's hand, stopping her. "You can't use that. It's way too cruel." Even Ningguang seemed uncertain now. But this is the only weapon that can kill Ozil in one strike. And it's also a weapon that will kill all life in this sea. Ganyu also rushed to dissuade her, eyes full of desperation. So then Moon Carver gulped and instinctively took a few steps back, putting some distance between himself and the nuke. What even is this thing? Why do I feel more intense danger from it than I ever have from facing a god? Just then, a golden light flashed across the jade chamber. Zhongli appeared with Lumen beside him, his expression stern. He gazed silently at the nuclear device in Ningguang's hands, then began to explain in a calm but heavy voice. Nuclear weapons, also called nukes. In Ryan's words, before this weapon, all beings are equal. Whether it's a god or an ordinary monster, once the nuke is unleashed, they'll all turn to ash. But that alone isn't what makes it terrifying. What makes nuclear weapons truly fearsome, is their insidiousness. When a nuke explodes, it releases deadly radiation. That radiation turns everything within miles into a wasteland for tens of thousands of years. Any living being caught in the radiation will begin to suffer horrific, biological corruption, organs rotting from within, bodies festering and decaying alive. Those exposed to radiation have almost zero chance of survival. And even if someone miraculously survives, their children, and their children's children, will suffer inborn mutations and disease. No one would survive past 10 years. This weapon is pure evil. To call it inhumane, monstrous, or a violation of natural law, one of that would be an exaggeration. Once it's detonated, any part of this ocean caught in its blast will be utterly lifeless. For centuries, any living being that steps foot here will suffer a twisted death. When Zhongli's words fell, an unbearable silence blanketed the entire jade chamber. An intense, bone-chilling dread gripped everyone's heart. Ningguang, a weapon this deranged must never be used. Zhongli looked sternly at Ningguang. Even just standing near this real, deployed nuclear weapon, he could sense that sickly, decaying aura of death. This thing's power was even greater than he had feared. Lord Rex Lapis. Ningguang pressed her lips together tightly. Zhongli's tone grew heavier. This thing, did you make it? His words were already bordering on reproach. Back when the Hot Weapons faction of demons first appeared, Zhongli had already asked Ryan whether a nuke existed. Ryan's answer had been vague, but Zhongli had known it did exist. He had repeatedly warned Ningguang and the others, such a weapon must never be created. But now they'd made it anyway. He would be lying if he said he wasn't angry. Sure, Oziel was a calamity. But after pelting him with enough TNT, they were going to nuke him too. Zhongli could accept killing Oziel, but who could guarantee that the nuclear fallout wouldn't reach Laya Harbor? Even though the site of Oziel's ceiling was far out at sea, it wasn't completely isolated. What if merchant fleets later passed through and suffered horribly from lingering radiation? Zhongli would never allow such a malicious weapon to exist in Teyvat. Don't use that tone with my Ningguang. Ryan stepped forward and wrapped an arm around Ningguang's shoulders. Rolling his eyes, he muttered. You're the one who told people to unseal Oziel, summon that giant sea beast, bring in Bathysmal Vishaps and even the Fatui's vanguard for some test. So what if I gave Ningguang something to keep her safe? Zhongli frowned slightly, looking at Ryan with a bit of helplessness. Even so, you can't bring out something this dangerous. This weapon won't just hurt Oziel, it could wound the entire world. That's nuclear deterrence for you, Ryan chuckled, speaking lightly. Having it is one thing, using it is another. And besides, we haven't used it yet, have we? Zhongli let out a slow sigh, shaking his head, clearly at a loss. Regardless, this thing must not be detonated. It should not even exist in Teyvat. You'd best put it away. As for the trial, everything I've seen from you all has proven it. You've already earned the qualifications necessary to embrace human governance. So there's no need to go further. Just seal Oziel. If it had been earlier, Zhongli might still have watched to see how Ningguang and the others would deal with Oziel. But now he couldn't allow them to continue. If he stood by any longer, he wasn't sure that nuke wouldn't go off for real. And that would be disastrous. As for the trial itself, honestly, there was no more need. Laya's strength spoke for itself. Beneath the level of Archons, they were unmatched. Even if they lacked the raw power to slay a god, minus the nuke, Zhongli wasn't dead. If a god ever did come, he would step in himself. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 238 Obsidian Seal Lava Dousing Oziel. 238 Obsidian Seal Lava Dousing Oziel. What's more, Laya had only been developing for just over 2 months. Woes to say what greater breakthroughs might emerge in the future. Zhongli was just about to summon the immortals to join him in sealing Oziel, when Ningguang once again spoke. The trial is not yet over. Oziel has neither been suppressed nor killed. Lord Rex Lapis, why not continue watching Laya's methods? Zhongli paused mid-step, turning back to Ningguang with a furrowed brow. Are you still planning to deploy the nuclear weapon? Ningguang shook her head and stowed away the launcher, then handed the nuclear weapon back to Ryan. Since the Emperor disapproves of a nuclear detonation, naturally I won't do something that harms others and ourselves alike. It's true that the nuclear bomb is the most straightforward method. If dropped, Oziel wouldn't survive even 1 second. I believe just the sight of it would be enough to shock all of Teyvat. It would also instill an unmatched sense of confidence in Laya's people. But just because we choose not to use it doesn't mean we have no other way to suppress Oziel. Her confidence surged like a tide. Seeing Ningguang's spirited demeanor, Zhongli couldn't help but become curious about her next move. Are you confident? Zhongli asked softly. Ningguang nodded firmly. 100%. In that case, let's see your performance. Zhongli returned to his seat with a smile, saying no more as he turned to the display screen. The immortals weren't sure what else to say and could only sit down again alongside Zhongli. Ningguang gently tugged Ryan's hand and whispered, "Thank you." Ryan smiled in response, returning to his seat to watch the battle with Klee and Nahida in his arms. Ningguang pulled herself together and picked up a gemstone to begin transmitting orders. Plan to commence. Keep the Jade Chamber's bombardment going. Millilith troops, initiate obsidian containment. Since Oziel is invincible in the sea, then we'll trap him on land. Below, the Millilith soldiers stood at attention, and the warships ceased their bombardment, leaving only the Jade Chamber above to continue suppressive fire. Down below, General Dashi raised his arm and shouted, Team 10 to Team 1, scuba gear, night vision, prepare for underwater sealing. Everyone else, form a sea-crossing wall. In an instant, the entire Millilith force split into two formations. One group drank their potions and leapt straight into the sea. The rest began building a perimeter wall using stone blocks, laying them down as stepping platforms, and advancing toward Oziel. Once they got within about 100 meters of Oziel, everyone halted. Any closer, and they'd be endangered by the TNT explosions and Oziel's violent thrashing. Surround him. With a loud command from General Dashi, all Millilith soldiers instantly took out large stacks of obsidian blocks. Some began circling Oziel from the sea surface, surrounding him in all directions. Others stood on tiptoe, constructing walls on the spot. Underwater, the Millilith were also sealing Oziel's massive body with layers of obsidian. The people in Laya Harbor may not have understood exactly what was happening, but Zhongli and the Immortals immediately recognized the tactic. What a brilliant method. Zhongli gave a rare word of praise, smiling with genuine satisfaction. To be honest, this was what he truly wanted to see, not some brutish nuclear strike. So this is the unique logic of that blocky world. Truly marvelous. Mooncarver let out an emotional sigh, his curiosity toward the Minecraft-like world growing even more. From start to finish, everyone aboard the Jade Chamber seemed to understand what was being done, except for Baidu and her two companions, who were completely lost. Too much had happened too fast. One moment it was some cruel and terrifying nuclear weapon. Then Rex Lapis himself had appeared and declared the trial was already passed. Baidu was beginning to wonder whether she and Ningguang even lived in the same Laya harbor anymore. As for Ayaka and Kazuha, they were still overwhelmed by Laya's immense strength and heritage. Their minds were in chaos, they couldn't even think clearly. Roughly 10 minutes passed, and what had once been a wide, turbulent ocean now had a massive, black, cube-shaped fortress sitting squarely in the water. Underwater, the Millilith had successfully completed the obsidian seal. Oziel was now like a fish trapped in a bucket. Even with Oziel's slow reactions, by this point, he realized something was seriously wrong. Enduring the suppressive fire from the Jade Chamber above, he slammed himself toward the obsidian walls. But the impact left him dizzy and reeling. How could ordinary force break through obsidian? If Oziel had been at his full strength, wielding the full might of a god, perhaps he could have shattered a few obsidian blocks. But now, just like Beisht, Oziel was stunned and disoriented. Watching the once feared beast now flailing in vain like a trapped animal, Zhongli let out a sigh of mixed emotions. You're only realizing now. It's far too late. The obsidian prison had already been completed. Even Zhongli himself would need some effort to break through it, let alone Oziel, half dead and depleted. Ningguang chuckled lightly and waved her hand, signaling the Jade Chamber to gradually cease its bombardment. So you claimed that as long as you stood on the sea, you could remain undefeated. Then let's see, if you're submerged in a sea of lava, can you still survive? All Millilith, hear my command. Seal the skies, pour in molten lava. Fill the obsidian prison completely. 239, the death of Oziel. Upon hearing Ningguang's command, everyone aboard the Jade Chamber couldn't help but feel a shiver down their spines. What exactly had Oziel done to deserve all this? First, he was relentlessly bombarded. Then, he narrowly escaped being nuked. And now, he was sealed up, and they were going to pour lava on him. In his past life, did he slaughter the entire continent of Teyvat or something? Otherwise, how could he deserve such catastrophe in this one? But at the root of it all it seemed everything stemmed from Zhongli's plan to abdicate. Because he wanted to step down, he pulled out Oziel and even his wife to get involved in this mess. Ruthless. Cloud Retainer glanced at Zhongli with a hint of awe. The heart of the Geo Archon truly is. She tried for a long time but couldn't find the right words to describe Zhongli tactfully. In the end, she just pressed her lips together and said nothing. Zhongli's mouth twitched slightly. For a moment, he suddenly felt a little guilty toward Oziel. After all, Oziel was still a god. Zhongli had sealed him away for over 1,000 years. And now that he'd finally resurfaced, Zhongli had once again schemed against him. Not only had he lost his wife, now he was about to be buried in lava. When you think about it like that, even Zhongli felt like maybe he was being a little inhuman. Whether Oziel could survive at this point wasn't really worth considering anymore. Even Zhongli himself wouldn't make it out if he were thrown into a pit of lava. let alone a sea god like Ozil. If Ozil did somehow survive this, then, as Ryan had joked earlier, Zhongli swore he'd personally strike down Celestia and crown Ozil as the third sovereign of the world. But the Millelith had no such sympathy. This was a battle against a god. Either Laya perished, or Ozil did. The two couldn't coexist. Since that was the case, they had no choice but to sacrifice Ozil. Following Ningguang's orders, the Millelith began to converge the obsidian fortress from above, sealing it tighter and tighter. More troops followed behind, each carrying a full bucket of lava, pouring it mercilessly inside. Like a torrential downpour, the lava came flooding in from all sides. Ozil, who had finally gotten a moment's rest after the TNT bombardment and was beginning to recover and build up strength to break through the obsidian, snapped. Lava began to coat the ocean's surface, instantly solidifying it into stone. More and more lava surrounded him, trapping him completely. He might have been a god, capable of bending the heavens and earth with a thought. But lava itself was a force of nature. He couldn't go against the fundamental laws of the world. And more importantly, he wasn't the Pyro Archon. The lava engulfed him. Ozil let out screams of agony. In just a short while, parts of his massive body began to melt away. Far away in Laya Harbor, the crowd watched the screen in stunned silence, a chill rising in their hearts. That was a god Ozil. And yet he was being crushed like this. Not his wasn't mere suppression. This was a brutal execution. The fact that the Millelith had managed to build an entire obsidian fortress in minutes had already shocked everyone. And now, they were pouring lava on him by the bucket. This was far beyond imagination. Perhaps it was the wind carrying the scent from the other side of the sea. But suddenly, the smell of grilled fish wafted into the air. Everyone instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I mean, it's probably not appropriate to say this, but Tian Taizhui rubbed his stomach and looked over at Master Mao. Master Mao, could you grill up a tiger fish later? I want a portion too. Count me in. What a pity Xiangling isn't back yet. Otherwise, she could definitely recreate that aroma with her grilled fish. Are you crazy? That's the god Ozil we're talking about. TCH. So what if he's a god? Wasn't he just grilled by our Millelith using lava? Well, that's true. I mean, I don't know how they're even holding lava like that, but with how strong Liu is, I guess it makes sense. Master Mao let out a hearty laugh and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. Grilled fish for everyone. Today, it's free at Wanmin restaurant. Let's call it a celebration of Lia's great victory. Then he muttered to himself under his breath. Can grilling a god with lava really smell this good? If that kid Xiangling found out, she'd definitely want to experiment with lava-cooked dishes again. Meanwhile, Lu Su lightly tapped his palm with his folding fan and shook his head thoughtfully. So we Lions have already mastered a power capable of slaying a god. Truly worthy of our nation. I'll have plenty of material for tomorrow's storytelling session. But how come I've never heard of lava being able to kill a god before? Tian Taizhui shot him a disdainful glance. Ignorant. I heard from the very knowledgeable Mr. Zhongli himself, gods merely borrow the world's laws. But lava is a product of the world itself. Unless you're a god of lava, how could you possibly withstand nature's own wrath? Lu Su grunted, unwilling to argue further with Tian Taizhui. The fall of Ozil had become a certainty. All they needed to do now was wait patiently for the hero's victorious return. As for the strange events, lava, obsidian, and all that, well, if Laya chose to let them know, then they'd know. If not, they didn't care either. After all, national secrets weren't something ordinary citizens could expect to understand. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 240, the beginning of the divine succession. I never would have thought Liu would actually slaughter Ozil like this. Tartaglia let out a long sigh, staring somewhat forlornly at the screen. Rosaline said nothing. She simply kept observing the Millelith. They didn't look surprised at all by how Ozil was being subdued. As if this level of power was expected. The only emotion she did show was envy. Rosaline was sure now Liu had possessed this power for a long time. But she no longer bothered trying to gauge the full depth of Liu's strength. It was beyond comprehension. Her only concern now was staying alive, and waiting for the arrival of the Tsaritsa to sort everything out. Back on the Jade Chamber, Ningguang and the others stared at the screen. The obsidian cage was now fully sealed, and lava had nearly filled it to the brim. Ozil's aura had grown extremely faint. He could no longer regenerate. Ningguang pressed her lips together, smiling slightly. It seems we're going to return in triumph. The entire room broke into smiles. Even Zhongli, who rarely showed emotion, couldn't suppress the joy on his face. This trial he couldn't have been more satisfied. Yes, there had been a small nuclear incident in the middle, but looking back on it now, from start to finish, Laya hadn't relied on the Adepti. They hadn't relied on him. The Immortals hadn't even lifted a finger. Laya had relied on its own strength to defeat tens of thousands of sea beasts and Fatui vanguards, slay Beisht, and crush Ozil. Such achievements would have been dazzling even in the era of the Archon War. Laya by its own hand, by the hand of humans, had overcome a calamity brought by a god. And Zhongli, he could finally retire in peace. Laya no longer needed him. In fact, Laya was even beginning to protect its own gods. The more he thought about it, the happier Zhongli became. He set his teacup aside and helped himself to some wine. However, Cloud Retainer pursed her lips and muttered, "It still feels rather cruel to kill Oziel in such a way." The other immortals shifted uncomfortably, casting helpless glances at her. Although everyone knew Cloud Retainer wasn't great with words, it still felt wrong for her to say something like that at such a celebratory moment. War has always been a matter of life and death, there's no need to dwell on the details. Zhongli spoke softly, then continued. If we hadn't stopped Oziel today, all of Liu would have been consumed by the sea. The number of casualties would have been astronomical. But now, not a single person was harmed, not even the immortals had to intervene. To achieve this kind of result is truly unprecedented. Cloud Retainer awkwardly nodded and chose to remain silent. Ganyu, however, looked at Zhongli with a bit of confusion. Lord Rex Lapis, is Oziel really dead? He was still a god, after all. Zhongli shook his head. No matter how powerful a god may be, they are still a product of the world. With this scale of magma, even I wouldn't be able to last very long. A god may be able to change the sky and shift the land, but to go against the very roots of the world, even Celestia cannot do that. And more importantly, he was a god of water. After saying this, Zhongli turned to look at Xiao. Though Oziel is gone, the remnants of his divine essence will still spread. Once things settle, Xiao, I'll have to trouble you with this task. Xiao nodded without hesitation. It is my duty. I will give it my all. Zhongli then cast a subtle glance at Ryan. The latter, who had been whispering with Hu Tao, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Alright, I get it, stop looking at me. I've stocked up on a ton of enchanted golden apples. If any karmic filth shows up, just eat one. Besides, Xiao's wearing 4 or 5 undying totems right now. If it gets too hard to suppress, what's the worst that could happen? He dies once. Zhongli was momentarily speechless, then gave a small nod. You're not wrong, but still, death is never a good solution. In any case, Xiao, be sure to bring plenty of enchanted golden apples. Zhongli's concern warmed Xiao's heart slightly. Though not good with words, he simply nodded in response. Karmic debt was no longer an issue. With enchanted golden apples, whether it was karmic corruption or a god's curse, all of it would be cleansed completely, even if the taste wasn't exactly pleasant. That was hardly something to complain about. Keqing looked toward Ningguang and asked softly, "So what are your plans now?" Ningguang rubbed her temples, visibly troubled. Plans? There's way too much to do: inventorying supplies, restoring the harbor, preparing for the rite of parting where the Archon will officially declare human governance, not to mention the reactions we'll likely get from the other nations. Really, the hardest work is just beginning. Keqing nodded, then asked quietly, "And what about that obsidian prison?" That made Ningguang pause. She furrowed her brow, examining it from afar. Tearing it down would be a huge hassle. And with all that magma still inside, why not leave it there? Let it stand as a monument to this great Victorian emblem of the beginning of Lia's era of human rule. She glanced toward Zhongli. He replied calmly, "I've already stepped down. Whatever happens in Lia now is entirely up to you." Seeing how eager Zhongli was to wash his hands of everything before even finishing the rite of parting, Ryan couldn't help but remark, "Wow, you're really rushing to toss that burden, huh?" Zhongli took a sip of tea, nodded with a satisfied smile. "If you had to work day after day for several thousand years like I did, I'm sure you'd be even more eager. From this day on, the people of Liu will decide their own future. If something gets too complicated, seek the counsel of the Adepti. Only when facing a god-level threat that no one can handle, then come find me." Judging by Zhongli's attitude, he was clearly handing off everything, practically saying, "Don't bother me unless it's an apocalypse." Ningguang and Keqing exchanged glances and smiled. Ningguang then declared proudly, "Then let it stand. This obsidian prison will be Oziel's final resting place, and also the symbolic site of Lia's transition from god rule to human governance. It is a legacy all Lia's people should witness with their own eyes. 1,000 years from now or 10,000, it will carry a significance beyond anything we can imagine. So let it remain. It shall be the landmark of Lia's new beginning." To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 241 A Triumphant Return. The Jade Chamber and the warships at sea had already begun their return journey to Lia Harbor. Ningguang didn't instruct the Jade Chamber. The Jade Chamber and the warships at sea had already begun their return journey to Lia Harbor. Ningguang didn't instruct the Jade Chamber to move too quickly. The same applied to the warships. They proceeded slowly, maintaining a steady pace to give everyone time to take stock of the day's expenditures. It was also a chance for the Qianyan army to listen and savor the thunderous cheers rising from Lia Harbor. Of course, Ningguang wasn't against it either. She wanted to hear it too, the voices of the Lia people welcoming their heroes. After all, this time, they had relied on no gods, no Adepti, only on themselves. On the foundation of humanity, on human wisdom, had they achieved such a resounding victory. For hundreds and thousands of years, even tracing back to the Archon War, Teyvat had never witnessed such a decisive triumph. To crush a god purely through the strength of mankind. Only Kenria had come close to achieving that once. But Kenria had been destroyed, while Lia lived on. They were different. Kenria ultimately didn't have the strength to stand up against the mighty 7 Archons and Celestia. Laya may not yet be ready to face the seven, but, as of now, among the 7 nations, Mondstadt had already become Laya's ally. The Inmo Archon and Geo Archon, 2 of the original Archons, and among the most powerful, now stood firmly behind Mondstadt and Laya. With history as a warning and a lesson for the future, Laya would never walk the same doomed path as Kenria, isolated from the world. On the contrary, Ningguang had always firmly upheld the principle. Anyone who dares to raise a hand against Laya shall find the world itself turning against them. Even in the worst-case scenario where Laya couldn't yet face Celestia on its own. By then, at least 4 of the 7 nations and Archons would already be standing at their side, ready to fight together. And as for the top-level power needed to oppose Celestia, Ryan would step forward. No matter how little Ryan might seem tied to this world, in the end, he was Ningguang's, Ganyu's, and Hu Tao's man. Anyone who laid a hand on them, Ryan wouldn't hesitate to deliver a few devastating punches. Though today was a great victory, we must also take our heavy expenditure seriously. On the Jade Chamber, after the cheering faded, Ningguang actually began to feel a little troubled. At some point, she had already closed the account ledger in her hands. After roughly estimating the used supplies, it was a staggering number. Half of their obsidian stockpile was gone. All the magma had been used up. A quarter of their TNT had been burned through. As for ammunition from the hot weapons, forget it. Nearly every Qianyan soldier had emptied 4 or 5 full magazines. And for things like rockets, there were barely half a crate left. It sounded like a decent amount remained, but it had taken over a dozen deep mines to accumulate those resources in the first place. Now that the joy of victory had passed, what crept in was a new kind of fear, the fear of running out of firepower. Even though the beginning of human governance had proven that they could suppress a god with their strength, they themselves knew the truth all too well. Unlike the Archons, who could recover their strength by drawing from the ley lines, their supplies had to be gathered manually. If another god-level threat appeared now, Ningguang would truly be forced to resort to nuclear weapons. The current state of Laya Harbor was essentially this. Very powerful, but only when resources were abundant. As long as the materials were sufficient, even the 7 Archons couldn't withstand the firepower Laya could unleash. But if those supplies were depleted, it wasn't as though anyone could just bully them, but they definitely wouldn't be able to face another god. In other words, back when the Geo Archon ruled, Laya fought with individual strength. Now, as the nation entered an era of human governance, the battles would be fought with resources. The only good news was Ryan's world had infinite supplies. There was no need to worry about obtaining materials. When we get back today, let Dashi and the others rest for a day. Starting tomorrow, we resume large-scale mine exploration. Also, we need to send more people out. Ningguang sighed, visibly troubled. The mines around Base 1 and Base 2 are basically depleted. Keeping troops stationed there is no longer productive. Relying solely on ourselves to explore isn't going to work. We need to deploy the Qianyan army more widely, but doing so will require even more manpower. And we'll need powerful people to lead those teams. She raised her head and looked at the Adepti, offering a weary smile. I wonder if the true lords would be willing to take on the task. If the Qianyan army ventures out alone, it won't be very safe. Moon Carver smiled cheerfully and nodded. We have no objections. In fact, we were planning to go out for a look anyway. It's a kind of special journey for us. To participate in Laya's grand progression, this is something we earnestly look forward to. Ningguang's expression softened, and she responded gently. Then I must thank all of you. But there's no rush, the true lords still need to participate in the rite of parting to send off the Geo Archon. Besides, we also need time to train and mobilize more personnel. At the earliest, that will take a week. Saying that, Ningguang turned to Keqing. Keqing, the harbor was flattened by the people of Laya themselves. As agreed in the Kixing meeting, the land reclamation project, can you take charge of it? Keqing nodded decisively. Of course. I'll lead the initial phase. Once things are running smoothly, I'll return to my position. Being away too long, I feel like I might miss too much. Naturally. Tomorrow, collect some magma and water, then start laying the foundation, Ningguang said with a smile. This time, try to avoid damaging Laya Harbor's original structures. My thought is to construct a new large-scale island, but the exact plan will be up to you. Keqing fell silent for a moment in thought. This newly built island would represent the first major project of the new human-led era. As for the original Laya Harbor, truthfully, Laya people tended to be sentimental by nature. If it could be preserved, then it should be. What about the name for the new island? Keqing asked. Ningguang chuckled. We haven't even started yet, already thinking about names. There has to be a name on the official documentation. Keqing shrugged, then added. How about we gather suggestions from the people of Laya? Laya Harbor was a name bestowed by the Geo Archon, representing the age of divine rule. The name of the new island should be chosen by the people representing the future of human rule. That made sense. Ningguang nodded thoughtfully. Very well. Once we return, we'll begin collecting proposals from the citizens. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 242-238 A Triumphant Return. As they chatted, the Jade Chamber and accompanying warships neared Laya Harbor. The thunderous cheers from the harbor were already clearly audible. No matter how humble or stoic one tried to behaving repelled a god's invasion entirely through human strength. There was no denying the pride that came with that. This sense of achievement and mission made everyone involved feel incredibly satisfied. Even Ningguang couldn't help but smile again and again. However, Zhongli and Lumen had stood up. "This is your moment of heroism," Zhongli said, "so I won't intrude any further. The rite of parting should begin tomorrow afternoon. Lumen and I still have a few final preparations to make." Ningguang paused, looking suspicious. "So soon?" Zhongli didn't answer, but Ryan chuckled and teased, "Cut him some slack. He's been doing this job for 3,700 years plus the 2,000 years before that. No matter how diligent you are, that's exhausting. An early retirement means early peace of mind." Zhongli cast Ryan an approving glance. "From a rational standpoint, that is indeed true. However, this is your time. This whole event started because of me, and yet I didn't lend a hand. It wouldn't be right for me to share in your glory. I'll take my leave. Be ready for the rite of parting tomorrow. I'll meet you at the Jade Chamber for the handover." With that, Zhongli quickly left with Lumen. Now that Laya had already handled the threat of a god's invasion, he could no longer delay. Every day he postponed, the title of Geo Archon felt heavier. Zhongli wanted to retire so badly. The Adepti, hearing his words, also looked a little awkward. Never mind Zhongli, from beginning to end, not a single one of the immortals had taken action. What's more, according to the original plan, they were supposed to test Laya as well. Now going back to share in the applause just felt dishonest. Moon Carver immediately prepared to excuse himself, but Ningguang didn't give them the chance. Smiling, she said, "There's no need for the true lords to take it to heart. Though the god is dead, the principle of human rule is still one where humans and Adepti stand side by side. The presence of the Adepti is a vital foundation for our future. While humans will govern Laya, the Adepti will serve as the supervisors appointed by the former Archon. Moreover, during this battle, having the Adepti present gave great courage to those fighting for Laya. You all deserve to enjoy Laya's warmth and gratitude." It had to be said, those words felt genuinely comforting. Moon Carver instinctively glanced at Cloud Retainer. If only she spoke as graciously as Ningguang did, maybe Ganyu and the others wouldn't go out of their way to avoid her. Little Ningguang still speaks as pleasantly as ever, Madame Ping chuckled warmly, casting a fond look at Ningguang. She then added gently, "Since that's the case, we'd actually like to see what's next for Laya. This is a turning point after thousands of years, we wouldn't want to miss it." Ningguang covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then turned her gaze to Baidu and the two beside her, who had been silent for a long time. "Baidu, I know you have many questions you'd like answered, but right now isn't the right time. Though the god is dead, there's still much work to be done. Once we return to Laya Harbor, head back first. After you've had some time to rest, I'll come find you after the rite of parting." Beside her, Ayaka opened her mouth slightly as if to speak but quickly lowered her head in confusion and said nothing. After spending time aboard the Jade Chamber, she had almost forgotten her original purpose. Ask Laya to support the Inajaman resistance. With strength like this, Laya could probably invade Narukami Island and confront the Raiden Shogun head-on. Ask for supplies and trade resources. At this scale and tier of material technology, could Inajima even afford it? Alchemical potions, enchantments, modern firearms, redstone technology, dragons. Broken down like that, it seemed they could only afford the potions. As for the rest, Laya likely wouldn't even be willing to sell them. If she could, what Ayaka truly wished for was support with the beacons. If a signal beacon were deployed, the resistance would absolutely be guaranteed a decisive victory. But again, why would Laya sell that? This wasn't something Mora could buy. It concerned national security. It would require the Raiden Shogun herself to come forward for negotiations. Ayaka couldn't bring herself to ask anymore. Baidu glanced at Ayaka's disheartened expression and sighed. "I understand. I'll come find you after the rite of parting." Ningguang nodded, saying nothing more. She knew very well why Ayaka had come, but as she had said before, Inajima's current state was regrettable, but what did that have to do with Laya? Every nation must tend to its own affairs first. Unless the Geo Archon or Ryan personally spoke up, or the Raiden Shogun herself came to sign a life and death alliance treaty, Laya had no reason to intervene. Such things weren't worth considering. The only thing that mattered now was Laya. Overwhelming momentum. A triumphant return. Not a single casualty. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 243, a victory worthy of a song. The Jade Chamber floated quietly in the air, suspended 100 meters above ground. The beacon's light pillar had already dispersed. Ningguang and the others had long since dismantled and stored the beacon properly. After all, keeping that thing active would have turned all of Laya into a demolition site. Every citizen would have become a human bulldozer, and any slight movement might accidentally level a building. On the 5 warships, the Qianyan army stood tall and proud, accepting the praise that belonged to them. Ningguang and the others also stood at the edge of the Jade Chamber, looking down at the roaring Laya harbor below. When the people saw them, the cheers from the citizens of Laya grew even louder. Many even climbed up onto ruins, just so their passionate shouts could be seen and heard more clearly. Dr. Hanksyu was so moved that he could no longer maintain his usual scholarly demeanor. His whole body trembled as he pushed up his glasses. A triumph unseen in 100 no, unseen in all of history. Liu, relying on itself, without pleading to the Geo Archon, has slain a god and quelled chaos. Across all of Teyvat, who else could have achieved what we just did? Tian Taijui clapped excitedly. More than that, Dr. Hanks didn't forget, not a single person from Liu was injured. Exactly. Subduing a god with 0 casualties even during the Archon War back then, nothing like this was ever seen. Even Lu Su, for once, didn't argue with Tian Taijui. Instead, he eagerly scribbled notes. 1,000 years from now, this event will surely be remembered alongside the Geo Archon's conquest of the world and the founding of Liu. I must be the first to turn this into a tale. Tian Taijui snorted. I'll definitely tell it better than you. My storytelling books will be passed down for generations. You. Lu Su glared at Tian Taijui, annoyed. Just as the two were about to start bickering again, a graceful figure approached with a gentle smile. You're both masters of storytelling in Liu Harbor. Why quarrel over such a trivial matter? Today is a day of great celebration for Liu. The two turned their heads and saw it was Yun Jin. Their expressions softened noticeably. Master Yun. Tian Taijui cupped his hands and smiled modestly. You flatter us. We may have some small accomplishments, but compared to you, we're far behind. Even Lu Su didn't argue this time. He grinned and said, Master Yun is right. On such a joyful day, no point arguing with this guy. But, Master Yun, will the Yunhan Opera Troupe adapt today's events into a play? Yun Jin nodded. Of course. A great deed led by humans and accomplished by humans. If even this doesn't deserve to be sung about, then what does? I'll personally write the script. In a few days, it will premiere at the Yunhan Opera House. At those words, the crowd around them burst into laughter and cheers. We get to see Master Yun's new play again. That's wonderful. I'll definitely go support it. Master Yun, please save me a ticket. It's impossible to get tickets to your shows. Yun Jin chuckled helplessly and shook her head. Though it'll be a few days, it won't happen too soon either. After all, what happened in Liu is incredibly complex. I never imagined we had grown so powerful. Even if I want to adapt it into a script, it'll take some time. Yun Jin's words left the people around her with thoughtful expressions. That's true. Just a few days ago, everything was peaceful. Yesterday, we were still panicking over the Geo Archon being gravely wounded. And today, we suddenly realize we've built up such deep, hidden strength all this time. That beacon on the Jade Chamber was truly a treasure. Never in my life did I think I'd get to wield such power. Those enchanted weapons, they even come imbued with pyro. Looks like I need to figure out how to buy one myself. Buy one? With those prices? How? What a joke. Those are sold to other factions. Did you forget? The alchemical potions that go for tens of millions of mora on the market. We Liu citizens only pay 100,000. Exactly. Seeing that all the Qianyan army soldiers are uniformly equipped with them, it seems these things are already in mass production. If the price isn't too high, I want to buy one too. It could save your life one day. Speaking of which, what about those hot weapons? Better not. Those can destroy monsters from a distance with just a flick. They too dangerous. I'm sure Lady Ningguang and the others wouldn't allow them to be sold. True enough. The crowd chattered enthusiastically, every word filled with pride in their identity as citizens of Liu. Their voices made listeners from other nations and factions around them quite envious. No one knew how much time had passed, but as the cheering still showed no signs of dying down, Ningguang finally raised her voice. People of Liu. With just those words, the entire city of Liu fell instantly silent. All eyes were ablaze with fervor as they gazed up at the Jade Chamber. When the Geo Archon had been gravely wounded and unable to appear, and the gods had launched a massive invasion, the Jade Chamber rose into the sky, becoming the fortress that protected Liu in the Archon's stead. Before all of Teyvat, it had turned the tide in spectacular fashion. They had crushed the invading god with overwhelming power, revealing their terrifying strength. This was the power of humanity shining for the first time in the long history of Teyvat, a world ruled by archons, demons, and monsters. And now it had burst forth in dazzling brilliance. With their frail human bodies, they had slain a god. If not for the fact that many were secretly pinching themselves, they'd have thought it was all just a dream. On the Jade Chamber, seeing Liu grow silent in perfect unity, Ningguang let out a light laugh and declared proudly, "We fulfilled our promise. Even without the Geo Archon's intervention, we subdued the god. We crushed this war without a scratch. We did not lose a single person. This is humanity's great victory. From this day forward, besides the Archons and the Adepta, we too possess the strength to face gods directly. You all witnessed this with your own eyes. This will be the most glorious chapter in your lives. In the name of the Tian Quan of the Liu Kixing, I hereby proclaim, today marks Liu's great victory. A banquet will be held in Liu Harbor. Let all the world celebrate. We shall not sleep tonight." In the next moment, the cheers of Liu Harbor shot straight into the heavens, parting the clouds and even causing the Jade Chamber to tremble slightly. Slowly, the jade chamber began to drift back toward its original position. Ningguang sent a voice transmission to Dashi, then left the rest of the matters below in others' hands. The crisis was over. Now, she wanted to spend some time with Ryan. It was easy to imagine how busy she would soon become with the upcoming rite of parting for the fallen Adepti. From 100 meters in the air, everyone could clearly see the barrels of the redstone cannons on the jade chamber, densely packed, and yet every single person could immediately recognize what they were. There was the Mountain Shatterer cannon, which had directly suppressed Oziel at the start. Its terrifying power had blown off 2 of Oziel's heads. There were also the rapid-fire redstone turrets that could rain down bombs in a full coverage, saturation sweep, and the vertically downward-facing one's redstone bombers. It could be said that if this thing were to make just one circuit around Liu, the mountains and rivers would be shattered, and not a single blade of grass would remain. It would be effortless. It was, without question, a fortress of war, a Damocles sword hanging high in the sky. To all life, it brought equal measures of death and devastation. And yet, even when the cannon barrels passed right over their own heads, the people of Liu only cheered louder. Because they knew the Jade Chamber's cannons would only fire upon their enemies. This was the nation's ultimate weapon of defense. Their new mechanical guardian deity. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 244 Tartaglia surrounded by guns. If the Jade Chamber had a will of its own, it would probably have already been worshipped alongside the Geo Archon by now. But for those harboring ill intent, seeing the Jade Chamber pass overhead with such overwhelming presence left them drenched in cold sweat, their whole bodies trembling. Tartaglia and Rosaline had kept an extremely low profile, hiding in a corner as they watched the Jade Chamber slowly depart. Rosaline's face was filled with shock. If only Her Majesty also had a Jade Chamber, we'd have no trouble accomplishing any grand ambition. She had already begun to imagine a future war with Celestia, multiple Jade Chambers rising into the sky, bombarding Celestia relentlessly. Even if they couldn't kill the Sustainer, they could at least blow her into a stupor. Don't bother thinking about it. There's no way anyone can buy one of those. Let's wait until Her Majesty arrives. Tartaglia shook his head and looked at the Qianyan army troops beginning to encircle them, letting out a helpless chuckle. For now, we should focus on staying alive. The moment he spoke, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from all directions. It wasn't light infantry, nor was it cavalry. It was the Hot Weapons Division that had just disembarked from the ships. Each of them held pitch-black firearms, all aimed squarely at Tartaglia and Rosaline. Judging by the look of them, they were already loaded and ready to fire at any moment. What gave Tartaglia an even bigger headache was the sight of someone in the distance setting up a rocket launcher, the very same kind that had bombarded Oziel, and pointing it right at them. There was also a faint sense of deadly threat coming from the rooftops, likely the same sniper rifle that had taken down that monstrous sea beast with a single shot. Hundreds of troops had them surrounded. Even if Tartaglia activated both his vision and delusion at once, they would be shredded before they could even fight back. Almost on instinct, Tartaglia slowly raised his hands, a bitter smile on his face. Listen, we're not trying to resist. Could you please stop pointing those things at us? Dashi stepped forward, a light machine gun slung over his shoulder, quietly staring at Tartaglia and Rosaline. Fatui Harbingers La Signora and Childiu are suspected of damaging Liu Harbor. Under Liu law, we are authorized to arrest you. Do not make any sudden moves, or we will open fire. Tartaglia glanced at the other Fatui nearby. Even the stealthy debt collector now had 3 guns pointed directly at his head. He was trembling all over, too scared to even twitch. Tartaglia let out a long sigh and said helplessly, "We're innocent. Those earlier Vanguard forces, they weren't under our direct command. They belonged to the doctor. We knew nothing about the Vanguard's attack." Dashi let out a cold laugh. "That's your problem. The only order I received was to arrest you and throw you in prison." Tartaglia's heart was full of bitterness and anger. Hadn't Zhongli just said he would handle this? So why were they still being arrested? Zhongli really was unreliable. If he had known things would turn out like this, he never would have agreed to work for Zhongli in the first place. As for resisting, Tartaglia wasn't stupid. These Qianyan soldiers all looked quite eager, probably hoping they'd resist so they'd have an excuse to open fire. Tartaglia might not be afraid of a dozen guns, but, surrounded by hundreds, with sniper rifles aimed at his head and RPGs ready to fire, he wasn't a god. There was no way he could survive that kind of assault, especially since even Oziel's body had been blown apart multiple times by these thermal weapons. At this point, surrendering really seemed like the best option. Tartaglia gave a bitter smile and was just about to speak when Zhongli appeared in the distance, leisurely strolling over with Lumen at his side. At the sight of Zhongli, Tartaglia finally saw his savior. "Mr. Zhongli, over here, over here. Hurry up and get over here. If you don't, they're going to execute us by firing squad." Zhongli paused for a moment, glanced at Tartaglia, and only then seemed to remember the promise he had made. A bit embarrassed, he quickened his pace and walked over. "What's going on?" Seeing Zhongli arrive, Dashi's expression softened significantly. He responded quietly, "Lord Zhongli, the Fatui are suspected of coordinating with internal forces to allow the Vanguard troops to launch their assault on Liu. Lady Ningguang has ordered us to apprehend all of them." To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 245, The Coming of the Cryo-Archon. The moment he heard the Qianyan army say that, Tartaglia immediately panicked. How can you falsely accuse us like this? We've been under your surveillance the entire time. How could we possibly have colluded with the Vanguard forces? Besides, the Vanguard answers directly to the doctor. How could we give them orders? They were never our people to begin with. Our actual forces have been under your control from the start. The surrounding Fatui agents all nodded frantically in agreement. Only now did they realize why Tartaglia and Rosaline had kept telling them not to do anything. So it turns out Tartaglia knew what kind of place Laya was all along. In hindsight, that likely saved their lives. If you've done nothing wrong, then why did you slip past surveillance to meet with Miss Lumen the other day? Dashi snorted coldly. Every single move you make is tracked in detail by the General Affairs Office. Tartaglia's expression fell. He looked as if he were on the verge of tears. I just wanted to meet her and get to know her, all right. She's the traveler I wanted to challenge her to a fight, just to test my own strength. Is that so wrong? Tartaglia looked toward Lumen with pleading eyes. She gave a helpless nod and replied. That's true. He was trying to pick a fight with me. Is that so? Dashi nodded slightly. Private duels are a violation of Laya's public security laws. Detain him. Tartaglia was getting irritated now. You guys are just determined to arrest us no matter what, huh? His delusion began to emit a dark glow. Tartaglia was clearly getting worked up. After all, he was a harbinger, a powerful fighter. But, before he could do anything, a deafening gunshot rang out. A razor-sharp gust of wind grazed his hair, blasting a large hole into the wall right behind him. Tartaglia froze on the spot, glancing sideways toward the nearby building. 4 or 5 sniper rifles were aimed directly at his head. The situation instantly turned awkward. Dashi snorted coldly. Leading a division of thermal weaponry, he wasn't afraid of powerful enemies. Unless you were on a god's level, no matter how strong you were, you'd still get turned into a sieve by the flood of bullets from their steel arsenal. Just as he was about to order Tartaglia and Rosaline taken away, Zhongli sighed and said helplessly, let them return to the Northland Bank. They truly had nothing to do with those Vanguard squads. That was the doctor's doing. Lord Zhongli. Dashi looked conflicted. But this was Lady Ningguang's direct order. Just contact her and tell her I said so, Zhongli replied. Dashi paused for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. He stepped aside and took out a gemstone to initiate contact. Back on the Jade Chamber, where Ningguang was still chatting privately with Ryan, she suddenly paused, then looked up and spoke. Zhongli wants to protect Tartaglia and Rosaline? Are the Fatui here under Zhongli's arrangements? Ryan shrugged. Who should I even ask about that? But still, letting them go is fine. Unlike certain other harbingers, these two are loyal to the Tsaritsa, and the Tsaritsa is a firm opponent of Celestia. Maybe you'll even cooperate with them in the future. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, the Tsaritsa and Zhongli have a contract. They're here to receive the Gnosis. Hearing that, Ningguang slightly furrowed her brow and turned to look at Venti. If anyone knew the full story between Zhongli and the Tsaritsa, it would be the Inmo Archon himself, who also acted out a fake Gnosis handover. Unfortunately, expecting a straight answer from Venti was hopeless. Hey. Venti gave a helpless shrug, feigning complete innocence. Ningguang didn't dwell on it any longer. In the end, it didn't concern Laya directly. Zhongli was retiring anyway. He could handle the Gnosis however he liked. She issued a brief command into the communication gem, then returned to chatting and laughing with Ryan. Down in Laya Harbor, Dashi received Ningguang's reply. Without hesitation, he waved his hand. Fall back. With that, he gave a respectful nod to Zhongli and quickly led his troops toward the foot of Mt Tianheng. They had to store their thermal weapons in a centralized location before continuing normal operations in Laya. Those weapons were still not ready to appear in public freely. Still, today had been a good day. They got to enjoy a taste of being heroes, and tomorrow, they'd return to the MC world and resume their expeditions. Compared to guard duty in this world, charging into adventure in that world was what really got their blood pumping. At the very least, there were plenty of monsters to slay there. As the sense of danger faded, Tartaglia and Rosaline finally breathed a sigh of relief. Patting his chest, Tartaglia muttered, Mr. Zhongli, you really can't be counted on. If you'd shown up even a minute later, we'd be riddled with bullets by now. Zhongli didn't argue with Tartaglia's complaint. That was my oversight. After the rite of parting, I'll speak with Ningguang and the others in detail. In the future, I'll also ask them not to deliberately target you, but you must understand, you are you, and the Fatui are the Fatui. There are things that must never fall into the Fatui's hands. Otherwise, next time, the Jade Chamber might be heading straight for Sneznia. Tartaglia stiffened, a chill running through him. He nodded solemnly. Understood. I'll head to the Northland Bank tonight. The Gnosis will be handed over then, Zhongli added, preparing to take Lumen to gather the final items needed for the rite of parting. Suddenly, Rosaline spoke up. There's no need to rush the Gnosis. Her Majesty the Tsaritsa will soon arrive in Laya Harbor herself. You can hand it over directly when she arrives. Zhongli's brows furrowed slightly. She's coming here in person. Yes, Rosaline said after some thought, her voice calm and steady. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 246, getting started on a new mod. Judging by the timing, Her Majesty should already be close to Laya's borders. Zhongli more or less understood that Tsaritsa's intentions. It was likely that the letter Rosaline and the others had sent back had caught her attention. But if the Tsaritsa was already on her way to Liu, then judging by the distance, she should be seeing the might of the Jade Chamber by now. To be honest, Zhongli thought this was actually a good thing. He had long found the Fachu so full of shady characters and murky agendas and eyesore. After all, if they were to stand together on a unified front against Celestia, then there should be no underhanded tricks. And yet, the likes of the Doctor and the Regrader harbored ulterior motives they couldn't speak of openly. This was troubling. If unity faltered and internal conflict arose, how could they possibly challenge Celestia? Just look at now. Tartaglia and Rosaline clearly despised the Doctor. If given the chance, they might very well stab him in the back. By contrast, Mondstadt and Liu had worked together in harmony, marching side by side. Both sides supported each other, maintaining perfect synchronization in the fight against Celestia. This kind of alliance was what Zhongli hoped to see. If the Fatui joined in and brought all their grudges with them, trouble would surely follow. If the Tsaritsa had truly come to discuss cooperation, Zhongli would ask her to sever ties with the Fatui as a prerequisite. But that was a matter to be discussed only between gods, and Ryan. There was no need to tell others. Zhongli gave a slight nod and said softly, "Keep a low profile for now. Restrain your people. We'll speak again after I've had my conversation with her." The two nodded in agreement. Only after watching Zhongli leave did they return to the Northland Bank. Tartaglia summoned the debt collector captain and the head of the Liu branch, ordering them to suspend all additional operations for the time being. When dealing with the General Affairs Office and the Qianyan Army's inspections, cooperation was the top priority. This time, no one objected. In fact, the Fatui agents were relieved that Tartaglia had said to lay low. Liu had just blasted a god to pieces. What could a few Fatui agents possibly hope to accomplish against that? The Tsaritsa's plans were important, yes, but staying alive was the first rule of survival. The Jade Chamber had returned to its place above Mt Tianheng. Suspended high in the sky, it gave the people of Liu a new sense of confidence and security. With today's resounding victory, Ningguang and the others had no pressing matters left to attend to. The entire day was to be a celebration. Official duties, those could wait until tomorrow. If anyone would be busy, it would be Ningguang and Keqing. Ganyu, on the other hand, was finally able to relax. Her role had always been to record the meetings of the Liu Qixing and offer timely corrections to their actions. In essence, she was the overseer Zhongli had placed among them. But Ganyu was far too diligent. She tried to do everything herself. Now that Ryan was here, Ganyu had finally let go of some of those responsibilities. Starting today, she would stay quietly by his side. All she had to do was review and process some documents later. Lisa leaned lazily against a table, smiling playfully. What a magnificent performance! My heart's still racing from the spectacle. Lia's depth of power is simply overwhelming. Ningguang was in an excellent mood and replied right away. It's only because we got a 2-month head start. Once you're more familiar, you'll reach the same level. Jean firmly believed that. Lia's strength today had left a deep impression on her. Even without Zhongli's direct guidance, Lia would continue to stand strong and awe the rest of Teyvat. A land ruled without gods could still surpass those ruled by them. Jean firmly believed that as long as she kept working hard, Mondstadt would one day become just as strong as Lia. Ningguang turned to Ryan and asked softly, "Ryan, Lia's current matters are about to wrap up. Once the rite of parting is completed and human governance officially begins, the nation will transition into stability. After that, do you have any plans for the other world?" Hearing this, Ryan smiled. "I do have a few ideas. I stopped everyone from continuing the dragon hunts earlier because, after slaying 50 ender dragons, we'll reach the progress point that unlocks the new module. Zhongli and I talked about it back then. Since he was planning something big this time, I figured it'd be better to wait until everything was settled. But now, there's no need to wait anymore. We've already gained some control over the thermal weapon module. What's left is just polishing it over time. According to my plan." Ryan paused for a moment, then said quietly, "Next, we resume dragon slaying. Unlock the new module first, then increase the number of dragons to 100. What do you all think?" As soon as he finished, Venti slammed the table in excitement. "You're finally going dragon hunting again. That's amazing. I've been waiting forever. This time, I want 8 dragons, one of each element for version 4.0. When do we depart?" Ryan chuckled and shook his head. "No rush. This is a big operation. We have to wait until everything in Liu is fully settled first. Plus, your people are arriving soon. We need to prepare for their arrival and housing. Ningguang and the others also need time to deploy personnel and explore the world. Also," Ryan looked down at Nahida and said gently, "These next few days, I'd like to take Nahida back to Sumuru for a visit." At that, Nahida's eyes sparkled with joy. She looked up at him with wide, shining eyes and said excitedly, "Really?" "Of course," Ryan said with a smile, pinching her nose affectionately. "We've been away so long, you must miss home, right? I'll take you back to have a look around. After that, we'll get started on researching the new module. That's wonderful. Thank you, Ryan. Nahida threw her arms around him, touched and delighted. If it weren't for the number of people around, she would have given him a kiss on the cheek. Ryan simply ruffled her hair and smiled without saying anything. Indeed, he would take Nahida home, but not just for that reason. If his hunch was correct, the curse brought by the zombies had already begun to stir. He wanted to see firsthand the suffering that had been inflicted by the Grand Sage, and see whether that land had truly repented to Nahida. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 247, The One Fate Cannot Touch. After purchasing the last of the required materials, Lumen finally let out a long sigh of relief. But when she looked at Zongliwo was strolling along like an old grandpa out shopping, she couldn't help but feel a little irritated again. From start to finish, this whole rite of parting had kept her busy, not him. He had said he would organize the ceremony, but in the end, she was the one who ran around for everything. Even the so-called trials were just errands dumped on the Fatui. He really knew how to delegate. Lumen huffed in frustration and muttered, "Now are we done?" Zhongli gave a small nod. "The materials are complete. After the rite of parting tomorrow afternoon, the millennia-old contracts will finally come to an end, and Laya will take its first step into a better future. I shall also retire fully. This ceremony's preparations, your contribution has been most valuable." Paimon puffed up her cheeks, glaring at Zhongli. "A verbal thank you, that's it. We've run all over the place for this. Didn't you have anything nice to give us? And you call yourself the oldest Archon?" Zhongli was momentarily taken aback before replying softly. "If you're asking for Mora, I have none to give." "Who wants your Mora?" "Humph, Lumen and I are being sponsored by Sister Ningguang, thank you very much." Paimon puffed out her chest proudly. This had been the most luxurious period of her life so far. It wasn't quite waking up to breakfast in bed, but it was close. She'd open her eyes and delicious food would be waiting. When shopping, if she saw something tasty, she'd just grab it and say, "Send the bill to the Jade Chamber." Paimon had practically eaten her way across Laya. This kind of pampered lifestyle had her completely unwilling to go back to the old days. Zhongli chuckled softly. "There's little I possess that would be useful to you, but if you're willing, I do have a ceremonial longsword rank 25 that I can gift you." With that, Zhongli took out a long sword with a gleaming emerald blade. The divine patterns and aura of the weapon were immediately obvious. But to Lumen, it wasn't anything worth getting too excited about. These days, she preferred thermal weapons. Who still fights monsters with swords anyway? Everyone's out there lobbing RPGs from a distance now. Of course, a gifted divine weapon was still a divine weapon, no reason to turn it down. A good thing is a good thing. I guess it's decent. Barely acceptable. Lumen accepted the sword with obvious satisfaction. Zhongli sighed a little. This is Vortex Vanquisher. Though it was originally a ceremonial weapon carved from pure jade, it has been bathed in time and the laws of the world for centuries. Among divine weapons, it ranks quite highly. I got it, I'll treasure it, alright." Lumen waved her hand dismissively, then paused before saying softly, "Now can you finally tell me about my brother?" Zhongli gave a small nod. "Originally, I had only planned to share a few clues. The rest was meant for you to discover on your own. But now that Ryan's world has stirred such major changes, there's no longer a need to strictly follow the original plan. Ask what you want. As long as it doesn't touch on absolute secrets, I'll tell you everything I can." Zhongli's unexpected honesty caught Lumen off guard. After all, she still remembered the riddle-spewing Venti as a cautionary tale. Zhongli being so straightforward now left her unsure of how to even begin asking. After a moment of silence, she looked up at the drifting clouds on the horizon and asked softly, "Is he doing okay?" "It's hard to say he's doing well, but he's not doing badly, either." Zhongli shook his head. "He's trapped by his own obsession, and by this world." "Obsession Kenria?" Lumen asked. Zhongli didn't hesitate in the slightest and nodded. "Yes. After the destruction of Kenria, he became the Prince of the Abyss Order. He poured everything he had into reviving Kenria, into destroying Celestia, even the Seven Nations. The Abyss is his greatest weapon, but it is also a double-edged sword, one that may turn against him at any time. And beneath the Abyss, it's not just the Abyss Order that lies there. That concerns secrets tied to all of Teyvat. I cannot tell you more." As he said that, he glanced at Lumen, who now wore a troubled, pensive look. He added, "You don't yet have the strength to help him, and even if you did, wouldn't allow you to get involved. He wouldn't let you step into the abyss. This is his burden, his grudge against this world. It has nothing to do with you." Lumen suddenly looked up, her voice firm. "But he's still my blood-related brother. How can I just stand by and watch him walk this dangerous path alone?" "Precisely because he is your brother," Zhongli said calmly, "that he avoids you, hides from you. And if necessary, I will fulfill my contract with him and suppress you myself." Zhongli spoke without hesitation, his tone indifferent. "You must not be tainted by the abyss." "Why not?" Lumen's heart swelled with even more unanswered questions. She stared hard at Zhongli. He sighed. "Because you are a descender in existence that does not belong to this world." "But my brother is too." "No, he is not." Zhongli turned sharply and looked Lumen straight in the eye. "I know. The two of you once traveled the stars together. You were both outsiders, both descenders. But now this world has bound itself to him. Teyvat has carved its imprint into him. It's like two people reading a book. At first, they observe it from above, detached, reading its tale from a distance. Then suddenly one of them gets pulled into the book's world and becomes part of the story. You and he are now in that situation. He is now a being of Teyvat. Lumen stared at Zhongli, stunned. How can that be? Then, he keeps you away only to preserve your existence outside Teyvat's control. Zhongli turned again to gaze at the drifting clouds. All beings in this world are bound by the cycle of life and death, by destiny and reincarnation. In the end, they are all remembered by the world. And so our possibilities are limited. But you are different. You are a descender. You do not belong to this world. You are an anomaly. The world cannot predict your fate, and neither can we see your future. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 248 Lumen, my backer is Ryan. 248 Lumen, my backer is Ryan. A variable means greater possibility. So Lumen, don't get too entangled with your brother, at least not right now. The world is constantly trying to drag you down with it. He's risking everything not only for his own future but for yours as well. Lumen fell silent. She had assumed she wouldn't learn much more from Zhongli after all. She already knew that Ether was the prince of the Abyss Order. But she never expected to uncover such a shocking truth. Her emotions were a storm of confusion and conflict. As you suspected, Zhongli continued, Ether awoke before you did. His journey began long ago. 500 years ago, we the Seven along with Celestia, destroyed his Kenria. Though we were forced into that position, the grudge between him and us is real. Whether it's about Kenria's destruction or the black beasts that now run rampant across the 7 nations, we stand opposed to each other. But you must understand, just because 2 factions are enemies doesn't mean individuals within them can't cooperate. That's all I can say for now. The rest is up to you. Your journey isn't over. Keep walking forward. When you've witnessed all 7 nations, you will find your own answer. In the meantime, remember who you are. Don't let the world drag you under. You are a descender. You are a being above this world. The world will never stop trying to touch you, Celestia included. Do not let the world remember you. You must be the one to remember the world. The road you walk is one only you can tread. With those words, Zhongli fell silent. Lumen lowered her head, her expression unreadable. Paimon, worried, quietly grabbed Lumen's hand. So from the moment Lumen arrived, the world and the 7 archons were already watching her. Zhongli gave a slight nod, saying nothing more. Ugh, that's so unfair. Why is everyone after Lumen? It's disgusting. Paimon waved her tiny fists angrily. When I grow up, I'm gonna punch Celestia in the face. Just you wait, Lumen. Wait a second. Zhongli, you said descenders are outlanders. If that's true, then what about Ryan? That question snapped Lumen back to attention. She stared at Zhongli, eyes wide with urgency. A bitter smile appeared on Zhongli's face as he shook his head slowly. Indeed, he is a descender as well, but he's the greatest variable of all, and you two are not the same. Why not? Lumen asked, frowning. Zhongli pointed toward the sky. Ryan is a world wielder. He governs an immense, majestic world. His existence far exceeds the stature of this one. How could Teyvat dare to weave him into its design? And as for Celestia, Zhongli chuckled at the thought of that day when Ryan threw a single punch. Even if Celestia were to awaken and try to target Ryan, the most likely outcome is that Ryan would simply kill it outright. His strength is beyond imagination. He possesses the power to obliterate Teyvat with a mere thought. The power to shatter all laws and reality itself. Celestia is no match for him. Neither is the world itself. That's why even the world instinctively resists Celestia trying to interfere with him. And that's precisely why I can speak to you so freely, because with Ryan's existence, no matter how much you learn, the world wouldn't dare harm you, or us. Paimon puffed up her cheeks in frustration. So in the end it all comes down to who's got the bigger fists. Huh. What a bully, it's all just picking on the weak. Zhongli chuckled softly. Crude as it sounds, that's the truth. And that brings me to the second thing I wanted to tell you. If, during your travels, you ever find yourself in danger you can't handle, if the world, or Celestia, decides to act against you prematurely, then come back. Ryan will take care of everything. Lumen raised an eyebrow, most of the earlier tension in her heart beginning to fade. You're that confident in Ryan's strength? No, Zhongli replied, shaking his head. It's precisely because I can't see the limits of his strength that I say this. When you witness a power capable of destroying the world with a single punch, you'll understand schemes and conspiracies are nothing more than children's games. Lumen paused, silent for a moment. Then, as if something clicked, she smiled faintly and looked at Zhongli. So you're only telling me all this because Ryan is around now? Zhongli didn't confirm it directly, but gave a meaningful nod. Ryan values his friends deeply. So you're saying the only reason I'm allowed to know this much is because I have Ryan at my back? Seeing that Lumen had understood, Zhongli nodded again. You could see it that way. And what about Liu? Lumen asked further. Zhongli's smile deepened, silent but clear. Ganyu and the others are Ryan's girlfriends. Before Laya has the strength to truly oppose Celestia, if Celestia dares to make a move against Laya, well then, perhaps everything will be settled far earlier than expected. Pure power may not be as flashy as elemental arts, but it is a force of destruction that stands above all else. To read 50 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 249. The Adepti enter the MC world. Early the next morning. The chaos of the previous day had already begun to settle down, though of course, it would take some time before things fully calmed. Ningguang was already back to work, busy preparing for the major event scheduled for the afternoon. As for Ryan, he had nothing urgent on his plate, so he brought Ganyo, who finally had some free time again, into the MC world, along with Jean and the others. The Adepti had long been intrigued by the MC world thanks to what Cloud Retainer and the others had told them. Now, their curiosity had reached new heights. With Zhongli retiring today, the fog had lifted and Laya's full strength was now on full display for the world to see. There was no longer a need for the Adepti to stand guard at the foot of MT Tianheng. The Qianyan army alone was more than capable. Ordinary intruders couldn't breach their defenses. And even if a powerful enemy managed to slip past the Qianyan army to investigate, they would have to seriously consider whether they could withstand Laya's wrath. After all, the Jade Chamber was still hanging high above the courtyard, visible for all to see. Ryan first sent the Qianyan troops back to base, instructing them to consolidate materials and scavenge the remaining nearby resources. As for long-distance world exploration, that would have to wait until the Mondstadt forces arrived and had time to get familiar with this world. The Mondstadt delegation, led by Dailuk and members of the Knights of Favonius, wasn't far now. According to Ningguang, they were about to reach Gailai Plains and would likely arrive at Laya Harbor within 2 days at most. After yesterday's satisfying battle, the returning Qianyan troops were full of passion and quickly threw themselves back into their work. However, based on the amount of materials consumed during yesterday's conflict, it would take at least a week to fully restock. Fortunately, there were no major events planned in the immediate future, so time wasn't a problem. After sending off the Qianyan army, Ryan brought the Adepti into the MC world. The moment they entered, Mooncarver and the others gasped in surprise. My power! Mountain Shaper flapped his wings, but no longer felt the usual surge of adeptal energy flowing through her. This is normal, Ryan said with a smile, sharing his physical attributes with everyone. This world doesn't operate under Teyvat's strict elemental laws. Honestly, even Zhongli barely retains any of his strength when entering here. Unfortunately, the Adepti didn't really register Ryan's explanation. Once they received the shared abilities from him, they were momentarily stunned by their newfound power. So that's why the Conqueror of Demons enjoys staying here so much. Mooncarver glanced sideways at Xiao with a soft chuckle. This kind of pure power is definitely more comfortable to wield than adeptal energy. Speaking of Xiao, Ryan suddenly remembered something. Xiao, did you go clean up the remnants of the fallen gods last night? Xiao nodded quietly. I cleared part of it. There's still a good amount left. It'll take about half a month to reduce it to a level that won't affect humans. Ryan nodded, then took out an enchanted golden apple. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'm fine, don't worry. I've accumulated some karmic debt, but it doesn't really affect me. Ryan chuckled and shook his head. You're here to enjoy yourself. Carrying negative status effects around just makes things uncomfortable. Let's clear them out, shall we? Xiao didn't resist. He took out a bucket of milk and casually ate the enchanted golden apple with it. From the perspective of the Adepti, it was easy to see that Xiao's karmic debt had been cleansed. Madame Ping sighed with emotion. Although I knew the Conqueror of Demons' karmic burden could be lifted, I didn't expect it to be this simple. Ryan replied with a chuckle. It wasn't always this easy. Xiao carried a heavy karmic burden before. Back then, we had to rely on regular golden apples and milk, bit by bit. But now, with enchanted golden apples, as long as it's not something on the level of his past affliction, even a single one can completely cleanse it. As for the milk, well, maybe Xiao just likes the taste. Ryan shrugged, choosing not to explain further why Xiao drank milk. The truth was, Ryan had once told Nahidahil, coaxing her that drinking more milk would help her grow taller. Xiao happened to overhear that. Even though Ryan later clarified that he only said it to cheer Nahida up, still. Now that his karmic burden was lifted, who knows, maybe it might actually work. With the karmic weight gone, and with Zhongli retiring and moving in as a neighbor, Xiao had only 2 lingering regrets in life. 1, that Bosasius and the others didn't live to see better days. And 2, his height. Xiao's expression turned a little awkward. He avoided eye contact with Mooncarver and the others, clearly embarrassed. Ryan, seeing this, tactfully changed the subject. Come on, I'll take you outside for a look. Cloud Retainer's built something rather impressive here. He glanced over at Cloud Retainer with a smile. She proudly lifted her chin, clearly full of anticipation. Holding Klee's hand in his left and Nahida's in his right, Ryan led the group out of the villa. The moment they stepped outside, the Adepti looked around and their eyes were immediately drawn to the view of the mountain behind the house. They all froze on the spot. Is that Jueyun Karst? And those aren't those the others, like Skybracer? Mooncarver's eyes trembled as he gazed at the lifelike statues, momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. His eyes stung slightly. That's a joint project between me and Laya Harbor's top architects, Cloud Retainer said with satisfaction. The Qianyan army helped carve it out. I really went all out for this piece. The three adepti stared at the mountain in silence, hearts stirred with emotion. After a long while, Mountain Shaper spoke up with a sigh. Cloud Retainer, even if you're not good with words, your heart is in the right place. You old goose. Cloud Retainer huffed and glared at her. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Of course, Mountain Shaper replied calmly with a nod. Cloud Retainer was momentarily at a loss for words. But since these were her old friends, and everyone was in good spirits, she let it slide and didn't argue further. The buildings on the mountainside IVE finished most of them, Cloud Retainer explained, but there are still a lot of details to refine. For example, I plan to build a large immortal island among the peaks. Its main focus will be landscape and garden design. The designers from Laya Harbor gave me the architectural blueprints, but I thought this kind of thing should be built by us adepti ourselves. It'll be more meaningful that way. To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon. 250 adepti take on construction duty. So, Mooncarver rolled his eyes and muttered. So you brought us here just to pull in some manual labor. You can't seriously think you'll just sit back and enjoy the results. Cloud Retainer gave him a sidelong glance. Mooncarver chuckled and added enthusiastically. Just kidding. Go on, tell us what needs doing. Honestly, this kind of thing is pretty fun. The group of adepti gathered noisily to discuss Cloud Retainer's design plans, while Xiao stood quietly to the side, listening in. For once, he didn't have much on his plate today. The Millelith were currently focused on consolidating the remaining resources. The nearby mines were also secure. The real work would come later once the plans to explore the rest of the world were underway. It had been a long time since so many adepti gathered to discuss something like this together. Even though many were missing, it was still a nostalgic and heartwarming moment. It would have been perfect if Zhongli could have joined them. Seeing that the adepti were now chatting excitedly and ready to take on a grand project, Ryan didn't disturb them further. He waved a brief goodbye and took Ganyu and the others to Mondstadt's Base 1. As soon as he opened his eyes in the new world, he was greeted by the sight of completed mob farms, iron farms, and a villager trading hall inside the base. Ryan was momentarily speechless. These are your results from the past few days. The Millelith and miners hadn't even entered this world yet. So that meant, Jean and the others had built all of this themselves. Jean gave a soft smile and glanced at Lisa beside her. To be precise, these are Lisa's results. We don't fully understand how all of it works, but Lisa memorized the key designs you showed us. And with the notebook Ningguang provided, I just followed Lisa's instructions and built everything. Ryan looked at Lisa with a bit of surprise. Lisa raised her eyebrows and smirked. What's with that look? Don't tell me you underestimated me. She gave Ryan a light smack on the arm, amused. It's not that hard. With existing blueprints and annotations from the notebook, it wasn't difficult to figure out the mechanics. Ryan shook his head solemnly. No, I'm just surprised that you weren't napping and actually did the work seriously. Lisa rolled her eyes and ignored his teasing. She turned and waved them forward, leading everyone toward the edge of the base. I also studied the redstone cannons at the Millelith base. I managed to replicate a version that fires single shots. But that massive TNT duplicator on the Jade Chamber, I have no idea how that works. Now that you're here, walk me through it. With Lisa leading the way, they got a brief tour of Base 1. Over the past few days, Jean and Lisa had clearly put in a lot of effort. The base was starting to resemble Laya's own outpost. There were the same cobblestone walls and bunkers, and the same redstone-powered gates. The only difference was the lack of housing structures. Most of the space had been taken up by mob farms and iron generators. Even so, it still felt quite spacious and empty. Lisa truly had a sharp mind for learning and deduction. She'd even figured out the design principles behind redstone cannons just by observing their appearance. Unlike Ningguang and the others, who still followed Ryan's block-by-block instructions to the letter, Lisa had started thinking for herself. Why use this block specifically? Why are the redstone lines arranged this way? These were the kinds of questions Lisa cared about. And after spending some time studying, she was now able to use her own understanding to create some simple redstone contraptions. She was clearly on the path to becoming a redstone tech master. Perhaps, with a bit more time, Lisa might even develop a redstone masterpiece of her own like the orbital dragon-slaying cannon. Speaking of the orbital dragon-slaying cannon, Ryan suddenly remembered something. He really should go hunting dragons regularly to farm more dragon eggs. Maybe it really was time to build that cannon. Sure, he could kill dragons himself, there was no problem with that. But honestly, it was a waste of time. The End and the Nether had basically been fully explored already. The only thing left of value was Netherteth, most important resource in the Netherlands so far. They hadn't made much progress on that front. Once Laya's affairs were mostly wrapped up, Ryan planned to send out large exploration teams to start farming it. Diamond gear was great, yes, but in the end, Netherite was superior. If you're going to wear something, wear the best. Ehehe. Wanderer Venti, walking up ahead, suddenly turned around and looked back at Ryan with an eager expression. So, when are we going dragon hunting to unlock the new mod? Are you really that impatient? Ryan rolled his eyes. As expected, anything not related to your actual job instantly becomes super interesting to you. I love my real job too, thank you very much. Venti blinked innocently. Ryan gave him a long look and muttered. So you've really convinced yourself that your actual job is being a bard, huh? What else would it be? To read 55 future chapters, head over to Patreon.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.